even though it's earlier than yesterday and some of you had a late night, there is a lot of chatter in the room, which means for us, again, this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. We wanted you to speak as much as possible with each other, discuss and exchange. Welcome to day 2 of the official program of the scientific program of the Trilogue Days. I'd like to take the opportunity to invite the chair for this session to the stage, Professor Utpal Tatu from the Hosting Institute, the Indian Institute of Science. This block is about zoonotic diseases, and Utpal, I'm sorry, I quickly wanted to share one thought I had in the morning. I don't know how many of you have read Spillover by David Quammen. It's a book that is written in 2012. In that book, he said, interestingly, in 2012, the next epidemic or pandemic will be a coronavirus from the wetlands of southern China. And when he was asked then when corona happened, how did he know? He said, I listened to the scientist. All I did is I was listening. And so it was evident that this is going to happen. In this book, he also puts more facts together. And I think if I remember the number roughly correct, and I think people in the room would know it more accurately, that about 70 to 80% of the emerging diseases are of zoonotic origin, wildlife as well as animal husbandry. So it is a topic that is very, very important for us, for our health, and we need to think of integrative measures to be able to counteract and preempt future disease outbreaks.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So good to see you early, bright and early, 8 o'clock in the morning. We are a few minutes late. We're going to have an exciting session this morning, and I promise you, the lineup of speakers that I see here are, it's a dream come true zoonotic session for me. But so I'm going to keep the bar a little bit high, and I'm going to experiment, I'm going to use the privileges of being the chair and experiment with this session a little bit. Tweak it a little bit to make it a bit more exciting for all of us, make it more interactive. As it appears, I hope one of the speakers is just walking in, but there are 3 speakers who are already in the chair and here in the auditorium, and 1 or 2 who are missing, who are showing up, I think, gradually. So as a deviation from other sessions, I'm going to request all the speakers to first come on the dais, please. So may I please have Terence, Nicole, and Kesa, who are here. Misaki, Dr. Misaki, is that you? Perfect, perfect timing. You please come here on the stage. I don't have Dr. Misaki's picture, but here he is. So fantastic. I think anybody missing here at the moment? Yeah, Terence. Okay, we are the coordinators of this session. I'm going to, given the fantastic lineup we have, I'm going to speak as little as possible and give you all more chance to interact with the speakers. But the reason I brought you here on the stage is to hope that we can actually bring out some exciting outcome from this session. I think as Lena already pointed out, large number of infections, 70% or more of changes, is transmitted from animals to humans. Known fact, no big deal, right? We all talk about it, One Health, zoonotic infections. But let's start from there and see how we can up the bar. And so I've put some questions here in front of you. Are there zoonotic infections which are being bred right now, are breeding right now, that we don't know of? Because we always talk about rabies. We always talk about, be it trichomoniasis, or be it, I think oftentimes, now mpox is being considered as a zoonotic infection that are talked that it could be. And that's really what I'm going to touch upon. Let's not talk about the traditional examples, but what's out there in the future. Are there emerging zoonotic infections? And I request the speakers to keep focus on that. And if you can touch upon it during discussion, you can talk among yourselves about can you exchange notes on that? Do infections pass from humans to animals? I think this important point Sonia touched upon on the very first day in her plenary talk. She talked about this important point and gave an example. Does anyone remember the example she gave of an infection transmitting from Chimpanzees, perfectly right. But which infection, Rovina? Perfect, perfect. You are an insider in Sonia's group, so I think doesn't count, but good. I think that's great. So yes, I think chimpanzees, it appears that they've acquired infection, a common cold virus from humans. And that's an example, and there are probably many, and I think I'll leave the the speakers to talk about it. And then again, just for the youngsters to think about, what was the first zoonotic infection? How do you know which was the first zoonotic, at least as far as we know? Okay, I mean, there are lots of things that we don't know. But can we go back and think, what was the first one? There is evidence that there was zoonotic. Okay, with these questions, I'll leave the floor to you. May I first start with Dr. Nicole Borel? I request you to give your presentation, and then I just wanted you to sort of jive with each other, bond with each other, so that you can bring out juice, as we have discussed here, some other questions. Thank you again. You can please go back. Presentation already there.
So when should I refer to the questions afterwards?
You can in your presentation or afterwards is fine because we have enough time.
Okay. Presentation and pointer.
Use this.
Yes.
I'll connect this.
So good morning, everybody. So thanks a lot for the introduction and also in particular for hosting us here at these fantastic Trialogue days. So when we speak about zoonotic infections, I think most of you think of viral infections, and today I would like to today I would like to get you a bit familiar with a more probably uncommon infection to you. It's a bacterial infection. So I will not talk about any viruses. I will talk about a bacterial infection. I will talk about chlamydia. So chlamydia are gram-negative obligate intracellular bacteria, and they can also cause zoonotic infection, and I will give you a few examples of those. And so in our research group in Zurich, we coined the term clam health, which is consisting of chlamydia and One Health, in particular to refer to this zoonotic infection, but also to antimicrobial resistance present in chlamydia in pigs. In Switzerland, we also host a national and international reference laboratory for O1 chlamydiosis. So the international one, this is by the World Organization for Animal Health. It's the similar, the similar organization as the World Health Organization for Humans. So this refers to notifiable diseases in animals worldwide. So to start off with an example, which is happened a bit longer ago, but it's still, we have cases occurring from time to time, but we don't catch these cases because the disease is not notifiable, at least in humans, it is in animals. So we are not aware of these, of the real numbers of these cases. It actually happened in Switzerland. It was a pregnant woman. She was helping in a lambing sheep flock, and then when she got back at home, she developed severe fever, she got hospitalized and then developed a shock, and this resulted in a spontaneous abortion. When the human doctor, the physician, got into contact with the veterinarian, and this is one of the One Health approach, so they talked to each other, it got clear that the sheep flock she was in contact with had abortion problems. And then Chlamydia abortus, which is the chlamydial species causing abortion in sheep and goats and also in pregnant women, was identified in the human and in parallel in the sheep placenta. So the agent was demonstrated at the veterinary side and at the human side, so clearly demonstrating a case of a zoonotic infection. And here you see the case of an aborted sheep lamb here, so you see it's covered by the placenta here, and the placenta has a red appearance as it's covered by a purulent exudate because there is a placentitis. So chlamydia you might be not that familiar with. I mentioned before they're obligate intracellular, so a bit comparable to mycobacteria. This means that they need a cell, mostly an epithelial cell, to replicate in a very specific biphasic developmental cycle, which is shown here. I do not go into details. We have two different stages. Chlamydia, you might be familiar with chlamydia in humans. There is one particular chlamydial species infecting only humans, leading to ocular diseases resulting in blindness, as well as sexually transmitted infections worldwide. So this is really a considerable problem. But I now speak about the veterinary chlamydia, and there is not just one species, there are many different species, and they can infect really a broad host range, so from livestock to the koala in Australia. They have a worldwide distribution, and some of them have a zoonotic potential. Now referring back to the initial case, talking about chlamydia abortus, I would like to highlight a very recent emerging infection which was published this year, and this comment is referring to this new infection. So what's new, what new development do we have in this field? And this comment refers to a new detection of an infection of chlamydia abortus, this time not originating from ruminants but originating from wild birds. And actually it was shown for the first time, so here the comment was referring to this article, also from this year, that we have avian chlamydia abortus strains, and also before they were already described here in 21. However, the zoonotic potential at that time was not shown or was unclear. And then this Dutch group here, they could identify a Dutch family cluster of a zoonotic infection, so clearly demonstrating that zoonotic infections are possible, and even more, they also, in some of these cases, they hypothesized that even human-to-human transmission might occur. And this is very new in the chlamydia field, because so far there have been only cases demonstrated from an infection from animals to humans, but not yet human-to-human transmission, or just very few cases. And if this is actually, if this becomes true, I mean, this might pave the way for a new pandemic. And some of you might also have heard of another chlamydial species. This is Chlamydia psittaci. This is also related to birds. And there were a lot of publications about those cases, in particular after the coronavirus pandemic, when patients were negative for SARS-CoV-2, and then further investigations were started, and it was identified that these people had contact to birds and got infected with Chlamydia psittaci. And also for the Chlamydia psittaci, some human-to-human transmissions have been described, although they so far only rare cases. So this is probably something we have to keep an eye on it. So at this point now, related to these chlamydia infections, we have covered human health, animal health, and also these zoonotic transmissions. In regards of the environmental health, or more the environmental reservoirs or spread, much less is known. And this is something we want to consider to investigate next. So, I mean, yesterday we had a very interesting talk about the soil microbiome, because the question remains, is there an environmental reservoir? This could be in wild animals, in particular wild birds, as shown in the case before with these emerging infections. But also we do not know how long chlamydia can survive in the environment, being potentially infectious to other animals or humans. And with this, I'm at the end of my presentation. I can probably quickly refer to the 3 questions from Utpal. So, I think the first question was about the emerging...
I think you already touched upon chlamydia, which I think it appears that we didn't know about it being so much zoonotic, and then this new angle of human-to-human transmission. So if you can elaborate just a little bit more about that. How many cases, Or what do you think is the future? Is this really going to be a major zoonotic infection that we need to watch out for? And what is it that we can do to control it now that you've discovered that this has the potential? If these are the questions I'll want to just bring out a little bit since we have a few minutes.
I think we have to watch the situation very closely. And so far, the problem is that the data we have is mostly from Europe and a bit from Australia. We have very limited data also from India, from Africa, so there's a definitive need to look at that, in particular because of the livestock industry, so sheep, goat, cattle, poultry. This is very important, so we watch this closely. And I think there was also a claim in a previous Lancet journal that a claim for making these diseases not only notifiable in animals, because there are many diseases or zoonotic diseases which are notifiable in animals. So for example, the ovine chlamydiosis as well as the avian chlamydiosis, but they are not notifiable in humans or only in certain countries. And I think it's very important that we get a better picture of these infections, that these diseases should be notifiable in human medicine as well.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Very exciting new information. How many of you knew that Chlamydia abortus is a zoonotic infection? Raise your hands. These are the experts. There are only 5.
Yeah.
So we've done something. We've done some justice to this very interesting session. I just wanted to also connect this very quickly with the poultry farm visit that many of you had a couple of days back. As she pointed out, this is actually potentially zoonotic. In India and the poultry farm that you visited, we have no information about it. And countries, developing countries, underdeveloped nations, I think this is the chance for us to take information back from the classroom into the field. We have seen the field, we have seen the classroom, and we've learned something new from the classroom. Now we have to think about how do you make those farmers aware? And can we actually make an intervention? And that's really the purpose of One Health Village, that we can actually, aware of this information, make it possible to do some surveillance for this important infection. Probably that's the way to go forward. Fantastic. Thank you so very much. I think we'll have questions at the end of the session later on. Thank you again, Nicole, for this exciting beginning. Okay, it's Dr. Misaki. Another exciting talk awaiting you, and hot from Uganda. Dr. Misaki is going to give you updates on, guess what? Mpox. Mpox. How many of you think Mpox is a zoonotic infection? 1 or 2 hands. Nobody's sure about it. Let me tell you that. Nobody's very sure about it, unless Dr. Misaki. I think he will tell us a little bit about it. Is Dr. Misaki here? May I please request you to come on the stage and give us some updates? You've just arrived, and so we look forward to hearing something exciting. And I think Mpox is one of the topics you're touching.
Yes, I will briefly speak about it.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you.
I just brought a new one, the PowerPoint.
Can you give a slide?
You have a laptop or how?
It's on my phone.
Okay.
You can put it in a Google Drive.
I put it on the
Google Drive.
WhatsApp.
Well, that's always a problem with hot off the press. He's got data on his phone as he arrived. And that's what he wants to change.
Okay, so maybe I'll start without the slides, when the slides come. We are experiencing, good morning, we're experiencing an outbreak of a new clade of previously what we called monkeypox, but of course now called Mpox, which is one of the orthopoxy viruses that have, these are large DNA viruses belonging to the family Poxviridae. And these viruses essentially have a wide spectrum of hosts. ranging from camels, cows, as well as humans. And of course, before the outbreak of smallpox, we had imagined that a lot of these infections were restricted to animals, but we had the large outbreak in human history of smallpox. And the East African community had a dedicated program to eradicate smallpox between 1964 and 1974. That program delayed a little bit in the DRC because in 1970, the cases of a disease very closely similar to smallpox began being observed. And it was later, of course, discovered that this was monkeypox. And that delayed the program. Now, a lot of the senior people, and I will ask my vice chancellor whether he has the smallpox scar, because a lot of the senior people were vaccinated in the schools against smallpox. And this program was run also as a part of the TB vaccination program. So a lot of our senior people actually have immunity against the new outbreak of monkeypox, because these are related viruses. There is cross-reactive immunity. Vaccination against smallpox protects against monkeypox. The vaccines we are still using are vaccines essentially developed against smallpox. But we have a young population, the new people who are below 65, who have not been vaccinated, who never got the chance, who are not part of the eradication program. And these are naive people. So we are witnessing an outbreak of a nucleid. It's a nucleid because historically we've had monkeypox outbreaks in the DRC, spillovers. We call it monkey because primarily it is assumed that the primary host was a monkey. We've had outbreaks of mpox spilling over into humans constantly, but these were self-resolving, self-restricting, in the sense that they would never grow. There was no sustained human-to-human transmission. Now, something happened in the course of this cross-species jump. The virus seems to have been training to learn how to live in the human host. We didn't figure that out. And then the virus adapted mutations in one of the restriction factors, the genes that counters the restriction factors that we have. We have innate immune defenses in our body. We'll talk about them in this virus, in this slide, that protect us against cross-species jump of viruses. And the unique thing about this clade 1b, because the original clade 1a, which was continuously spilling over in the DRC, mutated into a clade 1b. And that 1b has these mutations in the genes that counter the ApoB. The ApoB is one of the innate immune defenses in our human beings. And the virus has heavily mutated in that area. And as a result of that, the virus has gained ability for sustained human transmission. And sustained human transmission in the sense that there is increased risk for casual contact transmission. There is increased risk for heterosexual transmission. When we look at the 2022 outbreak that was driven by the clade 2b, it was heavily among men who have sex with men. But this time around, with the outbreak that started in Kamituga area, which is about 279 kilometers away from Bukavu, we saw that there was a change. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are experiencing now is no far from what we experienced in the late 1970s and early 1980s when HIV first emerged. When we saw the first emergence of HIV, many of the cases were heavily among men who have sex with men. Nobody thought that, in fact, people thought this is a disease of gay people. But later on, of course, HIV was able to transmit across the heterosexual groups as well. So we are seeing mpox heavily being transmitted heterosexually across the continent, across the East and Central African region. Increasingly, we are seeing expansion and exportation of cases. It seems we never learn anything. I was hoping that as the world, we would have woken up and all put our effort in throwing vaccines in the DRC to make sure, or in the East African region, to make sure we arrest this mpox outbreak there. That has not happened. We have few vaccines available, and as a result of that, we are facing a potentially global pandemic, because we've seen importation or exportation to Sweden, to Germany, to the UK, and more recently in the US. The UK case was also transmitted to the household contacts. So I think that there are a few things to learn now. I'm briefly speaking about mpox because I was asked to speak about mpox, but I want to speak about what happens at the host. You would say the animal-human species barrier. What forces are at interplay when a virus is attempting to jump over? Now, from what we know, increasingly in our communities, we are seeing increased population growth, increased urbanization. People are encroaching more on virgin ecosystems because of socioeconomic activities like timber logging, mining, including, of course, large-scale farming. And because of that, we increase the distance between the animals. We reduce the distance between the animals and the humans. The humans come closer. Now, if you come to Africa, we live with our animals in the same house. The goats, we stay with them because they give us milk, because, you know, very close in the neighborhood. So this all increases the interface between the host and the animals and the human beings. But at the molecular level, there are forces at interplay. The one thing we must learn, and my group has been trying to look at viruses, because we assume that viruses give us a close model to zoonoses, because you have viruses that are RNA, viruses that are DNA, and viruses are also, of course, obligate organisms. They can't survive outside the host cell. They have to depend on a host cell to be able to survive. So for a virus to live in a new species, some things have to happen. The new species has to have receptors on its cells that accept the virus to enter. There must be several metabolic factors that enable the virus to survive. And also at the virus level, for some of the DNA viruses, there must be the ability for the virus to integrate. Not all viruses integrate their DNA into the host. So essentially, we can see that between species XY and the human species, the other side, The XY being a species, an animal species where a new virus is emerging onto the human host. There is a species barrier. So for the virus to be able to cross from the animal species into the human species, it has to be able to cross. And we've been looking at several of these things, and one of the things one of the things we've been looking at is the forces that interplay at the molecular level, and what happens when the virus attempts to jump over. But we'll concretize this later. A lot of work has been done on the SARS-CoV-2 and its relationship with the beta coronaviruses. And one of the receptors for SARS-CoV-2 is the ACE receptor, which is found in the lungs. And people have studied the genomic variability of the ACE receptors across different hosts. And you can see that beta coronaviruses are capable of infecting a different array of animals, but the closest relationship that we see between the ACE receptors is between the bat coronavirus and the SARS-CoV-2. And that tells us that potentially SARS-CoV-2 emerged as a progeny of the bat coronavirus. Studies have also shown that there is increased virus entry when the pH goes down. We also see that there are different restriction factors at the molecular level that restrict viruses. Amazingly, viruses like HIV have adapted mechanisms to counter many of these. The VPU going against the tetherine, and VPX going against the SAMDH, and then we have ApoBake there. And these are innate restriction factors at the molecular level. They protect us against these viruses, but viruses then adapt mechanisms to counter. And this is what we're talking about. So question is it possible for us to predict, using the different data that now we are accumulating, the high level throughput technologies that we are acquiring, sequencing all genomes, all proteins? Is it possible for us to predict this? Maybe it is possible. Seen some work that is looked at some of trying to use AI to predict viruses that can jump from one species to another. The most important thing for us to be looking at is that as we learn some of these things at the molecular interplay, then people also learn how to use this. When we talk about gain of function research, then we learn that people have moved away from manipulating organisms by recombinant DNA technology, changing their DNA. We simply get a new virus, grow it forcefully with human cells, force it to survive in human cells. We keep the culture system running, and eventually the virus learns, adapts, because it has to survive. It can't survive outside. And evolutionarily, it adapts. It acquires receptors. It acquires counter restriction factor mechanisms, and essentially gains functionality to live in. The problem with this kind of approach is that when you go back to trace and say, okay, where did the virus come from? You don't have a signature, a DNA signature that is left behind because this happens naturally. Thank you. I'll stop here. We'll discuss more.
Thank you very much for bringing that very important topic into discussion. And we're looking forward to the discussion so much. Two important topics, updates on Mpox from Africa. We've got some very interesting insights, and then secondly, I think he really went deep into what causes zoonosis to happen. What are the requirements molecular level? So much to talk about. But I think we need to move on, and I'm going to request Dr. Terence to please come on the stage for his talk. And Dr. Terence, I understand, is going to introduce yet another system, and I'll leave that surprise to you about what infection he's talking about. The good old, I think you can guess what. Oldest zoonotic infection. Anybody? Any guesses? One of the oldest. Pest now, but one of the oldest commonly known. I mean, you are an expert, but yes. Any student? Any student? What was the first zoonotic infection you heard of? There it stands. Thank you.
This is forward. This is forward. I am happy to be here. Terence Odoch is my name, from Makerere University. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about a project that we are undertaking at Makerere University with our partners from University of Zurich, University of Bern, IDI, and others. We call this Rabies, Eliminate Rabies in Uganda. As have already been introduced, that rabies is an old zoonosis, but still remains a big challenge, especially in Africa and Asia. So our project is making some efforts in 4 districts in Uganda, trying to contribute to elimination of rabies. There is a global agenda to eliminate rabies, dog-mediated rabies, by 2030. So we are trying to contribute to these efforts. In this project, it's a research project, so we have enlisted students, PhD students and master students, both in Uganda and in Switzerland, and we have 7 work packages. The first work package is about trying to improve surveillance of rabies by trying to work with the Ministry of Agriculture and Health so that we have better data captured through the IDSR system that the countries are using. This is especially with the Ministry of Health. We are doing community engagement to support rabies vaccination campaign and also to prevent dog bites. Another work package is about understanding what are the barriers. Why is it that rabies, which is theoretically is a disease that could easily be controlled, but practically it has remained a problem, and we are trying to understand what are some of the barriers in this project. We have also trying to see, because of the socio-cultural and diversity in our systems, we are also trying to experiment or try other options, other strategies for controlling rabies beyond the traditional approach that have been going on. So we are doing this, as I said, in 4 districts in Uganda. One of our students also is looking at diagnostic test strategies, how we can improve diagnosis of rabies in the country. So these are some of the work packages under this project that we are undertaking. We have 7 work packages in this project. I'm also going to then present to you one of the outputs from this project. Before we went into this new project, we had a prior project with the same group, and we had we're calling it Free Roaming Domestic Dog Project that we had in Uganda, and these are some of the outputs, the publications that came out of this project. It was from this project that we went into the new Rabies project. So I'm going to briefly talk about barriers to proper dog bites management and dog vaccination in one of the districts in Uganda, Soroti district. I need not to overemphasize that rabies is still killing almost 60,000 people annually. I think the actual figures should be should be much higher than this. And as I've already said, mainly in Africa and Asia. In Uganda, we are experiencing more than almost 14,000 dog bites annually. These are reported cases. So we expect that the figures are slightly or much more than what is reported. So the issue here now is rabies remains a challenge, causing death, and there are many factors that need to be handled to control and prevent rabies in our systems. So in this study that we conducted in Soroti, which is a district in Uganda, this is the map. It's one of the districts in eastern Uganda where we did this study. We use qualitative approaches. That means we conducted focus group discussions with dog owners. We did key informant interviews with the key stakeholders, the veterinary officers, the medical people, nurses, community leaders, including VHTs, teachers, and so on. And then our data was transcribed and analyzed. So what did we find out? First, at the institutional level, we find that one of the biggest challenges is that we have a problem with a supply of PEP, that is a post-exposure prophylaxis. Most of the health facilities do not have this in stock or adequate numbers, but some facilities, especially the higher facilities, could be having some stock of PEP, so that is a big challenge because most of these dog bite cases are therefore not properly handled because of poor lack of PEP in health facilities. We also see that there's communication problem, especially among the key stakeholders at higher level between the ministries and especially Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture and other agencies, that there is some problem with communication. So, and then at community level, we found that the challenge is, as we see, is the biggest challenge is management of free roaming domestic dogs, because these dogs are roaming. They are horned, but most of them are horned, but they roam around, and then management becomes a problem. And then inadequate knowledge in handling of these dogs. So at individual levels, when dog bites occur, for example, people don't have basic knowledge on first aid. And then one of the constraints is high cost of treatment. The PEP is very costly and mainly available not within the localities. So at some of the barriers at institutional level, we are seeing there's lack of accurate data. On dog population, we don't have accurate data in dog population. We don't have inadequate logistical support and transportation system that allows these facilities to receive or get the drugs or the medicines and the vaccines. So at the individual level, we are having problems that people I've already mentioned about the cost of dog vaccination as a challenge. So we are saying we need to integrate, especially use One Health approach in handling this rabies. We need to communicate very well. It's a typical disease that needs integration. It needs working together. We need to educate sensitized communities how to handle free roaming dogs, and also we need to train people and especially ensure that cases are managed accordingly. As normally, as soon as somebody gets this rabies, the person almost is sure of death when symptoms occur. So I think I would stop here. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Terence, for that introduction to wonderful topic and the ground realities in Africa. We'll have questions and answers at the end of the session. May I please request you to take your seat? And may I now request the last speaker, Dr. Gulati, who was supposed to be in this block, has had some family emergency, so not able to make it. So Dr. Kesav from the host institution, Indians of Science, is going to give the last talk, and very exciting. But why don't bats get sick? Think about it.
Yeah. Very good morning, everyone. So I'll try to speak a bit more about reservoir hosts and even the genetic viruses. Dr. Nicole, Dr. Misaki, Dr. Terence gave a fantastic introduction. So I'll directly dive into the topic. So I know I tried to put in here the birds and penguins and the seals. I think by the end of this talk, I'll justify what does it mean. So if you look at the current past decade, the problems that we are facing, especially with respect to the human infections, they majorly arrive from bats and birds. These are the viruses that jump to the humans or to the intermediate hosts, and they cause the disease. And this became a biggest public concern for us because there's been a continuous jump of these viruses from these hosts. Okay? But the curious things that we need to think about when it comes to zoonotic diseases is that how do these viruses can pose a threat to extinction of many species, not only human beings. Now, how does these pandemic viruses come from? Like, why do they suddenly become pandemic viruses? And why these bats and birds are able to handle these viruses happily, but when they come to the human beings, they cause the disease. So one such virus is called avian influenza or bird flu, commonly known as. A particular strain that people know is H5N1, but there are multiple flavors available. But recently, the H5N1 again became in limelight. You will see in the news, you've been seeing in the news. So this H5N1 is mostly the bird virus. It replicates, propagates in the wild birds, and they can jump to the local poultries or domestic birds, and they keep causing outbreaks year-wise. Okay? But they are not the threat to the human beings because these H5N1 or avian influenza, they cause lower respiratory tract infection. But the common cold viruses like regular influenza or rhinoviruses, they cause the upper respiratory tract infection. So only when these avian influenza cross the barriers and go to the lower respiratory tract infection that cause the disease. What does it mean is that this virus first has to adapt to the humans at upper respiratory tract, then only it can cause human pandemic. Okay? But if you look at the news from 2021, there's huge number of news articles, even in the Economic Times, because this is causing a big problem in farm industry as well, that a particular strain called 2344B that's been creating a chaos in the world. First it started in wild birds, then it spread to multiple mammals. So one such disaster is that a lot of species like seabirds, like terns and all, which are endangered species. It's becoming a problem. Nearly 10% of the sea lions or elephant seals in South America have been wiped off by this infection. So it's the biggest concern right now. And not only that, it has moved to the cows and is nicely adapting to the cows, and it is jumping to the human beings. Okay? If you look at overall, this H5N1 has been there since 1990s. That's the first case that is dissected. But why this suddenly became rogue recently, right? So, like I said, this virus cannot jump to the human beings, but this particular 2344B, it has come to multiple mammal species. Now it's nicely adapting there. Now it's jumping to the human beings. And you can see that last 1 year, you see there is some rise in human cases. All these cases are coming from infected cows. So people who are working with the cows, milking, and they are the ones who are getting this. Here at IACB, we are interested on understanding why this particular avian influenza strain became panzootic or rogue in this case. So I'll not go deep into the details. This influenza virus has two surface proteins called hemagglutinin and neuraminidase. Those two proteins define what kind of virus we are getting in that particular season or particular pandemic virus, right? So those two viruses are important for virus entering into the host cell, and another protein called neuraminidase is required for exit of the virus from the cell so that it mediates the replication process. So what we identified recently is that this particular new strain, 2344B, has got unique features in neuraminidase. It has got long stack with the glycosylation sites, and it also has a unique H5, which is hemagglutinin. And these both of them leading to the emergence of a particular novel variant that has never been there in the circulation before, which is something concerning for us because this virus is like a novel virus where even the birds have started seeing this particular variant first time. That's why they succumb to the disease, and you see that lots of wild birds have been dead because of this virus. Okay, so does this virus pose a pandemic threat? Because that's something we need to be concerned, because now this virus is there in multiple mammal species that keep jumping to the human beings, and there's a high chance that it can adapt to the upper respiratory tract infection. Okay, and in this process, we also assessed. We took the virus sequences from multiple mammal species that have been infected, and we tried to see that how many of these viruses have sequences or the mutations that can be adaptable to the human infection. So we did rank them accordingly. I'll not go into that, but something concerning was cows, fox, and even the bear viruses which are there. And if they jump to the human beings, they can adapt well to the human infections and cause the disease. Okay. I'll shift to the bats because that's something we've been working for a while. One interesting part with bats is that they harbor lots of viruses. One particular virus we just heard is rabies, and not only that, SARS-CoV-2 or all the coronaviruses have been coming from them. But why they are not causing much of a clinical symptoms in the bats? Because it's something that we need to learn so that you can use that information for trying to develop some kind of therapeutics to the human respiratory infection. Okay, so in our lab, we have found few fundamental differences between humans and bats. One such particular difference is, so whenever you get infected with, in the respiratory tract, your respiratory epithelial cells will lyse or they undergo death, and then that leads to the damage of the tissue as well as the inflammations. So what we observed is that bats have got very interesting mutations in the proteins we call pore-forming proteins. That was we're trying to represent here. So those mutations make the bats to activate very less cell death or very less tissue damage. So even though they have the actively replicating virus, they don't show much of the clinical symptoms like cytokine storm or loss of respiratory function. Okay. Not only that, what we figured out that these bats somehow are managing the viruses to get pathogenic traits. What does it mean? These viruses have been there in the bats for millions of years. So in the course of time, since bats are mammals, they're training them to escape from the immune system. Okay? So when they jump to the human beings, they immediately cause the disease. Okay? That's one such thing that we recently identified a mechanism that the bats have the viruses which are coming from the bats. They lead to the emergence of particular structural motifs in the proteins, viruses. When they jump to the human beings, they cause this inflammatory form of damage. So that's what we're trying to hear, like we have the virus, which is like rogue virus, it caused the disease in human beings, but in the bats. So, in IAC, we're trying to particularly understand the fundamental questions, because it's a high time for us to understand how these reservoir hosts are able to handle these viruses, why suddenly they shift to their equilibrium so that these viruses come to the human beings. So this is my group at IAC, where all of them are working on the problems that we are explaining. And this particular picture is right opposite to this building. There are woods, nice walking area. I know that it's raining, but if you go there, you'll see a beautiful green space. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that exciting and talk, Keshav. We'll have chance to have discussion on this very important topic. So it looks like we've ready for chat with the speakers. And may I request all the four speakers, Nicole, Terence, Misaki, and Keshav, to come on the stage. And we will have the three questions in mind in the background. We've started talking about it, but then, of course, the floor is open. So if we can have those mics, we can circulate. Any questions, ladies, to start with? Or, well, just to warm things up, I think we can start. Dr. Misaki, you touched upon mpox, and you know, just say 1B, grade 1B. I think what do you think is at genomic level or at the structural level, what is making it so different from 2B, which actually was heterosexually transmitted, and now this is something? Is there something, some genomic signatures which are unique in this grade 1B? I hear there are some deletions.
Yes, thank you. I think the data we've seen, which is also consistent with the 2B, is that there are mutations in the genome of the virus that relate to the genes that interact with the human apobec B, which is literally the innate restriction factor that protects, is supposed to guard us against the mpox viruses.
Wonderful. I think, and also the complement interacting protein.
Yes.
That's another factor that's somewhat uniquely mutated in clade 1B. But just to start, I think.
I'd like to thank the presenters for very stimulating talks. My question goes to both Dr. Sanila and Misaki. In terms of optimizing the resources we have for surveillance, coming from an eco-diverse region, I know that there are many opportunities for viruses to jump, and the US government has put a lot of money trying to understand that interface, but it looks like they've not got any insight despite putting quite some money in molecular surveillance. How do we use the little resources we have in Africa to optimize surveillance? Thank you.
Well, maybe Sammy, you go first. Okay. I think we need to appreciate something, is that science is growing continuously. There is no wasted resource. Whatever we put down, we are building not only data, we are building evidence that the future will essentially build in. I think the time had not yet come. The time is increasingly becoming now, given the technology, the advances in the technology, the ability for us to essentially integrate all this data that we have across the domain through, of course, AI and machine learning. And I think we are very close to that. I'm confident that whatever investments have been done before, we are going to see increasingly the fruits of these investments emerge, given the advances in AI and machine learning.
So I'll add two more points to that. So one particular thing, I know that there's a lot of awareness and everything. I think the awareness should reach to the people, I feel. For example, the very frequent Nipah outbreaks that comes just because of the human contact with the bats, right? So we need to go to the level of where every common man knows that, no, this is going to be dangerous. That's one thing. The second thing with the COVID infection, the problem what we have seen is that even when SARS-CoV first one came, it wasn't this spread. I think now the global transportation has been increased a lot, that the moment you can contain the virus, it's been spread all over the world. So containing the infection of that particular time, the moment you discover it, is going to be very important so that you can reduce it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kesa, for that comment. Yes, Dr. Benedetta. Get you this.
Thank you so much. Thank you for some excellent presentations and also insights that we normally don't get. I have a question, and that is that we talk a lot about migration when it comes to humans. And of course, there's migration and migratory patterns also in the animal kingdom that we don't talk a lot about. And my question was, what do we know, and how does that actually affect zoonosis, and is climate change making any impact, or do you know of anything about migratory patterns because of that in the animal kingdom? Thank you.
I think it's playing a huge role, migration. I do not know, the situation in Switzerland, is very well regulated, and all the animals are traced when they're going from A to B. But this is not the case. You cannot control the animals at the worldwide population level, and there, I think it's playing a very important role. I was missing also a bit yesterday in the 2 blocks, actually, I have to say. I think it was in the block about air, and also in the water block, and you can extend it to the ground and the soil, whatever. That probably the animal part was not focused, or was not mentioned at all. But it has to be integrated in the whole discussion when talking about migration of humans and air pollution and so on. Animals needs to be integrated as well, and veterinarians.
Thank you so much. So my question is about AI. So my background is humanities and social sciences, and from my perspective, my concerns with AI are related to ethics, energy use, but also hallucination, reliability. And so I was just wondering, from the scientific perspective, how reliable do you think involving AI in these kinds of studies from your perspective looks like to you? Thanks.
Well, thank you. I think that's a good question. It essentially takes us back to the principles of computing and the relevance of computing. What goes in is what goes out. Garbage in, garbage out. So I think the challenges at the interface of the accurate use of AI heavily depend on, one, the completeness of the data in terms of data collection, and those developing countries have challenges across many of these things, including collecting simple data around humanity per se, population census data. My country's been fighting over population census data that came out and was questionable across the board. And so if we don't have accurate data, so if you're looking at a system that is meant to predict disease, you're probably going to have a lot of inputs, not just the genomic data between the potential hosts, the viruses, but potentially the frequency of interactions and many other things that you need to input. So frankly, the accuracy will depend on how complete we build the system.
Thank you.
I have a question about, many of you talked about One Health communication and One Health communication systems. So science itself, as some have said, is only complete once it's communicated. But you need to communicate it amongst yourselves effectively to get the output, garbage in, garbage out, as you just said. My question is, how is everyone here working towards those communication systems so we can effectively get the cooperation between the different areas of science so we can solve these big, wicked problems. So are you aware of any of these systems in place?
Maybe I can just answer. So I think the dialogue starts among the scientists itself when they hear to us and what we are doing and everything. And more than that, what we have seen of the students' community is that now they're reaching out to the public, especially to the schools, colleges, where they're teaching them the simplest way of what we are doing and why it's important. Then why do you need to understand this is zoonotic infections or One Health issues, so that they integrate that information into their daily lives. So I think that's something which I admire, because it starts from students, because they have their own creative way to communicate to the kids and everything.
Probably, I mean, that's actually, from my point of view, a huge gap. I mean, even the communication between veterinarians and medical doctors regarding zoonotic outbreaks are not working, and not at all towards the general public. I think there is a lot to do there.
Actually, three short questions. First to Misaki. What is the potential of mpox becoming a global pandemic, and why is nobody bothered? Yes, my colleague from VET. Terence, how can you control dog bites in the villages? And finally, from Switzerland, how do you control the movement of animals? Don't you have wild ones?
There's quite a few questions, but yes, let's start.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, it is clear that mpox, the clade 1B, has established human-to-human transmission. And it's clear that there is potential for a global pandemic, given the movement of people, the increased interaction, the globalization, essentially. But there is a problem in the sense that and this problem is about the perception for risk. It seems human beings, we only perceive risk better when it's closest, proximal to us, in terms of both time, also space. When time passes, for example, it's just recently when we got excited, we all said, okay, we must sign on to the pandemic treaty because the pandemic treaty, but then we are witnessing the same reluctancy, the same lack of interest that preceded the times for COVID-19, preceded the West African outbreak, until, of course, we had spillovers in the West. So we've always continuously had this reluctancy. Why? I think it's a good thing. This is something I've been asking myself. If human beings, we didn't have the ability to forget danger, risk, potentially would live in fear. I think the ability to forget enables us to, pick up when we've had, for example, a pandemic. We've lost many people. The few survivors pick up. They are able to adjust and carry on. Because without that ability, probably would spend our time fearing continuously. But at the same time, I think the trick would be, how do we institutionalize mechanisms that enable us recognize? And I think the pandemic treaty was a very good start in terms of the international human regulations are also a very good global framework for being able to deal with this, but I think we need to do more. And certainly, we have not done well with monkeypox. And we need to wake up to this. The vaccines of monkeypox are a little bit expensive. We must appreciate that. They are not the $1, $2 vaccines. These, every dose is $100 vaccine. And a lot of these vaccines, of course, originally produced to protect against smallpox, being held as stockpiles by the developed countries, militaries, with the idea of biodefense against a potential small bioterror attack or outbreak of smallpox. So I think these are the challenges we are struggling with to overcome, and that's why we've not gotten there.
Hi, my name is Amrita. I have a question to...
There was a question?
Yeah, I have a question to Dr. Sanula. That I'm coming from Kerala, and we have a frequent outbreak of Nipah in Kerala. So since 2018, it's keep happening. I wonder why it is particularly happening in Kerala. I have read papers saying that deforestation is one of the reasons why it is happening. Could you please enlighten me with why the outbreak keep happening in this state? Thank you.
Yeah, I think deforestation is one of the main thing, but even the floods too. And then that increase the more human proximity to the bats or bad proximity to the human beings. That's how every year or every alternative year you see the problem in Kerala. It's not only in Kerala, even in Bangladesh too. That's the deforestation, even the floods, those are the two things which are destroying the natural habitats of bats, and that leads to more human contact with them. So that's how they're there. But the bats have been there in entire India, multiple places. But why particularly in Kerala is something people don't know yet.
Hi, thank you so much for the great presentations. This might be a naive question, but would some countermeasure against monkeypox would also be to vaccinate the monkeys? Because this might be easier in terms of numbers, or no?
Well, vaccinating monkeys against monkeypox. We did some work which we published in 2010, and monkeys incidentally fall sick of monkeypox. So the question is, are monkeys really the natural reservoir, or they are simply intermediate animals, vectors? But from the modeling that we did, if you vaccinate a natural reservoir, you're most likely going to increase its ability to shed the virus. So essentially, vaccinating a natural reservoir might not be, but if it's an intermediate host, then potentially, yes, there is potential utility of vaccination.
Maybe I don't know the practicality of vaccinating the monkeys, because they are running up and down. We don't know their population and so on. I think it's in the case of especially rabies in the wild, there are times to put bait so that this wildlife can get vaccinated.
Yeah. With that, I think Dr. Terence, very good comment. Laura, very good last question. Such a pleasure to end this beautiful session. We could go on, but I think during tea break we'll have an opportunity to talk to all the speakers. Thank you very much. Back to Lena.
Okay, the bad news maybe for you is that you all look so fresh and awake that we decided to skip this 10-minute break and continue right away with the session. Quick announcement for those of you who missed the opportunity of getting our lovely mugs yesterday, please reach out to Emma. We still have a few, for those who didn't get a few yesterday. And as you know, we like to bring in the surprise elements. And you might remember that yesterday, I think it was Jan who mentioned that we somewhat need to justify this large carbon footprint that we have brought onto us by gathering from different parts of the world in this room. But how do we estimate the impact of our actions? How do we estimate like what a conference like this, the carbon impact it has. And so we were ideating earlier this year and thinking, could there be like a tool that allows us to measure, where we sort of enter our choices, or we enter like the amount traveled, and so that at the end of the conference we have a bit of an estimate of how much CO2 we spend. Now, there was a couple of students from the Bern University of Applied Sciences in Switzerland who said, this is really exciting, and we're going to take this up as our bachelor thesis to try and experiment, can we build such an app or an interaction? We are in a beta version, but I would like to invite Siddharth onto stage to run you through what we've got so far, and I think Portukai, who you heard yesterday, is also deeply involved in this. It's an application that we think at this point is more of a conversation starter to help you reflect on the impact, like really in abstract values of your choices, but I'm not going to take further away because the expert is right next to me.
Hi everyone, give me a moment. I'm starting a timer because all of you have been so good about being on time that I'd better be on time. Cool. Screen? Yes. Hi, I'm Siddharth. I'm an ecologist and I'm working at Swissmix. Yeah. So, Jan and Lena came to us with the idea a couple of months ago of can we try and think of a currency for planetary health? And we're all used to carbon, like you see when you try and book a flight, it tells you these many kgs of carbon. But how many of you know what a kg of carbon is? Like, does it make sense? I know a kg of oranges. You know a kg of oranges? Cool. So a kg of carbon is like this, I don't know, strange metric. It's like when someone talks about $1 billion. None of us really know what $1 billion is. If any of you in this room do know, please do talk to us. It will be helpful, right? So how can we make a currency that meaningfully measures not just carbon, but all the other impacts that result from our actions on the world, right? This is where it started. There are a lot of interesting people who are working on this idea. And Kenneth Rittley, who is a faculty at the Bern University of Applied Sciences, really liked this. He's a computer science faculty, and he proposed it to some of his bachelor students. And so 2 bachelor students took that on. And our overall plan is, yes. So our goal overall is to try and make something that enables you to see what are the impacts of your choices on multiple metrics, but also is non-judgmental about it. The thing with when you have a single metric, like carbon, you know what good is, less. You know what bad is, more. But that's not how the real world works. You could do everything you could to minimize using carbon, and you might end up causing a ton of water pollution along the way, or not really helping livelihoods. So this is work in progress. We're happy to have anyone join with us on it. For this conference, we have an app that is designed to be a conversation starter. You will see, one second, you will see these sheets out in the coffee room, and you can also scan this. I will send the link for this on WhatsApp. What we've created for this conference, and I will walk you through how you can go about it, is you go to that website. It's not an app. We're not downloading anything. And being compliant with all Swiss privacy laws, we actually don't save any of your data. So don't worry about an app surveilling you in any way. Your username would just be your first name. And if that doesn't work, please come to either myself, Porkothai over there, who can wave, or Alex, who's also been, so the 3 of us have been sort of brainstorming, getting it working. And what it does is ask you a bunch of different questions. The username would be your first name. Your password would just be Swissnex in all lowercase, as you can see over there. And I'll just give you a walkthrough of what it looks like. So I'm going to sign in from Alex's account, because he's just a great guy who gave me his password. It happens to be Swissnex. Right? And this will work on your computer or on your phone. Okay? When you start up, you'll have to, we have a couple of, you get to choose which group you want to be. Okay? The groups are not judgmental in any way, but I think Alex is a maverick. Those of you who know him, tell me if I'm right or wrong. And then over the day, we're going to keep asking you questions. And these questions are actually themed to the block that you're in. And they're questions that don't have a right answer. We're really curious to know what all of you feel about these things, right? So this is one example question. Research has shown that red meat causes a lot of carbon dioxide emissions. Will you stop eating meat because of this? We've got a couple of options. It's been great having Porkothai as a psychologist on board, because these questions have tough options. And so what we really love is for all of you to keep checking it out. Every time there's a new question, in the coffee breaks, I'm going to come around and say, hey guys, have you seen the new question? Would you try it out? And then at the next coffee break, we'd love to show you the statistics of what people feel about these questions in the app. And with that, I am at 5 minutes. So thank you so much. Would love to talk to you more about this. And please, at any point of time, catch Alex, Porkothai, or me. And sorry, I'm running over, but I just want to give a quick shout out to the people who've been doing this, mainly the folks down here. So Ken Rickley, Konton and Xavier are bachelor students who have been working on this over the last month. And Shakir is an apprentice who's working with them on coding it. And myself, Deepak, who is being covered by the screen, is a game designer and product manager who's been advising on it as well. And there are many others. Please do join in. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. And in the spirit of the Trilog Days being a beginning to like a community for the future, this app will as well continue to develop. The students that you saw on it, they will work on it as part of their bachelor thesis over the next 6 months as well. And we hope that it will emerge into something that can be adopted to other conferences too. So please reach out if you would want to use it further or if you have further inputs. With this, I would like to call Andrew on stage. So many new faces as scientific chairs.
Is this on? Good morning to you all. Are you there?
Yes.
Great.
You have a slide? You have a slide?
It's okay. I think 2 of the speakers have slides. Planetary health, yes. One of the phrases that we got to hear in the course of the COVID-19 pandemic and after, which is a lesson to all of us from politicians because they know how to make things memorable, was building back better. Do you remember that term? Every time I think about Boris Johnson, I think about building back better. So I want to welcome you to this session, which is on resilient health systems. And I'll just make a few comments. The first is that I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Nicholas Taleb, who is a mathematician, philosopher. It's a very interesting combination. You probably know his book called The Black Swan. There's another less known book, but I think which is relevant to this session. That book is called Anti-Fragile. In that book, he urges us that what we should be doing is build systems that learn from experience. I believe we are all here because of our immune system, which is able to remember any encounters we had in the past. And so the immune system is an example of not just a resilient health system, but an anti-fragile. So I actually want to change the name of the session to an anti-fragile health system. So my name is Andrew. I'm trained as a clinician and as a researcher. But for the last 6 years, I've been kind of an architect of health systems in Uganda and possibly parts of Africa through the lens of infectious diseases. The institute, which is part of Makere, supports government to respond to infectious disease challenges. My institute was involved in responding to COVID-19, and one of the resilience lessons we've learned was to integrate vaccines for diseases like COVID in the national expanded program for immunization. So I'm not a health systems resilience expert, and I think most of us in this session will really be students. And the rules of engagement that I want to give my panelists is that before we get questions from the audience, it would be nice to have some conversations within the panel. There's an interesting website where scientists ask each other interesting questions. So the first part of the session, the scientists will, the panelists, I'll give them an opportunity to kind of engage and ask each other interesting questions. And maybe in the course of that, some collaborations will be born. Before I invite our first speaker, I'm going to ask you to stretch for 1 minute, because you've been sitting too long. Yes. I think this is part of resilience. And please have your seats. Ian has reminded me that during the session that I'm chairing, the sun has emerged. This is a Ugandan phenomenon. We have 4 speakers, and I'm proud to say that our first speaker is from Uganda, and somebody I have worked with, and somebody who inspires me. He's not only a medical professional, but he has thrown his hat in the ring in terms of being at the table when decisions and laws are being made. As an institute, we have engaged him, and more recently, as you'll hear, he has supported us to launch a parliamentary forum focusing on antimicrobial resistance. It's my privilege to invite Honorable Dr. Charles Ayume to be our first panelist. Please welcome him.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, everybody. As Andrew said, my name is Dr. Charles Ayume. I'm a member of parliament, and I think that's the unpopular part. But let's focus on the popular part. I'm a medical doctor as well. I'm here to present a simple task on health systems resilience, and we look at a case study of Uganda. And I think for those of you who don't know Uganda, it's the Pearl of Africa tucked somewhere there, small country, meets the big boys. But where I've put that map is for you to, later on you'll understand the importance of that map. It speaks to the geopolitics. That's a very fragile area. It's a Great Lakes region, part of the Horn of Africa. And if you look at South Sudan, most of you know, it had a long civil war. I think it's the youngest nation. Got independence in 2011. Sudan is at war. DR Congo, the eastern DRC, also has its issues, so many rebel groups. Rwanda, quite fragile. Burundi, fragile. Kenya is simmering. Ethiopia had its issues. And Somalia is, some people call it a failed state. So when you're looking at health systems, don't only look at one individual country, but you should look at the geopolitical area. Health systems, it's about resilience. I mean, the resilience of a health system. That is a midwife in a place called Bulambuli Yesterday, I think Professor Mayanja talked about the landslides there. It's a very mountainous area, and they have improvised by putting, the community has mobilized ladders. That is an inclination of about 70 degrees. And she is going up those ladders to reach communities to do immunization. Ideally, there should not be communities living up there, but she would have given up, but she said, no, I have to go up there and do my work. So resilience, that speaks to resilience. Just to remind you about the health system building blocks: health financing, service delivery, human resources for health, medical supplies, infrastructure. We talked about the importance of data. Leadership, governance. Most people don't focus on that bit, but there are issues to do with accountability, corruption, and so forth. So health systems, when you're internalizing it, we're going through that. In the Ugandan context, I will just look at Uganda post-independence. It was a budding health system. There were no specialists, no doctors. I think the first medical school, dental school in Uganda was in 1982, and we got our first dentist in 1989. Professor could allude to that. Of course, there were a few doctors, specialists, and then post-independence up to 1986. There were many military changes of government, and of course that affects the fluidity of the population, including the critical human resource for health. And then we had the LRA insurgency, the Lord's Resistance Army in northern Uganda. That's half of the country, and it crippled services in that part of the country. But of course, at the global stage, we had the structural adjustment policies by the World Bank. There were so many reforms. Two of those were privatization that affected especially the education system, the transport system, and so many other things were privatized. We had the decentralization, and then of course I've also explained the regional geopolitics. A number of those countries I mentioned for the last 30 years have been at war, internal civil conflicts, and that also affects the health systems. Because when we're looking at health systems, we should not look at countries in isolation. If we are to succeed, we should look at entire geographical areas. Then, around the same time, we had the HIV pandemic coming onto the scene in the 1980s. It becomes a national priority. I would like to salute our president, because most countries were shying away for all sorts of reasons, especially tourism. One of our neighbors kind of denied that HIV was a big problem, but we accepted it. And so there was strong political will at all levels, the First Lady, the President, the Parliament. So we took off, I think even the religious groups. So there were all hands on deck, hence a multi-sectoral approach. At the international level, of course, there was a global fund, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, PEPFAR by the US government in 2003. That's $150 billion US. Thanks to President Bush and his team, UK aid, and Gavi. So let's focus more on the HIV pandemic over the last 40 years. Poor knowledge, attitudes, and practices. It was really a myth. I think at one point there was somebody making a killing from selling soil. I think somewhere around the early 90s. There were lack of drugs, equipment, inadequate health workers, and it was a preserve for top doctors. So later on, we said, but if we lack the doctors, especially in the rural areas, and we needed to get treatment, basically counseling and testing services, we needed to do task shifting. So this helped cascade treatment and care at all parts of the country. So nurses, clinical officers, midwives were trained. And then, of course, the open door policy, Uganda becomes a hub for HIV/AIDS treatment. You can see IDI, JCRC, and many other players. Now, remember I had talked about privatization earlier up there. We had one medical school. By the time I went to train, there were 2. As we speak now, there are 16. So we have more doctors and nurses training institutions. And there was, of course, increased funding for AIDS, TB, and malaria. This is good for the country and most parts of Africa, but it created an osmotic shift because most health workers decided to start drifting to public health. And clinical work, surgery was not, psychiatry, I think we have less than 50 psychiatrists in the country, and mental health is a big issue. We started manufacturing with ARVs in Uganda, and then better diagnostics, RDTs. I remember to do a CD4 count, you had to send samples to the center, but now we have PIMA machines, getting them to the rural areas. And of course, viral load. The health systems became projectized and vertical. Now that means if you had a health center and there was an HIV clinic, because of huge funding from PEPFAR, it was all glossy. And then you'd find the mental health, the other wards were really limping. So that means, that's what we call verticalization of health programs. They're in silos. And then of course, non-communicable diseases and neglected NTDs, neglected tropical diseases, were not well funded. They were forgotten because the new kids on the block were AIDS, TB, and malaria. Now, over the last 15 years, we have seen a shift. There's been prioritization of NCDs, neglected tropical diseases, cancer. When I went to train in medical school, I think cancer was receiving a budget of $100,000. Now it has gone up to $18 million, and the Cancer Institute, which has a department in Mulago, is now established by an act of parliament. Same with the cardiovascular, the spatial autonomy, and we've passed a loan as parliament of $73 million to build a new heart center. Revision of the health workforce structure. Before, nurses would only stop at diploma level, but now we have seen nurses do degree programs, and I think the highest level of nursing now could also be a PhD level. So there's been deliberate investment in infrastructure and equipment, health centers and hospitals. And this has shown that despite all our challenges, because most people usually think that a health sector is about brick and mortar. I think people watch a lot of Grey's Anatomy and all these fancy movies. But there are clear indicators that WHO looks at. One of them is maternal mortality ratio. And ours in the last 5 years has jumped, according to the UDHS survey of 2022, it jumped from 330 per 100,000 to 189. And I think it's one of the most competitive in the region. Despite, and this is at the backdrop of COVID. So that shows even during the pandemic, we remained resilient. The COVID pandemic changes the outlook and approach to the national and global health. And of course, after COVID, we noticed that we needed to revise the international health regulations, which had never been revised since 2005. Uganda has had seasonal outbreaks of cholera, measles, polio, and periodic outbreaks of the hemorrhagic fevers, the big three. And this helped us along the way test the resilience of our healthcare system, including our surveillance mechanisms. It's no wonder that our case fatalities of Ebola in Uganda have never been as high as what we witnessed in West Africa, because every time you're exposed to an epidemic, you build resilience in terms of the health worker and community response. The general health services remained operational during COVID. Now, that sparked government to go into research and development, especially in the pharmaceutical industry. I think there's a deliberate drive to try and support pharmaceuticals on the continent. The biggest challenge is access to affordable financing and of course market. As I come to an end, there's political involvement. The president has been deliberate, especially when it comes to HIV, AIDS, Ebola, and COVID. The political economics behind this is, I think these possess a security threat to leadership. Why aren't we seeing accidents? Professor Manja talked about accidents, the huge thing in Uganda, but that doesn't affect leadership. These a security threat, and that's why any politician will put all their weight behind them. But please don't report me to the president. The role of parliament, of course, those are the pieces of legislation. The Public Health Act of 2022, when I was chairperson of the Health Committee, we had to amend it. It had never been amended in 87 years, since 1935, so it did not speak to critical issues like non-communicable diseases. Now, there is this particular one, Bullet 3, the Traditional and Complementary Medicines Act. We have a lot of herbal medicine, but there are good herbalists and then there are bad herbalists. The herbalists will pick antivirals, antiretrovirals, anti-TB drugs, pound them, mix them in powder and give to people. So again, that contributes to antimicrobial resistance. The relationship between climate and health systems. Of course, Uganda, as mentioned, is at the center of the equator. You can get very many shades of climate based on your suitability, but much as that climate is also is good for human beings, it's also very good for pathogens to survive. Therefore, it's about the survival of the human race, but also adaptability of the pathogens to survive. For instance, malaria. We have seen mutations in malaria that now some of the rapid diagnostic kits are giving us false negatives. As I conclude, these are some of the things we have to have at the back of our mind. The political economy. There's a shift of global priorities. Right now, the new bride is climate change. There are global wars. Who decides the global agenda? The incoming team at Washington may not really be pro-AMR or Planet Health. I can see everybody coming out of COP is so worried what the decisions post-January in Washington are going to be. Andrew is a very good name, but this particular Andrew Natsios, Andrew Natsios was the head of USAID during the Bush administration. And he made a very interesting statement. He said, why would you give Africans ARVs when they can't tell the time? And that's a quote in New York Times in 2000, around 2000, when Bush was contemplating whether he should come up with PEPFAR. So Andrew Natsios was the head of USAID, which is the top arm of US foreign aid. So that's the only bad Andrew that I know. Then, of course, there is donor fatigue, new emerging threats, the ICT age, easy access to unprocessed information, AI. This could be stiff for our health systems. But that bullet of global youthful population, we need to be addressing our mind to the demographics. They are literate, they are tech savvy, they are highly unemployed, they find solace in substance abuse, high teenage pregnancies in the case of Uganda, healthy living not seen as a priority. If you ask them, should I buy data or should I go for a health checkup, they would choose to buy data or the latest smartphone. Deviation from community etiquette and cultural norms. And finally, accountability, corruption issues, opportunities for health and climate change, sustainability. We need to have integration of services as opposed to the vertical programs. It's high time that if you're running an HIV clinic, it should speak to non-communicable diseases. You can't come in only for treatment of monkeypox and not pay attention to diabetes or high blood pressure. And countries should operate not as standalone systems. But I told you, if we have to move forward, like in the case of monkeypox, it's a regional issue. We can no longer do our health systems in silos, and the role of research and development is very crucial. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ayume. Notably, Dr. Ayume was the chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Health, and I think many of us in the country are encouraged when we see the caliber of parliament members that we have. And yes, many Chelseas I know are good people. Great. I have many comments, but I'll reserve them. I'll just note that maybe as we wait for the next speaker, it would be nice for you to look at the booklet and see some of the questions that we're going to be addressing in this session. While we do that, I'm going to invite Dr. Prasad to come and give his comments. I had the privilege of taking a walk to the village with Dr. Prasad, and it was raining and we were having a conversation, and I got to appreciate his commitment to India and to building resilient health systems. Let's welcome Dr. Prasad. As he comes, let me just remind all the speakers to really stick within the allotted time. Thank you.
I don't have slides. Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to spend the next seven minutes or so by doing three things. One, I will start with a quote, and I must say this group has been really inspiring. I got to spend Sunday afternoon and evening with my daughter with several of you, and it's been absolutely delightful. When I was young, my greatest interest in life was to be a bird watcher who traveled and spent time in nature. And I stumbled into medicine and have enjoyed being a doctor. But most of my work over the last 2 decades has been in two domains. One, as a practicing family medicine doctor, which is about generalism, where you don't say, I know how to treat HIV, so if if you have HIV, I do this. And the second is, what are the implications of teams in health systems or in public health practice? And especially in the last few years, I've had several experiences and learnings which have puzzled me. I don't feel any closer to any solutions. And recently, I was at a meeting where a very senior public health professor was speaking about something, and then he stopped for a minute and said, you know what? We were speaking about the exact same issues when I started my career in the 1970s. So I just want you to keep that in mind as context. I'm going to read a quote. Last week, I was at a health systems conference in Nagasaki, and I just want to read this quote and make some points and share some stories, a couple of snippets, and then end with one more quote. Yeah. It was very timely that we began by listening to you, because a lot of these challenges are actually about all of society, and they're about politics, power, and how different groups navigate their self-interest through dynamic kind of interactions and systems. At the heart of all this definitely lies learning. And sir, you made that comment, it's about learning. So I'll read this quote. Policy learning gained, Politics finds its sources not only in power, but also in uncertainty. Men collectively wondering what to do. Governments not only power, or whatever the verb form of that approach might be, they also puzzle. Policy making is a form of collective puzzlement on society's behalf. It entails both deciding and knowing. I found this so profound, and it made sense to several things that I see, but it also doesn't necessarily offer any solutions forward. So I'll give you two stories. I work with a colleague of mine who's an economist, and we are studying the adoption of a publicly funded insurance scheme in the country, which is called Ayushman Bharat. There is a state in India called Bihar, which is one of our most populous states. Bihar has a population of 130 million people, which is as much as all of East Africa, all the countries in East Africa. And more than 50% of this population is below the poverty line and qualifies for this national health insurance. In the last 8 years, for this huge population, there have only been less than 1,000 hospitals, small, medium, some slightly larger, which have signed up for this program to provide services for what actually they can get paid for. And we were looking at why this is so. Of these, 650 are actually public hospitals. One of the big things we found was, so we spent time in several of the districts, spoke with lots of people, hospital administrators, civil surgeons, patients, private hospital owners, physicians. Everyone said this policy change offers opportunities. But the reasons they cannot impanel is because of puzzling policies. For example, you could have a district where there could be a hospital which has very competent services in one sector, and they just want to do, for example, medical services. But the rules are such that, for example, if you don't have a full-time anesthesiologist, which that entire district may not have a single anesthesiologist, you cannot impanel. As a result, there may be tremendous need, there may even be a policy and a payment mechanism, but then adoption cannot happen. Or if adoption happens, there is rapid abandonment of that thing. So stories like this you will find which are innumerable, where there is a mismatch between a priority that is set at a societal or policy level, mechanisms that have been created, but there will be issues in what I'm learning to call as institutions. And Sophie here gave me a beautiful definition recently. Yeah, she said, "What are institutions? Institutions are a set of norms and regulations designed to influence behavior." I think the majority of our schizophrenia or of our mismatches, which don't make sense and which will become the hindrances for collectively at every level, whether you take it at a local level, at a global level, national levels, which will result in us repeating, for example, something that looks great on paper but is essentially unimplementable, will lie at the institutional tensions. That is what actually resides in each of us. For example, many of us, and after this I will end, many of us may be very conscientious about where our food comes from, using a bicycle on a campus, but at the same time, our own carbon footprints, I know mine in the recent past has been very hefty, may have very large footprints, carbon footprints. So these are things which are not necessarily topics to blame or shame an individual, but they represent this form of collective puzzlement. I'll end by saying that, I read this paper a few years back, which I found very useful, and I think this audience it'll resonate. There's a thought leader in global health. His name is Shea Abimbola. Many of you might know of his work. So he wrote a paper a few years back. He said there are 4 uses to knowledge in global health. And all of us here fit into some of them. And most of these uses can be fit to 4 types of personas that occupy this field. One type of persona is called the professor. We're interested in knowledge, and knowledge advances us in our careers or influence or whatever. The second is there are people who use knowledge as plumbers. You use it to fix a local problem. Can I realign a certain policy? There are third who are engineers who say, how can I redesign an entire system? And the fourth are emancipators who have a focus on equity, who use more activistic approaches. I think the way forward, if we have to solve such a complex, adaptive systems challenge such as health systems, where we are trying to look at resilience in the context of everything changing, the Anthropocene, as they say, with resources which never were there in the first place in terms of human resources, supply chains, etc. We will have to really come together, where all these personas will have to come together. So I will end with this. I don't have much wisdom, but I look forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasad, for that thought-provoking talk covering topics like health insurance, the role of institutions. I wonder how many of you started thinking, am I a plumber? Am I an engineer? Maybe we should do a poll and see. So thank you very much for the talk. Our next presenter is Miss Nemeta, who's here. Let's welcome her as she comes to give a talk, and I think she's also going to just make some remarks. Is that correct? You have some.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nirmita, and I'm representing Selco Foundation. We are an organization based out of India and have been working for a decade now in looking at how do you build strength at the last mile, especially looking at our public health systems. This image that is there on the screen currently is one of the key stakeholders we are working for. We work across 12 states currently in India, where a lot of the times to access basic healthcare, this is the kind of travel that women have to make with their children to access. And I think one of the things that we also don't realize is that from an infrastructure resilience perspective, what is most important, one of the most important components is how reliable access to energy is at the facility level, and how does that then hence enable care to happen at the last mile. When we started working in a lot of the communities, this was the scenario. You can't even maybe see it on the screen right now, but most of the healthcare workers were using mobile phone torches to conduct deliveries, do basic checkups, or were using torchlights and candles and things like that. You will also see this a lot in the health facilities, which is your household cook stove for boiling water, for sanitizing equipment, for heating rooms in some of the contexts in India also. And then there is the case of the diesel generators, which are very expensive, and unclean fuels, which a lot of the health facilities also rely on. Pre-pandemic, we were not able to necessarily convince a lot of people why decentralized solar energy was necessarily important. But during the pandemic, the kinds of bills, the lack of diesel then actually showed people why the dependency on unclean fuels were necessarily not so good as an idea. The other way we are able to sort of also see the link between health and energy for us is that we look at what the healthcare requirements of the region are, how do health facilities need to be equipped, and then see that, okay, fine. One of the biggest issues that people face are these out-of-pocket expenses. Either people are traveling, trekking for days to access basic healthcare, or are using transportation, in this case, a Bolero or a Mahindra pickup truck that could sort of take them to the health facility. And there's a lot of burden on the health staff itself, with not just being able to provide care. We've spoken with nurses and medical officers at the field who find the mental pressure of not being able to provide care tenfold worse than actually, finding fuel to basically power their health facilities itself. We are right now in the space where by small modifications to medical technologies and by integrating solar energies, we're able to see deliveries, institutional deliveries really go up at health facility level itself. This is some of the cases where we were able to bring down the energy consumption of your baby warmers from massive 1,000+ wattage to under a 500 watt, which basically means that you can double the kind of centers that you're powering. And now, recently also, we've been able to work with medtech developers who are able to now bring that down to a mobile phone charging capacity, which means that you can imagine the cost of investment to powering a center can actually be multifold. And you have cases like this where people are now suddenly being able to trust in the medical system, because when you actually show up for your delivery or to sort of bandage that certain accident that you sort of had, there is actually service being provided at the health facilities. There are sort of spaces where deliveries can happen at night. And it's not just your advanced medtech, a basic light at the health facility is also creating, enormous impact. Actually, I'll do this slide first. We are actually in partnership. Last year, we launched this program with the government of India, where we are looking at 25,000 health facilities being powered by, next 2026. And this was not a very sort of small number, because during the pandemic, we saw a lot of evidence being built up of how energy was improving systems on the ground, public health systems. But what we said was 25,000 is still, in a country like India, a drop in the water. It's maybe less than 10% of the public health institutions in the country. So we have actually till date worked with multiple state governments to power more than 4,000. The states like Meghalaya and Mizoram in the northeast, which are the most remotest, completely sort of supporting tribal communities, are 100% powered at this stage. And with WHO, which is already doing a lot of work in the African continent, we're also sort of facilitating technical advisory with them to work with similar countries with similar sort of contexts where processes and models could be replicated and owned by the local ministries. But what does that mean for uptake currently has been, I think, the biggest challenge, because it's easy, and a lot of powering of health facilities programs look at the rooftop, power it, or sort of just design and deploy, but there's no sort of thoughts behind maintenance, operations of these health facilities. How does it integrate into the public health systems that the state or the country has? So one of the biggest things that we've been looking at are operations and maintenance models, which basically means how do you integrate a call center within the Department of Health that can actually check up and see if the health facilities are functioning? What are the reasons why your systems are breaking down, or why that day there was no power in the facility? There are also remote monitoring devices that are getting installed in all of these health facilities that are helping people in actually gauging this offline, saying that, okay, fine, this is the kind of like there's a dashboard that sort of is there at every state level that can actually help you understand what is the scenario, how many of these are black spots in our current maintenance. It's also helping states in understanding what is the delta cost of maintaining something like this, because there are spare parts that need to be housed locally. There needs to be a lot of it's a very complex system, but there needs to be a lot of strength that needs to be built at the local level to be able to facilitate that. We have also trained a lot of local solar enterprises in all of the states, so that both implementation and maintenance is locally owned and sort of remains within the local economy. What is also important for uptake is last mile, because if you go to, I can give you one of the examples. There's a health facility that we have powered that's in the borderland region of Assam, which is almost on the border, right? So they even don't have local, networks for phone calls. And having established a solar system in that local region, the doctor for the first time was able to perform a delivery, a little bit of a complex delivery without having to refer this mother to a district hospital, which was kilometers away, which he knew for a fact that the mother would never survive that distance, right? So, but to now sort of build trust within that local community that, hey, this facility is actually going to support you in sort of, providing your basic care services and not even thinking about the complex, becomes very important. So we've been looking at how do we train the local ASHAs, which is your health worker, volunteer worker at the community level, your ANMs who are your nurses at the village level, to become, influencers in certain ways, to be able to talk about the benefits of solar as well as what is happening within their health facilities. And what becomes very critical is designing this with all of your blocks, right? Because in India, you have a very decentralized system of governance also. So you can't just design something at state or at facility level and then, wash your hands off. You need to build ownership at the block level, which is your, cluster of village level. You have to build ownership at your district level, where multiple stakeholders then become part of designing why, should this area actually need telemedicine versus having, your battery-powered vaccine carriers versus a drone system for delivering medicines. And all of those things becomes, very important in designing a very complex program like this. I'm going to pause there. I don't know if I've gone over time, and I'm looking forward to some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nirmeta, for sharing your experience in India. I've been listening intently, and I think they're very interesting models that, especially we in Africa, if you talk about operations and maintenance, I think we are keen to have conversations to appreciate the models that are evolving. Our final speaker is Saraswati, and she also is going to give us some remarks without slides, and I look forward to listening to you. Let's welcome.
Thank you. No, I don't have any slides. I'm good. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having me here today, Lena. It's been an interesting morning, and I've been here since yesterday listening to many of the talks, and the lens that I bring, while it talks about my coaching journey right now, but the lens that I bring is from a perspective of the consumer. And I have a few case studies that I have worked on and which I thought would be interesting, primarily in the healthcare space. So in a country which is 1.45 billion people, and we have 22 official languages spread across 28 states and 8 union territories, and about 1,600 odd dialects. I think one of the biggest challenges we've always faced is how do you communicate to the audience? How do you get them to be aware and adopt while there are so many programs that are being run at multiple levels, but what happens at the last mile? How do you really get them to kind of influence, make the change? It's interesting that Nirmeta brought up even ASHA workers and how they become the last mile change, but a couple of case studies from my experience that I've worked on, which I thought would be interesting from a perspective of sharing today, is UP is one of the most, after Bihar, populous states in our country. It is the 4th largest, and Population Services of India wanted to do awareness on family planning. And one of the things that we realized was that while everybody speaks to the male and is trying to get him to adopt to using condoms for safe sex and also family planning, but at the end of the day, it's the woman. And she's recently gotten married into this household, and there is suddenly this, imagine a girl who is in her early 20s to mid 20s, has been educated, just about started doing some kind of work as, she's probably working as a secretary, or she's working as some kind of an intern in a place, and there's family pressure for you to get married. And once she's gotten married, the next thing is the pressure of her to have a child within a year of marriage. How do you empower her to decide when does she want to really have that child? And the decision then moves from the male to the female. And she is not waiting for her husband to have safe sex or decide family planning, because he's under pressure from his family that he needs to now deliver a male child within a year of marriage. But she's not ready to have a child. She's just about gotten into this new family household, trying to figure out the dynamics, doesn't want to quit her job, has, aspired to get educated and wants to kind of move forward, and now she's forced to have a child. How do you communicate her? How do you kind of get her to be the one and empower her with the right tools so that she can then decide when she's ready to do that? So the challenge for us then moved from addressing the male and trying to sell condoms to him to instead selling contraceptive pills and empowering the woman to then educate her to kind of say, okay, I will have a child when I'm ready to have a child. So I think that for Population Services International was one of the biggest move and the biggest changes, because our entire communication strategy then became about completely focusing on the woman, empowering her, and then getting her to be the one deciding on it. So that's one thing that I thought I would interestingly share with you, because that would be a limelight in terms of where the shift happens. A second case study that I thought I would like to share with you is about way back in 2002, there is a company called Dumex that wanted to launch into India. And they are into infant formula and supposedly the closest to breast milk, and in a country and a space which was primarily kind of owned, if I may say so, by Nestle. There's this new player who's trying to get in. And one of our biggest challenges was that typically pharmaceutical companies, especially in this space, would try and speak to the pediatrician, because the focus would be to use the pediatrician as an influencer to talk to the patients or the mothers or the parents and say, okay, I'm prescribing this because you've either had a C-section or you're not able to lactate enough, and this is a great way in terms of you providing a holistic nutrition to your child. But what we again realized is that the relationship between the pediatrician and the parent is very new. And it's just about kind of taken place after the child is born. And she doesn't have that equity and credibility with him. So the strategy that we used for Dumex is that why not talk to the gynae? And get the gynecologist to be the one who recommends it if it's required. Because she has built a 9-month relationship with the gynecologist, having been through the whole journey of pregnancy, and has built equity with him. So if the gynecologist recommends an infant formula brand, chances of her adopting to it is far more higher than a pediatrician coming and saying, why don't you try this new brand? Especially in a category and a space wherein you have a brand like a Nestle who's owned it for so long, and then you have a new player coming in. So again, a recommendation on who influences the last mile. And how do you select the right person and the right category to come in? So from a communication perspective, a different lens and a different case study in terms of providing that as a solution. Last but not the least, it was interesting to hear Nirmita talk about ASHA workers. I did a project for Johnson & Johnson, and at that point, again, because of the fact that they had feeding bottles, the Indian Academy of Pediatricians had completely banned them, and they didn't want anything to do with Johnson & Johnson. And this not only affected their primary business, but also all the other categories which were involved in childcare, like talcum powder and massage oils and diaper creams and everything else that's required, which is a standard gift that people give when they go to meet someone who's just had a child, is typically a Johnson & Johnson's baby kit, which will have all the things that are required when a baby is born. And it was all getting banned because nobody wanted to use Johnson & Johnson products. But what we realized is that a new mother has a lot of questions, and she is looking for answers and is very intimidated by the doctor and doesn't want to ask him the questions. Chances are that she's talking to the nurse, and she is educating herself and asking all the fears, myths. I mean, suddenly there's this new little one and you don't know how to hold it, nurse it, take care of it, bathe it. And the person that they go to for all those answers is the nurse. And so we decided to run a nurses training program, which was funded by Johnson & Johnson, which educated all these women, all these nurses, in terms of how to handle a newborn. And while there was no product or a brand obvious fix, we would just say it's good to use a mineral oil to massage, and not coconut oil or not any other oil. And the only other oil that was available, which was mineral oil at a pharmaceutical store, was a Johnson & Johnson mineral oil. Or it's the fact that you need to keep the baby's bottoms dry, and hence it's good to use a talcum powder. Or you need to do this, or use a gentle soap. So everything was plugged in a way when the actual person went to purchase it, the guy across the counter would hand over a set of Johnson & Johnson products. So it was it was just kind of automatically kind of happening without it being kind of explicitly put out there. So just thought these 3 case studies would give an interesting perspective of A, consumer fears, how does one look to address it, and what should be the right channel in terms of helping influence these so that the last mile adoption happens. So that's it for me. Thank you for listening.
Please join me in appreciating these 3 case studies. Did you know there were 1,600 dialects? I mean, I'm trying to wrap my brain around that. So let's have some support to ask the 4 panelists to come. Just one moment. I think we have the 4th speaker, Sanjeev. Sanjeev, it's on me. Please join me as we get the final speaker for this.
Thank you very much. No problem with that. Thought I was going to get away very lightly, and I thought I'll sneak away and make life easier. Firstly, I would like to thank for the opportunity to be a part of this incredible gathering of minds and inspiration. Since I've been here, it's just been overload of information that's coming through, and it's a privilege to be in this gathering. My name is Sanjeev Srivastav. I'm an elected local councillor in the district of North Saanich. but I'm attending this gathering in my personal capacity as someone who has been working on multidisciplinary activities and introducing physics into policy making. So just a little bit of an idea where we belong from. So that's Canada, top left, right, pardon me. Below is the island of the Vancouver Island. We're a tiny community there, and this is the real map that we belong to. It's the district of North Saanich. But before I continue, it's just I need to acknowledge that North Saanich is situated on the unceded Coast Salish territory. I respectfully acknowledge the Sekum, Powcochin, and the Sayout First Nation on whose ancestral land I live as a grateful immigrant settler. Academically, I'm a physicist. As a person, I've been shaped by being born in India, lived in Kenya, Zambia, South Africa, and now for the past decade in Canada. So who I am, I don't know. I'm somewhere here. So like every community, just a brief idea of putting in context the community that we're dealing with. It's a district of 12,000 people spread over 36 square kilometers, with 50% of the population is over the age of 55. So we are heading into more of an aging population, of which 40% of them have either a PhD or higher degrees. So it becomes a challenge whenever you want to introduce something new. So in addition to that, we have the conflict in terms of the airport. We have right in the center the airport. Around it is agricultural land, and then in the periphery are residentials. But despite that, we have over 50% of the land is forest. So that brings into a rural recreational community, and it comes in with an interesting challenge into that. 2 years ago, I don't know what happened to me. I decided to enter into elections. From enjoying physics, I went into politics, but not to the level as what Honorable Charles is doing. That's hats off to what you can handle with them. So yesterday, there was a very interesting quote by Harriet about food fights forest. We are dealing with something different where it's greed fights forest. So slightly a different scale, but it is about, for most of the community members, it's about bonanza for land developers, which is swallowing the green space with increasing housing unaffordability. Since post-COVID and new rules about housing needs, the price of land has gone from $160 per square feet to $750. So it tells you the interesting pressure we are coming into. But as an elected public official, I believe that the policy decisions have to be evidence and data driven and based on local needs. So it's almost going into hyper-localization rather than looking at the larger regional area, looking at a council as a district in a smaller, and then expanding it into neighboring districts. That's where the intention is. And in order to drive that, we have been working using the governance model of the ISO 37000, which introduces what the purposes is, what the principle of governance will be. So every policy that we bring into play has to identify through all these goals that are there. In addition to that, we've been trying to use the indigenous teaching of the medicine wheel, which seeks a balance in emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. That, to me, is what fits into the concept of planetary health. And in that, so what we try to do and what the portfolios I tried to grab onto were agriculture, climate adaptation, indigenous relationship, economic prosperity, largely to keep them away from us, and water and wastewater commissions. So it's encompassing quite a large group that we are looking at. In here, as part of the mayor's advisory committee on what the district should look like for the next 20 years, we adopted this models, which was the donut economic model, which talks about both the social foundation as well as the ecological ceiling, introducing the index from the environment performance index. So anytime that an application comes to the district, they have to identify what impact it will have, as well as does it address anything from the UN SDG. And together because we have largely an aging population, we're trying to introduce wellness index, including carbon footprint. So we are still on that path of what should be the right model for us to go into. Recently, we have also introduced the survey for loneliness and social isolation, looking at the demographics we have, and we're looking forward to the data to see how do we move the district forward. So it's not the same challenges as what we have heard over the last few presentations, but it highlights that mental health has to be brought into this focus as well as emotional. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev, for that illuminating insight. I think it's a rare finding to have a physicist legislator. And did you notice he sneaked in an equation? He couldn't resist the urge. So let me ask the panelists to come up front. I'll be giving you some snippets from their talks. And as I mentioned, the panelists are going to ask each other some questions. They're going to have the first cut. So Dr. Ayume was talking about politicians taking seriously those things that are a threat to them. Did you know that 2 presidents in East Africa succumbed to COVID? Just if you can reflect on that. Honorable Ayume, I also wanted to let you know that the resilience we built in Uganda, our neighbors are taking advantage of it. And I'm happy to let the Vice Chancellor know that the Ministry of Health reached out to the Institute to support a mission of the Ugandan government to Rwanda to support the Marburg outbreak. So when you have systems, they can actually be. So what questions do you want to ask each other?
Thank you very much. Last one, starting with all the interesting questions. So my question has been, what are the challenges you face in order to convince people the misinformation that's out there on whatever issue with regards to health, with regards to vaccination, with regards to the progress that's needed? So open question one at a time. I'll ask with Charles.
I think does he need to repeat it? Because I disrupted the, do you want to say it again?
Thank you. It's the challenges you face in order to implement policies and in order to combat misinformation and disinformation that has become a norm in this century, especially with social media. So how do you deal with that?
If I looked at it from the political lens, sometimes there's a mismatch between science, logic, and the evidence, and what is in the politician's mind. At the ground level, politics is about that party staying in power. Whether it's a Democrat, whether it's Republican, in Europe and I think also in Africa. So sometimes there's that mismatch. As the evidence is brought and transcended upwards, sometimes the politicians will look at it through a different lens and will channel resources where it makes more sense for the politician at the expense of the people at the grassroots. So it's a very tight situation to be in, but we sometimes try and maneuver, and it's one of my biggest challenges in Parliament. I've gone in with a technical brain, but I have to convince the outright politician that this is the way to go.
Yeah. I think, Nimita, you deal with a lot with communication. Do you want to? Okay. Whichever order.
Okay, I can do it that way. So I think what's interesting is that we are trying to scale a solution within the health space that a lot of stakeholders don't necessarily yet believe is a problem to solve. Yeah, I know it's shocking, but it is true. And also then to scale means to work with multiple stakeholders. And what sir was saying was completely correct, right? People have very different motivations to uptake any kind of solution. And what we've been sort of observing, and I can give you the state of Maharashtra maybe as an example, where there's already active powering programs, state mandated, running by districts. But a lot of the times, when we go with our approach, people be like, which approach is the correct way to go about it, right? And there's a lot of evidence that you would need to then sort of prove out to a politician versus administration, like an IS officer, versus a medical professional, like in this case could be a doctor. And sort of balancing that act has been very sort of interesting. Bringing in money to the table has been also very moving, and when you don't have that as an offering, then it becomes tenfold. So we've been able to see the role of, say, champions within the systems prove out really well. Like if you have an ex-IS officer who is like an administrator within that space, and they are saying, follow this up, it becomes easy for the uptake. We were working with WHO in Sierra Leone, and we had an ex-presidential candidate who then mandated to them, saying that this is something you should follow up with. And then that became something that was a real easy sort of entry for us. And I think as practitioners, it became very important for us to then identify those players within the space and then follow through with them.
Let's hear from Saraswati. You deal with pregnant women and communication and all.
So my perspective is that it's always important to understand the consumer, the end consumer first, and the person's environment, landscape, who the influencers are. And once you've kind of kept that person as the center of the universe, and you've identified who the influencers are, and then start talking to those influencers so that then they can help communicate to them or make the shift that's required.
Great. Thank you.
I'll just add that often it is who you're communicating with and understanding what that message actually means to them. Many messages which make sense at one level and are seen as impactful or sometimes profitable may actually be a threat to several others. And it's important to kind of acknowledge that. I have a question. I think the biggest tension I experience is around issues of power and money. And in so many programs, whether you write a grant, whether you seek funding, financing, you want human resource, you want whatever, the implicit assumption is that while good should happen, it should also be profitable. Always. How does one work through that?
We have to.
It's for everyone.
We have two panelists who are close to power and money, hopefully. So. Any comments from Sanjeev or Charles?
Sure, mine is a much easier answer. As a local district, we have very little power in most of the decision making, other than being able to give grants to few individuals or organizations. But in terms of health decisions, it's actually a federal or a provincial issue. So even trying to conduct a survey on loneliness, I had fellow counselors saying, that's not governance. I don't know what they mean by that, but that's what their statement was, and they didn't want me to get into that. So at local level, you can garner the support, build the momentum, and then push it to the higher state. That would be the way.
Okay. Charles, do you have any comment before I ask the audience to jump in?
You talked about financing and profitability.
Yes, for example, we had a conversation the other day about why vaccine manufacturing in, say, Uganda cannot happen as efficiently. And the conversation was about the profitability of, in a certain market size, of 43 million, where, so in effect, it's very difficult to establish local production capacity to cater to local needs, fit for purpose local needs, because the realities of ensuring profits within large industrial systems comes into play. And we know it's very challenging. How does one navigate this?
As government's pockets are in quotes deep, and they can operate at loss making. But if you're to interest the private sector, one of the first things they need to look at is profit, because a lot goes into research and development. And with profit is that whom are you selling with, what is your market size? Some time back I tried to interest Serum Institute of India to come and develop vaccine capacity in Uganda. And the first thing they asked me on phone was, what's your population size? Said 44 million. They did a quick computation. 20% of that is under 5s. And they said, sorry, we can manufacture your annual need in 1 month. That means 11 months the conveyor belts are redundant. So you need to look at the regional markets and the continental market. Now, unfortunately, Africa, we still operate in silos. This is my space, we can't, so we need to first break the barriers of market to be able to interest big pharma to come on the continent and invest. Short of that, our markets are really very small clusters. You saw the maps. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah, I'll indulge the Secretariat to give me 5 minutes so that the audience can jump in. I'm sure there are some burning contributions. Let's have microphones.
Thank you. I have a very simple question for Dr. Charles. What's currently the budget for antibiotic resistance surveillance in Uganda, reflecting on the past example of the budget you had for cancer, which was around 100,000 some years ago and now 18 million? And I wonder whether a strong investment to start with on AMI is something Uganda is currently considering.
Yeah, I suggest we take a couple of questions and then the panelists. Jan, please help me with the mics.
This is actually just a comment, but maybe also some comment then in return. Communication, different health systems. So I think back home, which is Germany, people who are on state insurance, they don't bring a lot of funds to the doctors. So they really want them out of their consultancy room as soon as possible. So this means very little communication. In other settings, like in Tanzania where I worked, you simply can't, you have 5 minutes for a patient, so you do the minimum of communication, which leads very often to non-adherence to medication or whatever. And I think a lot of prevention is actually in communication, but our systems do not allow for it. So at least in the more northern systems, I see a gap of communication, and also a gap that needs to be filled potentially by a health communicator, a new profession that we don't have yet. I just wanted to gauge again your experience, but it has been very enlightening anyway, how you also have very little time. So how do you make the best out of the time you have with the patient or with the client or the participant to get across the most important information for whatever outcome you desire? But I think the overall in terms of health management is really prevention when we talk to people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have 2 more comments. Your neighbor just at the back, and then I think the gentleman at the end, up there.
So thank you very much for very interesting and diverse perspectives. COVID has shown us that we are only as strong as our weakest link. So how do you think, and any of you can answer from your perspective, we can address these weak links that we've seen from COVID in the health system? And my second question is, we talk about, or we hear this is the new mantra. The new mantra is climate resistant or resilient health systems. What do you understand by that? Thank
Great.
you.
Final question.
Whenever we speak of resilience, we know that it pays in future in avoided costs. But whenever we talk about multilateral system negotiations or within national governments or within subnational governments discussing resilience, there's always this resistance to put money forward to build resilience in the immediate future. So my question is how, in the governance systems, how resilience as a tool or as a simple indicator, primary indicator can be included in policies?
Interesting questions. So panelists, we need to wrap it up, so if you can keep the responses crisp, that would be great.
I'll just maybe answer two and leave the rest of the panelists. On the issue of COVID, I think it can speak to very many facets, but I'll address myself to two issues. One is, I mentioned that healthcare systems cannot operate in silos. They have to now start talking, either across regional bodies, across continents, and across the globe. When we had our Ebola outbreak in September last year, we had to convene a meeting with the help of WHO in Uganda, and we invited countries that had had the Ebola experience. We had had previous, but there are those that had freshly had the experience: Equatorial Guinea, I think Liberia, Sierra Leone, Democratic Republic of Congo. And we had a meeting in the capital city, the ministers of health, and I think that's the way to go. Revise the international health regulations. I think, I don't know if they have been ratified by WHO, but there are some small clauses in there that are stagnating progress. One of them is, much as the pathogens are discovered in certain parts, the research and development of vaccines is elsewhere and the profitability is elsewhere. So how do we as countries, like in Africa, have a stake in that pie? If Johnson & Johnson makes the Ebola vaccine in the United States, how do we as Uganda, because your sample collection was done in Uganda, how do we partake part of that? The issue of antimicrobial resistance is, I would comfortably say we don't have like a single budget because it is spread across different entities. I told you about verticalization of programs. Ministry of Agriculture is failing to integrate animal health. We're trying to preach One Health, but when it comes to implementation, they're saying, no, our budget line for animal and plant medicine should be different and so forth. So it is spread across different subsectors of the health sector. Thank you.
1 minute each, thank you.
Yeah. We actually do have a lot of strong health communicators in our ashas in India. I feel like prenatal, post-delivery, like they know generations within families and are able to sort of support systems in that manner. And I feel like they're the biggest sort of tools that we have, highly exploited and underpaid, but definitely the most sort of the most actionable at the ground in communication. And the other thing was around how do you sort of put in money for resilience and sort of look at policy. I think one of the things that we've tried to do very heavily on the ground is that make sure that people are not looking at climate and resilience as something new and not looking at it as a new siloed subject that needs to be introduced. We're saying that health already has these principles. You're anyway building health facilities, you're anyway looking at medtech research, and you're doing a lot of work already, and our sort of main game has been integrating that into existing policy and saying, you don't have to create a new NPCCHH, which is your climate change for health policy within India. There's already sort of infrastructure and money coming in to look at health system strengthening. So it's all about sort of talking to people, saying that you don't need to look at separate items of monies or looking at philanthropic monies or World Bank. There's already sort of systems within the existing national and state governments that you can unlock for climate resilience. And we've obviously leveraged that for energy, but can be done for other sectors too.
Thank you. I'll just make 3 comments. First of all, I completely agree with you. As a clinician and public health practitioner, a lot of prevention happens through communication. So 3 points. One, for example, unnecessary antibiotic use. When someone comes in with, a child comes in with respiratory infection, if one is able to explain and provide support, then the antibiotic is not required. Second, completely agree with you that if we can leverage the prevention messages we want through actors who exist and amplify messages in the community. But one challenge, there are 2 challenges I see with this. One is ASHAs are increasingly being co-opted into data collection agents. And the second, Saraswati, this may be challenging as well, is there's a lot of co-opting of covert messages which may act against the goals of public health or health in general, which sometimes people in a health system get co-opted into. I think I'll just make those 2 comments. Thanks.
30 seconds.
No, I just had a point wherein she was asking about, when you have such short duration with the patient and how do you and communication is key, right? And Dr. Prasad would be able to throw some light on this later, but I just feel that in India, doctors have very little time, and the more senior the doctors that you want to approach, they probably give you time in seconds. But what helps is that they have a team of people that they're working with, and usually a first point of contact is one of the team members, wherein you're able to elaborate a case history. So by the time the actual doctor sees you, whose point of view, whose experience and wisdom you really want, he's got the overall message from his team member, and you're not wasting that time, or the doctor's not wasting his time to trying to understand an hour-long or 2-hour-long case history. So that's always been helpful. So that's it, my 30 seconds.
Great.
Thank you. Just a quick one. Post-COVID, one of the things that happened being an island nation was we have supplies only for 72 hours. Since COVID, the population has increased, and now our supplies have gone to below 40 hours. So if there's any earthquake or something, off we go. There'll be no respite for us. And that's where resilience in terms of food sustainability, water purification systems is critical. And that also includes having access to medical facilities.
Thank you all. You can see the panelists and the audience want to continue the trialogue, but as your chair, I want to bring this to a close. Thomas, I just wanted to mention that the Honorable Ayume, we supported him to launch a parliamentary forum on AMR. So this has not been there before. We hope that this organ will lobby for more resources for AMR to address that situation. Please join me in really appreciating our panelists for this comment.
Thank you. To get through with all the things we do, we cancel this coffee break as well. That was, of course, a joke. We want you to collaborate more. So in the coffee break room, you will find information about 2 of the institutions you're here. There's Laura, who represents the One Health Institute from the University of Zurich. And of course, we have several colleagues from Makerere University. Use the breaks to connect. If I can have the young minds stay back in that room out there before you go for coffee, that would be great. And I see I still have your attention. We would like to seed a further thought. We have another gift for you. So we could secure a seed grant of about 4,000 Swiss francs to nurture any of the ideas that are coming out of this meeting. Because what often happens, you have this fantastic communications, this fantastic conversations, but they're not really grand schemes that can fit like kicking something off, like igniting that spark. And so we will be able to offer like one seed grant of 4,000 Swiss francs. We have just two base requirements. One is we would like each of the 3 countries to be represented in this grant, and we would like to have at least 3 different perspectives or disciplines in this grant. We will communicate later how exactly to apply, but it will be a very like simple process because we will need to sign off on it this year. And please be back by 11:22.
It's a strong moment of reflection, and this is needed. In the first day, so yesterday, we looked at the elements, and I think Aristotle and Plato would be very happy with us. We looked at fire, water, air. This is the fundament. These are the ingredients. We realized that with these ingredients, things can go wrong. There are consequences, and there are consequences in a way that people have to move, and there is really the situation, and Harriet really elucidated very clearly in her global health talk, that there are huge, huge challenges now and in front of us. Now, to tackle these challenges, first of all, we need to really understand, we need to listen to what is going on from different perspectives. I would invite my dear speakers to give and share all these different perspectives, and we really have a set of very interesting thoughts, and we're gonna make best use of these thoughts, pick their brains during the panel discussion, and of course with all of you, dear participants, dear audience. Our first speaker is Dr. Santanu Chatterjee. Please come on stage. A warm applause. Santanu is a clinician and a researcher at the same time, and a huge experience in terms of travel medicine, global mobility medicine, if I could say so, living in Kolkata, and is a wonderful ambassador on different sides. He knows Switzerland very well, and he knows, for example, what's going on this side on the planet, and knows also about the different situations in sub-Saharan Africa. So, Santanu, I'm glad you're here. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Yeah, okay, good morning still. Okay. Thanks, Jan, for inviting me. And thanks, Jana and her team, Lena and her team for this wonderful work. I wouldn't have been able to make it. Had surgery 4 weeks ago. So anyway, I'm out of my comfort zone. So you will see me dancing around. And so I'll start with, I was told to just give a prologue to this session. So mind the gap. So I bring you greetings from Calcutta, which is a small city in the eastern part, about 15 million people. And people call it the soul of India. Interestingly, the first metro rail and the first mobile phone came into that city many years ago. So with this interesting contrast, I do a visiting lectureship here, and we have a collaboration with Jan and his department at the KPC Medical College for about 3-4 years. So I'll carry on. So one sec, okay, I have to get used to this. So internal displacements, I'll talk about in South Asia, just a perspective to give you a perspective. If you look at the, we talk of millions in South Asia, as you may have realized from Switzerland. So we talk of millions. So the blue lines are one which are internally displaced by disasters, and the red ones are because of conflict and violence. We don't have that much of conflict and violence if you compare it with the disasters in terms of internal displacement. So people moving within the country for these reasons. So if you look at this in 2022, 2023, I think you can far make out that the people moving due to sort of disasters are much, much higher than the people moving because of conflict. So with this kind of perspective, I'll get you onto extreme climate events. We've had wonderful talks yesterday. And if you look at this map of India, this is, looks at cyclone in the green parts, and we are all familiar now with the cyclone coming up in Chennai. And this coast, this green block here, then of course this famous coast in Andhra Pradesh, then up there in West Bengal where we are. These are all the cyclone-prone zones. Typically, we also have cyclones on the other side here. We have droughts on the country, and as someone mentioned yesterday, we also have floods. Now this is very contrast, from drought to flood, and from flood to drought can happen in the same place. So more drought to flood happens than flood to drought, just an idea. And mostly in the northeast, the floods are there. This is the Brahmaputra Valley, which is famous for flooding. And your connection with One Health is with the rhinoceros and with the wildlife in Kaziranga, which really floats away during this. It's an annual event. And then, of course, the Gangetic Delta. So the next one, maybe I've missed one side on the other side. So about 75% of the districts are prone to climate events. And a high percentage of erosion occurs in the coastline. Very few people talk about this. And so in our little state of West Bengal, we have the highest shoreline erosions happening every day on and off. And this results in displacement of, again, millions of people. So just to put a different perspective, so if you look at district-wise flood and cyclone, we even have a map for that with this wonderful article here, which looks at how many cyclones you have, and they grade it from light blue to dark blue. So obviously you can see the dark blues are here. And then, of course, the cyclones coming with the flooding. So flooding generally occurs all around the country at different points in time, just to give you a little perspective. And of course, this particular cyclone, Amphan, just after COVID, created havoc in our part of the country. And I'll talk to this because I'll link it to my next talk, next bit of my lectures. So remember about Amphan, huge destructions. We had floodings. It even went to Calcutta. Trees uprooted, forget about that. There was no electricity. So everything was in a bad state for about 3-4 days. And right up in Sundarbans, it was much worse. So the other interesting perspective I'll give you is about internal migration and interstate migration in India. And I'll only pick on this paper, which talks, we have had a lovely introduction about Bihar in the morning today. This is Bihar. And Uttar Pradesh. We will just talk of the marginalized people here who are actually mostly moving to Mumbai and its surrounding areas of the industry and to Delhi. So these are the mass migration. And of course, here to Bangalore, which is now coming up in a large extent. So migration occurs. If you were there in the poultry farm, there were people on the side, carpenters who were working. And they were talking in my dialect. So I actually walked up to them. And they are from West Bengal. So they come here for 3-4 months. They do carpentry, they go back, till the soil, so there is movement going on. So interestingly, each little corner, you will find that internal migration has taken place. People in the hotel here who serve you, most of them are from Northeast or from Nepal, interestingly. So nobody looks at this population. So interestingly, so as we get on, the migration can be seasonal or permanent. You know, people move, come back again, as we said, or they can move and try to settle down. These are usually subsistent farmers, marginalized populations, someone affected by cyclone, floods, and they move on because obviously it's money, socioeconomic, which is driving them. Interestingly, some want to come back. Not everybody wants to go and settle, so that's another interesting aspect. So obviously we've talked of climate and poor agricultural yields. And mostly it occurs in this belt, from these belts, because of agricultural affection because of climate. The climate changes bring about poor agricultural yield, then they have to think of other means, okay? They leave behind the children and the wives, so there's vulnerability population there. And in Sundarbans, there's another additive part about trafficking, which we never talk much about. In Sundarbans, which is right here, that's what we are going to talk about a little bit. And poverty becomes really the urbanized. So they move, they get urban, as we call slums. I call slums, it's not a nomenclature, I call it informal urban settlement. That's the word we use. And obviously there, the healthcare sanitation is absolutely abysmal. So, so Sundarbans, my favorite, is a tidal delta. I had the privilege to work with an NGO around for a couple of years trying to help them, so that my perspective is from that angle. So everybody knows about the tiger. So everybody sees the tiger in central India, but these are the tigers in Sundarban. They are different. They are shorter, smarter, tougher. They have less prey. They have to negotiate these pneumatophores. So they have less prey, and people, when we talk to the people, they feel, they aggressively, they look at you. They say, oh, the tiger is looking at you, but we can't see the tiger. But they also kind of swim a lot. The interesting thing is, they are adapted to drink saline water, which the other tigers are not. So it's increased how the animal adapts. And if you want to bring in One Health, then, if you find a tiger having seizures, cerebral cysticercosis. So if you have a tiger doing this to you, it's not nodding its head. So cerebral cysticercosis is very common. Trypanosomiasis is very common in tigers. Leishmania infantum is very common. So, bringing the One Health in, mostly observed in zoos. So anyway, so with Sundarbans comes this area to give you a perspective that there is the human habitation here, then there is the core area which is dark green where you're not allowed in, and there was fencing. The fencing was to keep the tigers in. During Amphan, the fencing collapsed. The tigers didn't get enough prey, so they jumped into the villages. They ate a few of us up, and this always creates news in the paper. Yeah? And then you have the intermediate area, which kind of is the buffer zone, which kind of makes, where the tourism is there to a small extent. But now increasingly, people are visiting the Sundarbans. So mind you, we have 1/3 of the Sundarbans in India, 2/3 is in Bangladesh. So it's like a continuity. And here, right here, there's no boundary. So, there are trawlers moving across, and, all kinds of stuff goes on in that end. So rich biodiversity of flora and fauna, about 4,200 square kilometers in India. Of the islands, 54, they're all islands, little estuaries, creeks, and islands. 50% are inhabited, the rest are for the tigers and the crocodiles and whatever else. Average 82% humidity, yeah? And rainfall is, we're talking in thousands, 1,900 odd millimeters. So population of 4.5 million people here. Interestingly, half of them are below poverty line. So it's an impoverished subsistence community there, living on eking and out of the agriculture or our honey collection, timber, stuff like that. And when Amphan came, they were really affected, and there was big migration from Sundarbans. So declining land mass, and that's what I'm going to talk of, a little bit gets eroded. So when the tide goes up, the tide comes down, it's taking away a little bit of the land, yeah? And also during storm surges. So that's interesting. And of course, we know sea level is rising, and this causes massive hassle. So erosion, very interestingly, if you look at this, happens, these blue parks are all gone. By year-wise, they have seen it through satellite, and there's erosion constantly occurring. There's also some little new mud getting deposited, but not a lot. And it's very interesting, because I'll talk to you on that little aspect before. And this is a very typical erosion. So there's erosion, there's a little hut. In the next erosion, this is going to break down. And this family there is going to be on the road. The male member has to think of where he's going to earn. He's going to think of going to Calcutta, or does he want to go somewhere else? And there are contractors in the middle who will take them, exploit them. So there's a whole system on, yeah? And the ladies will work as maids somewhere or be taken to Delhi or wherever, and so that cycle goes on. So interestingly, migration is not one-way event. It's a continuous event, circular, it happens here, and that's very interesting. So you get submersion due to rain erosion, then you get the emergence of the sand bed. So people again settle down on the sand bed. Again there is erosion, they move out. Again, when the new mud comes. So there is, in that settlement, people want to stay there. But it's sheer economics that drives people away. So that's Sadia, which was a friend of mine. He reported this. So she woke up one morning and found that water had come in and dragged half the house down. She had 2 little dolls which she salvaged. And that's all she did. And then she was thinking, yeah, what is this little girl thinking, sitting there with her dolls? That whole life is washed away, overnight. So it's there's a lot of emotional and other issues here which are playing also. Because we tend to look at migration, he comes to the city, earns some money, goes away. But there's a whole issue behind it with the family, the emotions. Imagine that your house is washed away. And you have nothing much to do, and you have no government support. So you have to look at the local councillor, local MLA, who might or might not help you. So storm surge, a tidal surge, as I talked about, and then the fields get salt water in. So once your rice field gets salt water in, you can't grow anything there. It's gone. So the only option is prawn farming, and prawn farming means a lot of pesticides, and that land cannot be cultivated for 4 or 5 years. So think about that. It gives you some money maybe, but that's it. So flooding, coastal erosion, as we said, and there's something else which we don't talk about, is river erosion. The rivers even erode. And so I'll just give you a brief about that. And settlers, they become landless and homeless. And it's not a disaster till, it kind of goes beyond his coping ability. He tries to cope. He moves to the neighboring, island or neighboring place, tries all his coping mechanisms. But if he doesn't, then he just gives up and he has to think of migration. So in that context, if I look at of Calcutta here, the Bengal Delta, where do people move? They move to South India, they move to Kerala, and somewhere to Mumbai, and mostly working in Gujarat and Mumbai, where all the industry is. And the story is that in Kerala, you can talk in Bengali. This is our dialect, because most of the plumbers, most of the masons are from India. And in the trains which go from here, they are absolutely packed to the gills. And it became evident, they poked us in the eye when COVID happened, and these people wanted to go back home. Then suddenly the government woke up and said, oh, we have so many people of our state is outside. So this was the sort of below the radar kind of thing happening. So COVID, maybe one good thing was put this into the limelight. So I'll just give you an idea of riverbank erosion, and I'll round it off after that. So the Ganges River, very interesting. Our part, we get a little one, and Padda is the other one which goes to Bangladesh. So if you look at the years here, it's very interesting. So up, it was a thin river, the blue one, a few banks. It's 1700s, the mapping 1900s. And then in 1961, 62, they had the brilliant idea, within inverted commas, to make the Farakka barrage. The Farakka barrage is here, which kind of puts more water downstream. That was the idea. And it made less water go to Bangladesh, but what it did was make the Ganges upstream much fatter, much wider. And with wideness came erosion. So interesting how we try to do a development, and it might kind of backfire in the long run. They didn't know at that time. And so if you look at these islands here, these are the gray ones, are the islands which are forming, and the sandbars are the yellow pits. This is constantly changing. And with this, there is erosion here, erosion from the bank, and this mud is going in. The river upstream is like an anaconda. So, it's slowed down, it's become wider, bigger, like an anaconda after a meal. Yeah? So strong erosion, left bank upstream, so the districts there, they erode the land. So they become landless. Even downstream, the right bank, they erode. There have been villages downstream to about 70 kilometers downstream, which has disappeared completely in last 20 years, and last 30 years. Intensity of erosion obviously increased when you got the barrage in. And about, again, 700,000 people have been displaced. This is a rough calculation. So riverbank erosion is something which we don't much focus at all, or we never think of. So 8 square kilometers on an average annually is removed by the river, only in this bit. Yeah? So just that this is something which we never talk about in our meetings. So I'll just finish off with my favorite Ghora Mara Island. Ghora Mara means Ghora in Bengali means the horse, and the Mara means killed. So the horse was killed. So we had a British gentleman many years ago come with his horse, and the tiger ate the horse. And since then, the locals call this little island Ghora Mara. And I'll bring you to a little bit of a focus on that. So Ghora Mara is up here, little island here. Next to it is Sagar Island, and then it's the sea. The Sagar Island, there was another island here also, which got submerged. Now people had to move to Sagar Island. Everybody moved. Now Sagar Island is creaking, with infrastructure is not there. There's huge flooding. These blue bits are all flooding. They have a temple here, where there is every year in January, there is a big mela, which is like a festival and fair, and people come all over. So they have to come by the jetty. And I just read day before yesterday that the government now wants to make a bridge. But what about poor Ghora Mara? That's left high and out there. So if you look at the years, it's constantly getting eroded. So the population has come down to half. They have only one post office there. They have no electricity. So the people were in dire straits. They had to go, they were poor marginal farmers, had to go to the mainland here and depend on the ferry. So with Ghora Mara, if put it in a perspective there, this is Ghora Mara, this little bit there, in perspective of the Sundarbans, just to give you an idea how little it is. interestingly, this impact of riverbank erosion, if you want to put it to paper, are of three kinds. There's a social impact, homelessness, migration, etc. There's an economic impact where you lose the land and you have risk that you, again, from below poverty, you go into extreme poverty, and then there is, improper health and connectivity issues. And the interesting thing here on the other side is the blue and the red. You look at the lines there, it will tell you with the years how much erosion has taken place. I don't need to point it out. If you concentrate for half a second there, you will know what erosion is all about. So Guatemala Island, after a high tide, just a picture from, again, another journalist friend of mine. So completely devastated. It happens annually, yeah? But interestingly, I will end with a positive note. So Guatemala Island just recently got this. What is this? This is the largest off-grid solar facility in India. And it happened because the island is so small, they can't put the electricity line across. It doesn't pay. So it pays to put a solar plant there. And 70 rupees is what the household will now pay for a line and connection. And they're hoping that the livelihood, the people's life will improve with this solar plant. So here are the kids running about. So, and the other interesting thing I will leave you with, if you've heard this news, that there is now what is called a planetary health physician in Finland. So I will leave you with these two positive inputs for discussion, and I'll thank you and leave you here.
Thank you very much, dear Santanu, for giving this perspective and really giving an idea what it means and take it really down to earth. I think that's what is needed. And we see also there is a lot to discuss from this different perspective on a higher level than looking at also legal aspects, social economic aspects. Our next speaker is Dr. Amrei von Braun. Amrei von Braun is somebody who has been since a long time in this realm of dialogue days. So she's very used to this scheme, and I could see in the last 2 days she's not alone, not at all, because she knows a lot of people, but she has new friends, and there's new friends, or even it looks like an old couple, because they got together, Santanu and Amrei, before we all planned or we settled these different cases, and they thought of how they could present cases. So this was a case from your perspective. Now we have cases from back home, but looking into the south, back home means Leipzig for Amrei, but Amrei has many homes, so please, stage is yours.
Thank you, Jan, for the kind introduction, and also especially for introducing me to new friends. You've done this many times, and again these past few days. Yes, so I'm from Germany, and what I would like to talk to you about today within the next 10 minutes or so is a little bit on refugee and migrant health from my setting. I've brought you 2 stories of patients that I treated and still treat, and I hope that these stories speak for themselves within this context. Just to give you a little bit of an idea where I live and work. So within Germany, I am based in the region called Saxony. And within Saxony, Leipzig is the city where my university hospital is based. This is one of 3 university hospitals in the Free State of Saxony, next to Dresden and Chemnitz, with about 1,500 beds. Just a word to Leipzig. It's actually the birthplace of the peaceful revolution that led to the end of the GDR and finally, ultimately, the reunification of Germany. And still today, it's a very liberal, open-minded place. However, it's a very fun place, so please do visit. However, the downside of the region I want to also outline is that Saxony is a very conservative, I must say, more or less far-right voting place. the last election this year, this region voted 30% for the far right, which is especially important if we're talking about migration politics and refugee rights also within this region. Luckily, most of the decisions so far are being decided on a government level, not on a regional level, but just to give you that background. So 2 stories I brought you. Number one is this, the war in Ukraine that has been going on since the beginning of 2022 at the latest. Actually, parts of it started 10 years ago, but the current issue has been going on since 2022, and in the course of this violent conflict, about 1.2 million Ukrainian refugees have found their place in Germany. And my first story, or I must say, these refugees are a little bit different admin-wise than other refugees coming to Germany, as in the beginning of this conflict, the German government decided to automatically label all Ukrainian refugees as vulnerable, which bypasses the normal administrative process that refugees have to go through if they seek asylum in Germany. So these Ukrainian refugees don't do that. They just register themselves, and then they can automatically work, live wherever they want, and receive social services as they need. So this is a first and a special situation compared to people coming from other regions in the world. So my first case was wounded in this region on the front lines of this conflict, and because the wounds were so severe, he was transferred to Kyiv, but on his way there, he received 7 operations outside of Kyiv, so somewhere here. 5 of these were focused on the abdomen, and 2 of them were trauma operations. And then he finally made it to a hospital in Kyiv that has a cooperation with, or is linked to German government institutions such as mine. And the way this works is that they reach out to hospitals in Germany, not only trauma, but also oncology, etc. And they then organize military transfers to Germany. Not all German regions participate here, but our hospital does. And the way it then looks is that we are informed that about 30 patients at a time are planning to come. They are transferred from Kyiv by plane to Leipzig, and then the units are more or less cleared and space is made and they can come. So he was on one of these planes that finally made it to Leipzig, and what we saw is a 36-year-old male, and I'm trying to keep this as little medical as possible. What had happened was a landmine explosion quite close to him, and which he jumped away from, but it was still affecting his wounds, and then when his comrades practically carried him away, he was shot by guns multiple times. This was in August. So the injuries that we saw when he came, or more my surgeon colleagues saw, was the penetrating shrapnel injuries to the abdomen that were still there, and then multiple open fractures of the upper and lower limbs. Like I said, many operations, and then Leipzig. I brought you 2 pictures, not the abdomen, but the legs. But before I show you that, maybe a quick impression on where these surgical interventions in Ukraine are done currently. This is a picture from last week from Science magazine, which just outlines under what conditions they are operating in the front lines. And what they titled this picture with was war-torn Ukraine has become a breeding ground for lethal drug-resistant bacteria. Now, this is, for us, nothing very new, because we've been seeing this for 2.5 years, and actually this is also, the problem of multi-drug resistant bacteria in Ukraine is also not new. The country was submitting their microbiology data to the specific institutions, and they were being analyzed by the ECDC and the like, so we actually knew what was going on in Ukraine before. So the issue of AMR, I don't want to get this wrong, is not an issue of the war, but it's nonetheless important in the context of the war, because now any infection prevention and control mechanisms are completely out of place. I'm just saying they weren't perfect before either. So these are his wounds. And of course, yes, when they come, they are isolated and screened for multi-drug resistant bacteria. And I must say this is one of the biggest challenges for the patients as such, because our surgeons can do wonderful things, as surgeons around the world do. They can really make a difference here, and rehab is an important part of it. But if you have a multi-drug resistant infection, this can really go wrong, and it often does. And sometimes it's not possible to save these limbs. Now, in his case, we found 2 bacteria, and some may be more familiar with these than others. These are 2 gram-negative bacteria that are very common hospital-acquired infections. And as you see here, the microbiology team gives you a sense of which kind of antibiotics they tested. And if all of this is resistant, then these are no options for our patient, right? So this is a very, very difficult to treat situation. And just to make this very clear, this is not a screening. This is the result of his microbiology from bone tissue. So we have an osteomyelitis, at this point chronic. That is due to very drug-resistant bacteria with very limited treatment options. And also, due to the nature of this infection, it has to be treated for many, 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 many weeks. 10, 12 weeks can happen. And during this time, our biggest challenge is to prevent bloodstream infection, right? So just as I mentioned before, these are the data from Ukraine, or from Europe, including Ukraine, from 2021. Analyzed by the European Center for Disease Control for these 2 specific bacteria, Klebsiella pneumonia and Acinetobacter baumannii. And you see here that we knew that their resistance rates to here, let me quickly see, to carbapenems were very high before the war, and also in this situation here. So we knew what was going on, and now we just see it in these patients exceedingly. I would like to pause this patient here, if we can talk about it later a little bit more, but shift our focus onto another route, if I still have time. Oh, really? Okay, I'm going to be really fast. So second patient, which is really important just to mention her, from Cameroon. She fled with her husband across here, okay? Then, of course, horrible times in Libya with physical and sexual violence. She went across the ocean, lost her husband on the way, had a 2-year-old with her, and then finally made it to Leipzig. Now, I really wanted to mention this route because I see a lot of patients from here and they don't get the attention that they should. These patients, these refugees cannot choose where they live, and they cannot work from the start. They are registered and they enter this place here. It's a refugee camp in Leipzig that we are responsible for from an ID perspective. It houses 800 people, and you never know if you register there how long you're going to stay. It very much depends on where you're from and how your chances are. So when I saw her, she was 27 years old and pregnant, pretty far pregnant. Unfortunately, this was the result of sexual violence on the way. She, as I mentioned, I think she has lost her husband. She was newly HIV infected, and she was clearly in distress. The 2-year-old as well. So this was a long talk about HIV and about the prospects, and trying to reassure her that her newborn can be born without HIV and everything will be fine. But I remember that talk is exceedingly difficult, and yeah, she was visibly stressed. And what happened then is that the institutions decided, oh, she was registered in Leipzig, but now we have space for her here at the Czech border in a village that looks like this, okay? So no one talked to us, of course, that we have urgent medical reasons for her to keep her here, and also social and reasons. And they transferred her to a village like this, 500 inhabitants, conservative, far-right Saxony. So for us, that meant a lot of phone calls, a lot of letters to finally get her back, but it took weeks, and it was for her especially difficult. Then, of course, things don't go well. They continue to go poorly. Labor in the week 33, she was rushed to a hospital. They noticed, unfortunately, that there was a complication with the child. It had a so-called gastroschisis, which means that the intestine is outside of the abdomen. So that hospital transferred her to us, and they did a cesarean section on her, and were able to repair the birth defect that this child had with this very interesting technique where the intestines drop in slowly over the course of days, and then finally the stomach is closed. I really wanted to talk about her because this was a challenge. So I would stop here, and sorry for taking too much time.
Thank you very much, Amra, and I can understand why you wanted to present the second case. I think it's really important also for our discussion. So our next speaker is Dr. Andrea Farnham from our institute back home, Epidemiology, Biostats and Prevention. She's a very experienced epidemiologist with a keen interest on what is going on and what could be seen with big data, people moving, being very descriptive, and also looking at different conditions. So please, Andrea, the floor is yours, and we need to upload, no, not upload, just change the slides, please. Did you get an applause? No. Not yet, an applause for
I'll
Andrea.
survive. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. As Jan mentioned, I'm an epidemiologist, and I'll be talking a bit, yeah, that's it. And I'll be talking a bit about my work measuring mobility using digital data sources, thank you, and why I think that is so important for planetary health. So I want to start off with just telling the story of how I got involved in this topic. And again, this involves a little bit of a shift of location. Back in 2019, I was working together with a team in Mozambique. We were investigating the population health impacts of natural resource extraction. So again, another intersection with planetary health. And for those who don't know, there's a lot of natural oil that's been, natural gas, I should say, that's been discovered in northern Mozambique in Cabo Delgado, so that's heavily being developed there. And then as we were doing this field work, for those of you who also don't know, maybe I should say a few things about Mozambique as well. It's a very interesting place in terms of planetary health. It's usually on these climate indexes. It's listed as one of the top 3 countries most impacted by climate change. And here, one of the biggest problems, you can probably guess from seeing the coastline, are the increasing impacts of cyclones. And we really saw this during the fieldwork. It was completely interrupted in 2019 by the very close succession of several tropical storms, one of which I think was the first level 4 tropical cyclone to hit the coastline of Mozambique. And it really created almost entire destruction of the coastline in Cabo Delgado, where we were doing field work, and slightly more south as well. And again, it's a very interesting setting because you can immediately see how this intersects with so many other topics that we've talked about: economic pressures, political pressures, and civil unrest. And this disaster was exacerbated by the fact that there was the reemergence of local violence that had existed there for a while. And it became much, much worse to the extent that many people started being displaced by this combination, this intersection of these two forces. And this grew and grew. I think eventually it was estimated around 1 million people were displaced. And here's just some of the headlines that were emerging at the time. It was really one of the worst humanitarian disasters in the last decades in Southern Africa. I think it didn't get as much attention maybe as it could have, partly because COVID came shortly afterwards. But it really was a terrible thing to watch unfold from far away, together with my colleagues from Mozambique. And so I became very curious as a researcher how exactly they were tracking and responding to this crisis. And I realized, as many of you probably know, the main source of data for tracking where people are going are these DTM reports from the UN International Organization for Migration, the IOM. And here is an image from the DTM report of the time, and each of these triangles represents where they would go. They would literally send in people to do field work and count people, to do site assessments, which health facilities have been destroyed, talk to local people, see what's going on, and then register internally displaced persons. And as you can guess, this is a hugely time and resource intensive process. And it's also dangerous in the context of there was ongoing violence and civil unrest. And then it also leaves these huge gray zones where we just don't know necessarily what's going on. And a lot of my research until that point had centered around using digital data to try and track human mobility. And I thought, can we use digital data to improve on some of these methods, to supplement them? We'll always need on-the-ground assessments, but can we understand better what's happening in these gray zones with using new data sources, things like digital data? And I started this project. There is a lot of existing data already out there at this point, and some of it is being used in disaster management already. And I started with looking at World Pop data, which maybe many of you have heard of. It's a major initiative. It's funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and it combines many different sources of data to help us understand where people live on a much more granular level than before, because this is a big problem in and of itself. When you see these presentations we just saw of how constantly people are moving, can we count them? And they use census data, but then also satellite data, other data like lights at night, and they combine those in a model. You can go to their website to hear more about this, to give very high spatial resolution data, so 1 kilometer, of where people are living. And this is even disaggregated by men and women and children. And so you can see for all of Africa an image that they have created of school-age children and where they're living. So in yellow is the highest density of school-age children in Africa. So I used this data for Cabo Delgado to analyze, can we see long-term what this looks like, population change? Can we use World Pop data to do so? And so I created this map. And so this now is the opposite of the scheme on the previous page. So the high density regions are the dark regions. And I also had access to the health facility data, so you can see where the health facilities are. And I was able to see before the crisis, roughly according to World Pop, what the population density looked like in Cabo Delgado. And then I analyzed it year over year to see in 2020, after the crisis, well, what did it look like then? And you can see the darker areas are the areas that experienced in-migration, so population growth. And by far the highest was in the capital city, Pemba, with a 9% increase in their population from 2018. And this, again, it corresponds roughly with what was found by on-the-ground research. So I felt comfortable with being confident in those results. But then I also wanted to look at a more granular level. Okay, well, we know that people are moving to Pemba City. What does it look like? So this is a satellite image composite that I've created of the area around Pemba City. And this was in 2019 now, and I created a series of these. And again, this is not a methodological talk, so I'll skip over that part. But I used machine learning to help classify land use and how that was changing over time in near this area that I already knew was characterized by high in-migration. And the purple pixels are the urban pixels, so that's where the city is. Dark green is natural vegetation, the light yellow is grasslands, and the sort of middle green is agriculture. And so what I did was a change assessment, so what changed over this time period? And you can see areas in green are areas that pixels that increased. So in other words, it changed from some other pixel to, say, water bodies or natural vegetation. And in red is where they decreased. So you can see the overall trend that I picked up was an increase in natural vegetation and a decrease in grasslands. Agriculture is a bit more mixed. It sort of shifted. And again, there's much still to be developed with the methods, but I think this gives you an idea of maybe what is possible, especially with real ground truth level data. So one thing I think you can already see from this study and also from the other presentations we've heard today and yesterday is how much mobility is inextricably linked with planetary health. This is a story about climate change, also conflict, land use and food security, urbanization, and reservoirs of vector and waterborne diseases. And there I just want to briefly mention that I've also used this satellite data to look at this I did together with someone else in Ghana to see how before and after chemoprophylaxis, how we could predict where there would be environmental reservoirs of schistosomiasis specifically. So that's another promising area that you can use this type of digital data is to understand how vector reservoirs are moving. It also, of course, is related to human health. As an epidemiologist, that's always what I'm looking at. Disruption in access to healthcare and other essential services, and economic activities and resource extraction. As I said, that was originally the reason why we were in the area. Despite all these links, as we've said so many times today, I hope we'll find a way to solve this. I hope we can discuss this in the discussion. Despite these links, most of this work on these problems is being done in silos, right? We don't talk to each other when we're working on these topics. The next point I want to make that maybe is a bit of a paradigm shift that I'm hoping will happen is that mobility is part of a healthy planet. I think we need to shift the way that we talk about what mobility is. We tend to talk about migrants as one big category, and I think that logically just doesn't make any sense. People are mobile for all sorts of reasons. Everyone in this room has been mobile for career or personal lives in ways that were beneficial. People who are forced to migrate fall into a very different category. And even different types of people who are forced to migrate fall into different categories. And I think that's an important point. Mobilities are complex. And now this is not my research. Disclaimer, this is the research of a colleague I've worked a bit with, Julia Kieslinger in Germany. She's a social scientist who I think illustrates this complexity so well. So this, again, we're moving where we are to Ecuador, and she did interviews with people living in this rural village in Ecuador. And now this is just one family that she interviewed, and not even the entire family. It was a family of 12. And she mapped out their entire life timeline. So each row, the first two, the respondent was the father, and then the mother, the wife, and then their children. This is the first 6 of their children. And in gray is when they were in the town, and then the colored parts are mobility, periods of mobility in their life. And you can see almost everyone except for the mother who did not want to be mobile was mobile at some point in their life. Many of them moved to work. The father, for example, spent over a decade working remotely at an oil extraction company, and many of the sons as well ended up working there. Many of the children were mobile for their education. The woman was later mobile to become a cleaner in a nearby city. There was mobility for childcare reasons. Many different reasons, many different needs, many different life points, both beginning of life and end of life, right? All of these are different. And mobility, I've often heard it said, well, if we talk about climate change, that is an adaptation. But then I think there's a big gap that we also need to talk about is what about the people who are not able to be mobile? What about the immobile populations who are left behind, who don't have the resources to migrate for better economic opportunities, et cetera? And I think one thing to emphasize here that I realized is that the existing epidemiological methods are not really sufficient to capture this complexity. So this is something I've been thinking about very intensely, is how can we make epidemiological methods better to better serve people at different phases of their life and how they deal with their health problems when they're on the move. And this is the second big problem that I hope we can talk about, is our systems are almost all set up for stationary populations. And of course, I'm usually talking about health systems as an epidemiologist, but this is just not the reality that we're living in, right? So how can we create more mobile, more unfragile health systems? And this is just briefly where I will plug my project that is starting in April. So it's a hot topic for me. I'm hoping that I've gotten some really great inputs on what I can look for in this study now. But we're calling it the Klima Project. And really we're looking at the impact of climate change and urbanization on maternal and child health in Mozambique. Again, using digital data, satellite data, but also other sources of digital data. And this is a very simplified schema of what we're hoping to explore here, which is how does climate change affect social transformation, which then affects health? Can we explore that nexus? And again, we've mentioned this briefly, but there's a lot of evidence emerging that there's very gendered impacts to this, and this is really what we're hoping to dive into. And so I'll just leave you with this final message, which is that I think to achieve a healthy planet, we need to think of, measure, and plan for mobility in a new way. And I think that's a major challenge facing us.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for giving your perspective and also introducing, I think, very also challenging new thoughts, provocative, and maybe coining also new terms. And I think there's really food for discussion. So our next speaker is Dr. Sara Nampewo. She's the deputy principal of the School of Law at Makerere University. And she will share her perspective from a legal point of view. And I'm very excited to hear what you're going to tell us. So please, a warm applause.
Thank you very much, John. And thank you for the invitation. It's been quite a learning venture. I was wondering throughout listening to all the science where I was when others were doing their chemistry lessons. Yeah, I guess I was doing my literature and history, but it's a pleasure for me to be here. And I'm going to be talking about the tensions and dilemmas of Uganda's refugee hosting arrangements, which is part of the migration discussion that we are having today. My presentation focuses on the health implications arising from the refugee hosting programs that Uganda is currently implementing, which of course are part of the larger globalized economy involving people on the move and with implications for One Health, for climate change, as we have been seeing. And these things, as we've been discussing, are very complex. They involve multiple actors, and there's therefore a need for us to talk about them in an interdisciplinary dimension. So that map shows the refugee-producing countries that come into Uganda. As Dr. Ayume mentioned earlier, we are surrounded by fairly volatile states, the Great Lakes region, and Uganda is on the receiving end of many of these visitors who need to make their way. You can see many of the visitors are coming from South Sudan, they're coming from the DRC. Just recently, we've got big numbers of people coming from Sudan, which is the newest conflict that we've seen. And most of the visitors, most of the people coming in to the country are coming because of the armed conflict. So it's a forcible movement. The map on the right is that of Uganda, and it is showing the places where the refugees enter and settle. And some of those areas are areas that were, by the time they settle, the government has identified them as free areas, but also areas that are near the forest reserve. So that is something that I would like you to keep at the back of your minds as we are discussing the issue. When we talk about receiving of refugees in the country, this is something that is really big. In 2016, Uganda received more refugees than the people that crossed the Mediterranean into Europe. And by the way, it is not a new phenomenon. Within the 1940s, Uganda hosted over 7,000 nationals from Poland. It is the largest refugee hosting country in Africa, Uganda, and the third largest in the world. We have an estimated 1.68 million refugees in the country. So what are the migration policy issues? I would like to focus on the human rights issues, but also the policy issues. And as you saw titled from my presentation, the tensions and dilemmas of Uganda's refugee hosting arrangements. Yes, we have an open policy framework for receiving refugees, but what does that mean in terms of the dilemmas, the things that we have not really thought about in terms of hosting these visitors? Uganda is said to be a refugee haven. We operate an open border policy. That means that, you know, we welcome everybody, and actually the BBC stated that Uganda was the best place to be a refugee. What does it mean? That our refugee policies and the refugee laws are very progressive, they're very welcoming. People feel at peace when they come into the country. I'd like you to interest you in the fact that we had a recent census, 2024, in August, where the national record is to the fact that we have 1.6 million refugees that we are hosting in the country. But the census only managed to capture over 700,000 refugees, meaning that only these 700,000 out of 1.6, about 50% of the refugees that are coming into the country identify and were caught by the national system as being refugees. Why are we regarded as a welcoming state? Well, because of the refugee policies, refugees are viewed as people who can contribute positively to the economy. Refugees enjoy the social services that citizens enjoy, more or less equal rights. Just like citizens, the only thing possibly they can't do is to vote. When Amrel was discussing, I equated the refugees in Uganda to the situation of the Ukrainian refugee who can come into the country, settle in the refugee camp briefly, and then move out. So they are able to access social services, to access property. They have a right to work as well. And Uganda implements the 2016 Global Compact on Refugees. This compact enhances refugee self-reliance through programs such as being independent, acquiring land, vocational skilling. So people really are able to come into the country and move out into the various parts of the country to be able to live in and integrate as part of the population. Now, one of the things I'd like to focus on, which has policy implications, is the issue of land. Yes, there's a right to access property. So when the refugees come in, they are allocated a plot of land within the host population, and they use this land to economically support themselves. So they are expected as refugees to economically support themselves by utilizing the land through agriculture. Of course, this is supplemented with some cash handouts from the UNHCR. And actually, sometimes we see emerging social conflicts and tensions with members of the host community because the refugees are regarded as better off. They get cash through UNHCR, they have land. Sometimes they even rent out extra land from the locals. So there are those social tensions that come about. They have better health services. Sometimes they even have better schools. So in terms of comparison to the host communities, the refugees are actually better off in terms of the health service provision compared to the host community in many times when the UNHCR comes in. But we also see that this policy, this open border policy where they come in and they're given a plot of land, may often result in two challenges of shortage of land. What does it mean when you give a refugee family a plot of land, which is not always enough because there are conflicts with the host population, there are challenges about inadequate land for agriculture. So what results is overcultivation in those small plots of land, and which results into environmental degradation, sometimes climate change. The overcultivation requires the need for fertilizers, which in a way also contributes to the climate change, the release of the greenhouse gases. Now, because one of the things that the Global Compact on Refugees does is to enhance the self-reliance, the focus on land, giving land, so people become attached to the land and they seek out more land. What has happened is that because much of this open land, the accessible land that is given by the government to the refugee population is near to the forest reserves. Now, the growing population has resulted into more pressure on the limited resources, the limited land, and we see the loss of the land cover, the forest cover. 94% of people in Uganda use biomass fuels for energy, for domestic purposes, but the result is that there is deforestation and clearing of land for agriculture use and also for economic purposes. And I'm not saying that this is only because of the refugees. I'm just saying that we need to look at the picture together. The refugee hosting, what it means with the growing population in Uganda, with the hosting arrangements of the refugees, what that means to the pressures for land and also natural resources, which results into the environmental degradation. So the pictures there you see are pictures of deforestation in northern Uganda, where we picked up those from our research study, where people are clearing land, but also not just clearing land for agriculture, but clearing land to sell the trees for charcoal. Charcoal selling is one of the economic enterprises that we found very actively in Uganda. In fact, Uganda has lost 41.6% of its forest cover as people really, really rely on biomass fuels for domestic purposes. That said, just to note that there is a presidential ban on charcoal production. Most of the charcoal is coming from northern Uganda. There's a presidential ban on charcoal production in northern Uganda. What does that mean for people who rely, the 94%? What is the policy issue in terms of domestic sustainability for people in northern Uganda who are relying on this as an economic activity, for the refugees who are coming in, and also for the people in the southern part of the country who really need this for purposes of fuel. The other thing that I'd like to emphasize is the challenge of presuming that all refugees that are coming in are agricultural based, or that they are going to be interested in agriculture. I think the settlement and the land provision fails to put into consideration the non-agriculturist refugee. So the assumption is that everybody will want this piece of land, will want to work on the land, and we negate the other options for livelihoods. Because of this, we have seen an uncontrolled migration in the search for work, especially the youth. The studies that we are coming across, the literature shows that many of the youth are not very much interested in agriculture. They don't want to wait 12 months, to harvest their crops. They want, instant money. So we see a lot of the youth moving away. So with that comes the challenges of urbanization that have been discussed here before, and I don't want to belabor that. As the population grows, the urban areas also become more crowded, and what does that mean for the health, the easy transmission of diseases and the like. That picture shows the landfill that collapsed, and I think Professor Mayanja mentioned that yesterday. I mean, because of the pressure, the movement of people into the urban areas, people can come in, get a small piece of land in the urban area, build their small house. The pressure, the strain on all our services, including also on the waste management. So really what I'm trying to discuss is that, yes, we operate an open border policy. We are very welcoming. We've been stated to be the best recipient of refugees. But what does that mean about the policies and the impact that has not really been thought out? What does it mean on some of the aspects in the country or with regard to health? Lastly is that picture, which also Professor Mayanja mentioned. I remember seeing it on her slide. The options. So you're bringing in a big refugee population, and you're assuming that they're all going to be interested in agriculture, but that is not always the case. Where are the youth going? If you've been to Kampala, you're competing, driving a vehicle with the border. So the border economy is one of those that is providing, a livelihood for the youth. And I'm not saying these are only refugees, but it's one of those opportunities that is easy to get into. Of course, there are policy issues. the non-regulated urban migration, the open border policy. I mentioned the fact that we're not able to catch or track all the persons that are coming in. The census could only pick up 700,000 out of the 1.6. So issues to do with the, controlling internal migration, issues of urbanization and planning of towns in order also to deal with the health implications that come from there. Many times we don't think about what these borders mean, but it just means that we are importing these motorcycles, and in the next 10 years, we are going to have so many youth with back problems, because maybe we are not training enough doctors who are going to be dealing with all these, and these youth they ride on these bicycles for over 12 hours a day. So there are issues to do with the need for us to look at the science, but also to look at the policy frameworks, and these to be able to talk to each other, but also perhaps also the need for global collaborations, especially as we talk about movement of persons and supporting refugees. We can't keep calling for more refugees, but not thinking about what are the internal implications. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sahara, for really also setting the stage, the policy framework that is so important, legal aspects, and being a true expert from a country that is a true expert also. I think it's number 3 in terms of how you stated it, receiving refugees worldwide. I think Uganda has a huge challenge in this regard, and it's really interesting to hear how you tackle and where the challenges are still. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Bernadette Kumar. Please come on stage. And I must say, I got to know you only this spring, and I really feel sorry it was so late we met, because it was a wonderful discovery, and I thought she should come also to this conference. She was talking about planetary health, and also in terms of planetary health, all the consequences and migration mobility. And she was pointing out a very interesting aspect. I feel it's so important as a message, and I think you're going to build on that. There are also many positive aspects. Of course, there are a lot of challenges, but there are many positive aspects, and I think that's something we don't want to leave you just with, dark signs in the sky, clouds. There's hope also. I think that's the point you made at that time, and I'm sure you have many more things to share. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jan. It's a real privilege to be here for 2 reasons. One, because I'm out of my comfort zone. I'm not with my tribe, but I believe in making new tribes. Also, I'm home. So it's both my professional home. I've studied here over 40 years ago from St. John's Medical College, and my ancestry is from Mysore and Bangalore. So really good to be here. I have at least two challenges. One is the fact that I'm between you and lunch, and the other is that I have a lot to say, so just fasten your seatbelts. Okay, are you ready to go? Yeah. So, all right. So I'd just like to acknowledge also the other authors and the Lancet that I'm co-chair of. The world today, and I completely agree with you, Andrea, when you said that we have to look at things differently. We have to stop with the Band-Aid, because the patient Earth is not doing well at all. Definitely needs resuscitation. So I'm just going to cover very briefly 3 areas, a bit of the scene, and I'm going to talk about the considerations and how can we work together, which is why we're here. I'd like to start with global health priorities. And if you look at these 3 pictures, and if I had time, I would give you a quiz. But of course, it's climate change, the first one, COVID, which represents pandemics and also other challenges that we see both with the human health, but also with animal health. And then the third is conflict. And all of these 3 things, migration is a cross-cutting issue. And it is also an independent determinant of health. Climate change, very little I'm going to say, because there's a lot that has been said and a lot that we can discuss. But I think one of the most important things is we shouldn't get caught up in the numbers. And I say we shouldn't get caught up with the numbers, because if 60 million are going to migrate, or if 40 million are going to migrate, the challenges and the needs of individuals will still be there. So I think what we'll have to look at really is country level adaptation and how we deal with that. So I think that skills building is going to be very important. Of course, I'm not going to say the global climate action is not important, but as we've seen, we shouldn't look upon that as the panacea to really resolve all the problems that we have. Forced displacement, we're seeing that all the time. And again, at the same time, forced displacement should not mask any longer the trends. And I'm very glad you talked about some of those trends, Andrea, because we need to look at that and we need to see that this is a continuous cycle. But of course, being human beings, we always focus on what is very dramatic. It's like a flash in the pan, but this continues. And I think Santanu, you also told us about that this cycle of displacement, settlement, movement continues. The pandemic was a magnifying glass. It really showed us what we lacked and where we needed to act together. But are we doing that? No, we're still continuing with the Band-Aid, and I'll come back to that later. I'd also like to talk about people on the move, because people on the move, we look upon them as if they were one faceless, nameless mass of people. But they're not the same. They're very heterogeneous. And who are they really? And here comes in one of my favorite areas to talk about is terminology. And if I showed you the picture, which is the picture of the boat, immediately everybody will say, oh, refugees. But if I asked you about the other picture, you'd say, oh, people. Yes, correct. But we call them expats. So, but they are migrants, both groups. But we don't recognize that. And this is the power of terminology. With one word, we reduce people to the bottom of society. And we've got to stop doing that, because actually all human beings are resources, and we need to look upon that. And this is the face of cross-border mobility. They could be anybody from anywhere with any profession. And that sometimes we just forget, because we're so clouded with the media images that we get that we don't allow ourselves to look at them as human beings. And thank you, Amray, for sharing that very strong story, because you were looking at the person. And that is what a lot of us need to do, rather than just say refugee, migrant, worker, etc. But we also know that the percentage of people moving around generally remains stable. But of course, I've talked about the heterogeneity, and we also have this combination of people. There are steady flows, there are stagnations or people left behind, and we also have the crisis that we have to deal with. And we have to look at all these groups. We can't pick and choose, but most of the time there is cherry picking, and the cherry picking is done a lot of the time by the politicians, also fueled by the media. You might think at the end of this that I don't like the media, but I do, but we need to engage with them. So migration has a cost. The poorest cannot migrate, we know that. There's the low skilled move to familiar destinations, high skilled move to high income countries. And here is the good news. So the good news is this, that we have to stop looking at migration as a problem to be solved, but rather look and see what does it offer us. And if we look at the trends, and if you look at the demographic trends, and I'm sure the demographers in the audience will say, I hope they agree with me, but this is the World Bank really, that high-income countries are seeing aging. We're seeing shrinking populations. So of course we need hands. It's not enough just to have the heads. And where are these hands going to come from? They're going to come from the labor migration that we often ignore. Middle and upper middle income countries can't really rest and say, oh, but that's not our problem, because fertility replacement is at low levels. And so the demographic pyramid here as well is starting to revert. So there are going to be transformations. And low and middle income countries have a group of young and booming populations. And if they are not harnessed, which is our future, then we are going to run into a lot of problems. So therefore, we need to really look at these changing needs, new patterns, not only at numbers, but also at skills, and what are the human resources that we can use. We haven't really looked at, and this was the question I asked in the morning, and I think many of you will recognize, especially those of you from Africa, and that's one of the wildebeest migration, and it's, I think, one of the most memorable moments of my life to see it. And those of you who haven't done that, I can recommend it. So, but we don't really look at human migration and migration in the animal kingdom, don't even talk about plants and what is happening with the soil or anything else. Why should we bother about migration? You know, it's really somebody else's problem. We don't really need to look at it. And I can give you all the arguments. There's the rights argument, there's the racism argument, there's the economic burden. But my favorite, and I have to say favorite, is the humanitarian. And many of you will recognize this picture of this little Syrian boy who died. And the French Prime Minister said, he has a name. His name is Ahmed. And I think that's important. Please remember that every person, every migrant, every refugee is a person. And the refugees will keep trying until they succeed or die. And this is a picture that you can see from COVID when the migrant workers that Santanu was talking about were moving across in India. We know a lot. And so I'm not going to say that we don't have data. But at the same time, being a researcher, being an epidemiologist, of course I want more data. But I don't want more data if nobody's going to look at it and nobody's going to use it. So I have to say that we have a lot of the Lancet series reports that have come, and so we have a lot of data. The question is, how do we use this data? I would also like to say that we have a new Lancet series, it's just a commission that has just been launched, Climate Change, Migration and Health, which I'm sure is music to a lot of people here. And I'm one of the coordinators, and Shilpa, who's sitting here, is also one of the commissioners. So why did we have this new series that was launched where we met, Jan? And because we have to stop thinking about migration and mobility issues as a crisis. It is also moral reckoning, and I think I would like to really appeal to that. As Europe confronts the challenge, and I'm sorry, it's a bit Eurocentric because Europe tends to be Eurocentric, but can we reconcile migration with the principles of equity and compassion that underpin our European values? And we haven't talked a lot about equity in the last day and a half, but I hope we will be looking at those issues. And therefore, it's very important that we look at that in light of that. So migration to Europe is not new, and this is the migration cycle which has been protracted, and you can see that Switzerland and Norway, we do have a large proportion of our populations who don't have the same ethnic background. WHO has identified areas in the global research agenda on health, migration, and displacement. That's very good, but this is not something that I'm going to go into. But what I would like you to reflect again is the social determinants of health that actually tie up a lot of the issues with planetary health. And if you look at this, migration cuts across all of these social determinants of health. And unless we address these, we can't really do anything with planetary health as a whole. My favorite thing now is, what can we do about this? I mean, all of us are aware, acutely aware of the challenges, of the problems, and what are the solutions. And top of the list is really governance and leadership. We didn't talk a lot about leadership, and I think leadership is extremely important. And as you can see here, we have so many of these agendas: the migration governance agenda, the development agenda, the global health agenda, the sustainable development goals agenda, the climate agenda. It's endless. And then it all boils down at the country level and at the local level to people who have to do that. So how do we do that? And this is one of the ways that we have to talk about priority setting. And what does priority setting really means? It means making choices. It means that we cannot do everything. And therefore, and it's not the same as priorities, and it's not the same as prioritization, because it's about principles and criteria to inform and promote the legitimacy for decisions. And this is what we need to engage. Parmesh talked about it yesterday. We have three choices. One, become a politician. That's up to each individual. Second one, if you can't become one, you have to chase them. You have to go where they are. They are not going to come to you as researchers and say, oh, you have a fabulous Lancet paper. oh no. You have to make sure, catch them everywhere, make sure they understand what your Lancet paper says, and make sure they bother. And then you need allies, because if you can't reach the politicians, you don't know where to reach them, and I don't even say politicians, also bureaucrats, decision makers, then you've got to have friends, very important friends, through the media, through the activists, so everybody has a role to play, and I think this is really important. The other thing we have to do is really, and somebody talked about it, co-design and co-production participatory research. So we have to address these inequities, and I think that the problem is not our differences that divide us. It's our inability to recognize that everything is really interconnected, and unless we address it, we're not going to be able to solve it. Capacity building, this is my last slide, because we have a disconnect. We have a disconnect between political management, who's just reactive. The private sector is a bit uninterested, so we have to get them involved. Society is often fragmented, uninterested, unconvinced, and as professionals, we're fragmented. This is why this is absolutely a milestone, getting people together from different disciplines. So we need to build bridges among the silos. Thank you very much for your attention. I have a story that I'll tell you later on. And it wouldn't be right if I didn't leave you with Gandhi. I'm sorry. I just have to say that each one of us has to be the change that we want to see. And so each one of us has to make sure that our response is optimal and to ensure we build capacity across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I invite all the speakers on stage, please. And microphones, please. And I'm sure there are so many questions, comments, ideas, because there are really also, at least for me, there are sort of new concepts or terms that were like reflected, and we know how important language is and how much important also definitions could be, or how dangerous it could be to coin somebody something and to bring somebody in a certain direction or in a corner. Bernadette, you said you have a story.
Yes.
You want to start with your story? Maybe
okay.
it's the one I heard, and this is really
yes.
something which
yes.
is so nice and is the best story. Also looking at the clock and then going to maybe lunch and tea. Is this one?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So this is a story that goes back, and migration is not something new. And we had a group of migrants who came from Central Asia, what is today commonly called Iran. And they came to the western coast of India, to a state called Gujarat, and they wanted to settle down. And in Gujarat, they were mainly agriculturalists. And so, as you know, milk production was very important for them. And the migrants, or the outsiders, who are today called Parsis, they said they wanted to settle. And the ruler was a very wise man, and he said, look, we don't have enough land. And you talked about land. You know, we don't have enough land. We have barely enough to get our people by. How can we accommodate all of you here? We don't have place. And then the Parsi head priest took a vessel of milk, and in the vessel of milk, he put some sugar. And the sugar dissolved. And he said, we will be like the sugar in the milk. We will not displace you. We will only sweeten it, and we will enrich you by being here. And the ruler said, you can stay on one condition, that you also learn the local language, which is Gujarati, and our customs, and you respect it. So this is the story about migration. You don't have to displace people. You can be enriching, and that's the positive thing. And we have to, maybe that will reduce some of the tensions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, the floor is open, and I really want to go directly to the audience because, I see there are many, many hands. That's what I thought. So we start right over there with Mark, please.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you very much for your very nice presentations. I have two questions. The first one to all of you, and the second to Dr. Zahra from Uganda. For the first one, migration is mostly, if you look at Europe and even Africa, due to war that is coming in all these regions. How do you think political commitment can be used as a way to solve all these problems and make people move more freely without this war that are ongoing in these regions. In Mozambique, in Ukraine and all these parts, you have not talked about the political level. So the second question from Uganda, it has been documented that the Ugandan army has been having an influence, a negative influence on neighboring countries, including DRC and South Sudan. And that's where all of these refugee people are coming. So are you happy to say that we are the haven for refugees while the country is contributing to destabilizing those countries for refugees to come to Uganda? Thank you very much.
Okay, I can take the general one. The general one is, if you look at the statistics, we have nearly 1 billion people who are on the move. And the refugees are not the majority. So it's often, said that there it's war. But it is the economic conditions. So the war per se might be a precipitating factor, but for a lot of countries where people migrate, it is because they want to have a better quality of life. So if one can look at economic development, maybe that is the way to go, and it is needed in most of the countries where people migrate, because a lot of migrants also come from Asia, countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, so it's not just, refugees and war. And a lot of the time, people who migrate because of war, and you can look at the situation, for example, in Syria, they go to neighboring countries. The same with Ukraine. Most of the Ukrainian refugees are in the neighboring countries because they want to go back home when the war is finished. But he has a specific question on Uganda. I'll just give it to you.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. I'd like to separate the two issues, the actions of the UPDF in Congo, in South Sudan, in Somalia, where we have the missions, as well as the internal policy. I think we may be called a refugee haven because we don't ask the why question. We open our borders. It doesn't matter why you're coming in. If you're coming in, I think we welcome everybody. I think, of course, there is responsibility on the part of the UPDF in some areas. But I wouldn't say that it is all the refugees that are coming into the country as a result of the UPDF action. We are seeing the actions coming from Sudan. I don't think the UPDF has been that involved in the Sudan. So I would like to separate the two. Of course, there are interests, some, maybe financial, some personal, that the UPDF is involved in. But I wouldn't want to put the two together and say that it is intentional for the UPDF to go and cause trouble and then say, you can come into here. But I think it's important that as a country, we take that approach to provide an open, approach to, people who are in distress and be able to provide them safety and refuge. Yes.
So maybe I would like to first get a historian's view before the parliament. Sorry for that. And then we go to politics.
Thank you. I'm from Switzerland, and Switzerland has had a long history of anti-migrant politics and political decision-making. And research clearly documents that the less people know about migrants, the more hostile they are towards the migrants. Now you can say Switzerland is a blob on the world's map and irrelevant, but when you look to the US, the recent election result has been clearly influenced by dreaming up the migrant threat, by energizing violent behavior towards migrants. And I wonder, how do we influence these kinds of situations? It seems to me that we're a little bit engaged in a bubble conversation. Yes, all these things about migration, and it's good for us, and it's important, that it's a human right, and so on and so forth, when the reality in a reasonable number of countries is violent opposition against migration, and that needs to be taken into account when going forward.
Is there someone who wants to respond to that? I mean, is as I know, Florine, sort of a provocation, but
maybe I can make a comment and say that perhaps Switzerland is different from a country like Uganda, because if you're talking about migrants coming into Switzerland from Syria, or from DRC, they will be distinctly different from the, the people, the local people. But if you're talking about the people moving from DRC to Uganda, these are part of a larger community. So these artificial lines that we call borders were actually just cut across ethnic groups, which are more or less the same. So I think that there is a bit of a, a complexity with the Swiss situation, but I would not want to say that I'm an expert, but I would just like to make that comment that perhaps it might be a bit simpler for people to walk across a border to, Uganda or Rwanda, because they are more or less related. The languages are, the same as compared to someone moving from Cameroon to Germany.
Yes, Andrea, please.
I was very kindly given the mic by Andrew. But thank you very much. I would love to spend at least 1 hour, 2 hours with each one of you. It was a wonderful panel. I have one question to Bernadette, actually. I loved, the story, so the sugar in the milk, but there were some conditions, right? There were conditions. And I would like maybe also someone else could reflect on integration versus inclusion. And inclusion, of course, is like we want to preserve, we respect also your cultural background, but that could, of course, then also lead to parallel societies, which then can again be the fuel for conflict. So how much integration, how much inclusion? Thinking about the sugar in the milk, yes, but there were some conditions.
Okay. Andrea had something to say to the previous question, but I will answer Andrea first. I think that, it's a very fine balance, and it's not either or. Personally, I really don't like the term integration because it gets very easily mixed up with assimilation. And that's why I had this quote about diversity. It's about actually recognizing and acknowledging our differences and not being afraid of the differences. At the same time, in each country, you do have the law and you do have some societal norms and guidelines that one has to respect, because wherever you live, you can't disrespect that. And I think it's that balance. So saying that this is the law in this country, and if you break it, then you're breaking the law. At the same time, you do keep your identity, because that's also very important. But we have 2 projects at the moment that are looking at, for example, integration in the work life, where you're looking at the public domain, the public arena. But what you do in your house, whether you want to cook a certain kind of food, that should be up to you. So there are these very fine differences in that. And I think the problem is that we really haven't worked with this area, and we need a lot of work in this area, and particularly because, again, we need transdisciplinary work. So you need to work with the psychologist, with the sociologist, with all the different people, with the law, and say, okay, what is accepted? So I think it's not either or, it's both, and we really need to find the balance. And I would just like to respond to the previous historian as well, and said, part of the reason that we have this issue is because people don't know each other. They get to know each other through television, through the newspaper. But the minute you put a person from the majority population together with the minority population, they said, oh, we really didn't know this about you. Oh, we didn't know of that about you. And it's about really the human relationships.
Yes, Santanu, maybe you want to add? And
just an offbeat comment, which I'm known for. So the Parsis made the milk sweet. They assimilated, well, whatever word you want to do. They became part of Indian society. They did a lot of philanthropy. And where we are sitting today is the land from the Tatas, Jamshedli Tata. You saw the statue of his in the dining room. And this land was donated for science. So if the Parsis were not around and they were not there, we wouldn't be sitting here today. Just an offbeat.
The land was given by the Maharaja of Mysore to Tata, who asked for it.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing. I want to say the same thing. You already covered it up anyway. I think this country, with diversity, you have unity. Thank you very much.
You can see that's a really lively debate. That's exactly what we want. So we don't want to cut short the lunch, but there are like 3 questions we can take. So one is here, Professor Barnabas, and then the last one. Whoever wants to go for the last one.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is shared experience. When I worked in a refugee camp, when the country where the refugees came from became peaceful, that was South Sudan, as they went to their independence 2011. The camps became empty. I think about 14,000 went back. But as a doctor, there were patients who I was treating who were on HIV therapy and TB therapy. And there was no guarantee that in their country where they were going back, they were going to be received. So I think it's food for thought. Andrew, IDI, can we inform UNHCR that when we have repatriation of refugees, mass repatriation, we do an inventory of those who need to go back to their countries and be on certain medication. Otherwise, we can get resistance because they go there and disappear into the community. And the final issue is there is organized movement of populations, like militaries. We are actively involved in the region, and you move troops of about 2,000 on peacekeeping missions. In 2001, without being quoted by the journalists, we saw our troops coming back from South Sudan, and I think from DR Congo, and the epicenters where they first came were the epicenters of Ebola. That is 2001 in Barara and in Gulu. So we need to also bring the military on board when we are talking about things like AMR and global health. Thank you. Please don't quote me, media.
Okay, thank you for that. Then there's another question over there.
Yeah, my question is to Dr. Santanu, but I'll be glad to hear insights from other panelists as well. In India specifically, the seasonal migration is spoken about a lot, and there's a lot understanding about it. Similarly, when we talk about displacement because of rapid onset events like cyclone or floods, there's a lot of understanding about that too. But slow onset events like severe droughts, which can go on up until months and years, to other sea level rise, for example, in Sundarbans. What are your insights in terms of impact on migration from slow onset events because of climate change?
I can only speak for my limited work with the Sundarban area, which is quite a different subset of people. So for slow onset, normally the first thing for them would be to get into the biggest city and find some kind of work. So this would usually go, if someone from the village has already been there, it would be one of the same kind who would usually bring them back into the city or into wherever they're working in a site of construction or whatever. But interestingly, the movement of this, of this group of people has not been thoroughly studied. What is now being done, and there's a very interesting paper on that which I show, is that they're looking at poverty through Earth observation and through geospatial mapping at the villages in Sundarban, and how long it takes them to go to the nearest city or town, and having an idea of the poverty levels in those population which are shifting. You see, as you know that there is a core population which is just around the Sundarbans. We are not allowed in, so they're just on the buffer. This is the really affected group. And the one on the outer edge, they are more or less settled. So when we talk of Sundarbans, it's this middle group, subsistence people who are constantly moving. There's a lot of work on it. Various people have done smalls and bits, but it's the central people who move. Normally, in our experience, limited experience working, I was involved with the boat ambulance there, so that we did a boat ambulance system, which is obviously now much.
Okay, thank you, Santanu. 2 very short last questions. One, and then Professor Barnabas goes last.
Thank you. I have two short questions. One for Andrea. Being an epidemiologist myself, I was very impressed with the machine learning techniques and using that to map the natural resources in other areas. But I'm still confused. Do you map that to mobility? Is that what you're looking at, to human populations that you get from the global population set? And how do you include health? It's almost impossible to get health data in these populations. And my question is, what do you use for health? The second question is for the lawyer here. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. But the question, you said that when populations are displaced and they come to Uganda, they are given land and they are given benefits, and this leads to climate, so this is a kind of maladaptation practice that you give the land, but you don't worry, you don't think about the migrant groups and what they actually need. So does this mean that this kind of policies lead to more conflict internally in Uganda? Do the local populations feel that the migrants are taking the land, they're getting more benefits, and does this lead to more internal conflicts? Because this is an issue of maladaptation, a very, very interesting area. Thank you.
Please try to be very short,
Yes.
Andrea, and then Sahara.
So I'll answer briefly. It was a 10-minute presentation, so of course I couldn't go into all those details, but that's a very good question. So the answer is we do have access to their health data through the health systems. This is a huge benefit of having worked so long with Mozambique, is that we really, actually the idea for the project came from the Ministry of Health, so we're able to access those data. However, the quality of it wasn't as great as I would have liked. And so far what I've actually used instead are DHS data sets. And that analysis is ongoing because the first post-crisis data set just came out this year. But so far we found some very interesting links with health that I don't have time to describe right now. Yeah.
During lunch break. So Sahara, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. Oftentimes when there's a crisis, the government will immediately identify, because the refugees move spontaneously. So it's about mapping where they're coming, where the entry point is, and the government will quickly sit down and say, where is the empty land nearby where these persons can actually settle. If it is empty, it's not entirely empty or it's not entirely ownerless, but it means that perhaps it's pastoralist ground, grazing ground that is not currently occupied. So the government will sort of get into a program, minimally consult the local population and settle these persons there. But naturally, of course, the challenges are there. The land is not inexhaustible. So I mentioned earlier that there are shortages of land, so they'll give a small piece of land. And that is why we find that there have been cases of refugees actually hiring land from the locals for more agricultural produce, because the land that is available is not always sufficient. So, and that's why I said that my presentation is more about the tensions and contestations. Yes, it's an open border policy, but we may not always have thought out all the answers and the things that might come through with opening our doors entirely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ian, you'll just allow me make a short comment before I ask Amre a question.
Okay, yes, please.
Yes, Makerere University has joined a consortium of 12 universities across the world to address the issue of education for refugees. And our intention is to reduce the number of, or to increase the number of refugees that have attained higher education from 7% to 15%. That is in response to the UNHR strategy. So Makerere is working a lot with refugees, and Zahara is at the center of it. Just to say that the UPDF went into Congo and South Sudan at the invitation of those governments to try and stem the influx of refugees as a result of internal conflicts there. They did not go there by themselves. Now, my question to Amre is, as a doctor, of course, for you, you get surprised that people are treated differently, because as a doctor, for you, just treat everybody who comes because you're a doctor. Do you think that the preferential treatment of Ukrainians against, as opposed to Syrians and the Africans, is a racial concept, or is it because this is in East Germany, which was previously a communist country, and the Ukrainians were also previously communist? Is it political or racial?
Thank you for that question. Yes, of course, I'm an I'm in an easy situation actually in my day-to-day clinical work because the patients that come in can be treated equally by myself. So there's no difference in medical treatment when you come as a patient to a university hospital. That's the system actually. The only difference in the beginning is for the first 6 months, an asylum seeker has to have the go-ahead for every planned intervention from the state. So we for instance, say, yes, we need this and this intervention, then we apply for it, we get the go-ahead, we can do it. The Ukrainian refugees don't have the 6 months interlap. But after that, the insurance system covers what these refugees from, irrespective where they're from, receive. So for me, that's not such a difficult situation. I'm in infectious diseases. No one expects us to make money for the hospital or anyone else. We're always, you know, sort of, yeah. No one expects us to make money. But so the infectious diseases that I treat, everyone is treated the same. That makes it easy. What makes it difficult for me is the perspective of the patients. And that is that is the result of the inequity of refugees coming from different regions in the world. They definitely need a perspective to go to school quickly, that's number one, and to get into work, that's number two. And then this question of integration, learning the language and the like, that's a very, very personal decision for each of one of them. But to give them the possibility to go to school and go to work, that should be the same for everyone, and it's not. And that you see that results in mental health issues, definitely, and mental health issues also threaten the effects of my treatment. Compliance is poor. If they don't show up, I can also not do what I do, right? So getting them into school and work as they like, and treating mental health issues as a prerequisite for all other mental issues, including mine, would have to be a priority and done in an equitable form. Why they chose to treat Ukraine differently, I tried to read a little bit about this before I came, because it doesn't make sense from an outside perspective. They weren't members of the EU or so. They had that perspective, but they hadn't really started yet. But that is always one argument, that they're on their way into the EU, so that makes them different. I think what really happened was that they knew that we would have 1, maybe 2 million, and now we have these 1.2 million so far asylum seekers or Ukrainian refugees, and the system just wouldn't have coped with all this paperwork. We couldn't have done it. So every single one of them would have to fill the forms, register, and Germany is a bureaucratic country. They make everything very complicated. There's a form for everything, and the prospect of 1.2 million forms plus, they just said, listen, we can't do this. Their decisions are going to be positive anyway, so let them just go bypass the system, because our system can't cope with so many administrative acts. I think that's ultimately what happened.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion panel. The audience very active in participation, and I really would like to send you now to lunch. Lena will tell something about the schedule. And when you're at lunch and after lunch, when you have your tea, think about the sugar in the tea.
Yes, it feels like every block or every panel that we had so far would actually warrant a whole conference, because there is so much to talk about. We will be back from lunch at 2 o'clock, but I just wanted to quickly, now Divya ran out. So Divya from the Swiss Next social media team is here, and she just mentioned that she's posting about the conference on, now she ran in again, Instagram and other social media handles. If you would like to be tagged, just let her know. She'll make sure that you get some visibility. And Divya and Milena are also both going to still be like, talk to a few of you to collect answers for the questions for our planetary health book for the general public. So please be open with them, and you might be featured in a book. Yeah, and we'll be back we try to be back by 2 o'clock. Let's say it like that.
Sorry? These are okay. So this one is wrong. Okay, I will not delete it. Then Rabina.
Okay. I think we haven't been as late as we are now, but we went late into the break. To get us up to speed again, we have another pitching round of the Young Minds, and at this point, I would like everyone to focus, because you will be asked to again vote for your favorite, and hand it over to the Master of Ceremony.
Hello again. I'm the master of name disaster. Let me see if I can butcher them as badly as I did yesterday. We're going to dive right in because we have 5 young minds at the frontiers that we get to hear this afternoon. After the 5 pitches, you'll again scan the QR code, put your votes up on Mentimeter. And then after the AMR session, we'll get to hear from the winning young mind. So first up is Nadia Vöckli, who is a student of veterinary medicine at the University of Zurich.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to present you an overview of my present master's thesis, which focuses on veterinarians' perspectives on rabies and dog welfare in India. So I'm sure you all know rabies is one of the deadliest zoonotic diseases, responsible for around 60,000 human deaths annually, despite being entirely preventable. So while urban centers like Bangalore have a quite good and well-organized rabies control program, challenges such as underreporting, lack of access or limited access to healthcare, and weak enforcement of existing laws persists across the country. So street dogs, which make up a significant portion of dog population, are central to rabies control efforts. However, managing their welfare and role in rabies elimination is complicated by factors such as public attitudes, resource constraints, and gaps in community engagement. So my study explores veterinarians' perspectives on their role in rabies controls, the government's involvement, and strategies like microchipping, dog registration, and population management. Through interviews with vets and researchers, I try to identify key barriers, such as limited resources or cultural attitudes that differ from Western norms, which often inform international rabies strategies. So I think my research, or this kind of research, is important because it highlights the need for tailored rabies control strategies that reflects the unique realities of countries with large street dog populations. And moving beyond a one-size-fits-all approach is essential to developing inclusive, effective, and sustainable rabies elimination programs. So by addressing the intersection of human, animal, and societal factors, we can try to identify leverage points to create a rabies-free future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Next up, we have Rabina Gemire, PhD student also at the University of Zurich in veterinary epidemiology.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here to talk about a digital tool called React for rabies integrated bite case management and its practical implementation in Uganda. So starting with how we chose this React app, recognizing the gaps of rabies surveillance in Uganda, We started with a stakeholders workshop where participants identified different key elements for integrated rabies surveillance, and based on this, we later compared different existing tools in Uganda with the international tool REACT, and this result informed that REACT is a comprehensive tool. Following up on this, we had another stakeholders workshop where a SWOT analysis was informed of the national rabies elimination strategy, and focusing on the field and lab surveillance and data management. The activities that were proposed by the participants was to conduct a pilot of IBCM in selected districts of Uganda with the REACT application. Aligning with this, we had a REACT workshop training with the potential REACT users from 4 different districts of Uganda, namely Arua, Chigegwa, Soroti, and Masaka. So what is going on with the REACT app in Uganda? Following the workshop and training, we have identified 2 IBCM REACT officers for each district, one from human and one from animal health, and they feed the data into the REACT app regularly. Regular monitoring has been a key aspect in this pilot, and we have conducted regular meetings for following up with the REACT app users and other stakeholders, and through this we are able to identify different practical and logistical challenges in the field implementation. So if you'd like to know more about REACT or this study, you can always reach out to me and I'll be happy to discuss it further with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabina. Next up, we have Shamim Katusabe, who is a PhD student at the Infectious Diseases Institute at Makerere University.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shamim Katsaba, as already introduced. Imagine getting into this postnatal ward in Moroto Regional Referral Hospital, and you find Rebecca, 26 years old, with her small baby and battling tuberculosis. Upon discussions and engagements, you visit the community, and this is what you'll find. Consequences of extreme climate crisis bring about drought, with temperatures going up to 40 degrees Celsius. Cultivation of farming is impossible. That directly contributes to food insecurity, starvation, and undernutrition, a major driver of tuberculosis. And that birthed the idea of Karamoja Care, with which we plan to start irrigation schemes to enable the communities have food, and then have access to sustainable, affordable, and adequate nutritious meals, improve their immunity, and reduce their risk of tuberculosis. And overall prevalence of tuberculosis in the region, which is up to 600 TB cases registered annually in Moroto Regional Referral Hospital alone. And perhaps in years to come, maybe 2030, when Uganda is hosting the next trialogue, we shall have a picture like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamim. Next up, the one and only Sneha Gupta from the Department of Environmental System Sciences at ETH Zurich.
So hello everyone. As I've already been introduced, but I am a master's student at ETH in environmental sciences. Now, I want to take you to the border of Ethiopia and Kenya. Imagine walking on the streets of Moyale, a border city, and being bit by a mosquito. If you're infected by West Nile virus, you may feel symptoms after 2 to 14 days. But if you're bitten by a mosquito and you contract Rift Valley fever, you may feel symptoms from about 2 to 6 days. In general, there is a detection time of a disease around a maximum of 20 days after being bitten. This is 20 days in which we could have broader exposure of these diseases. This is where the research I am conducting will come in. This is, through a cross-border integrated One Health surveillance response system, we hope to increase earlier detection and intervention times and decrease the outbreak-related expenses. Now you must be thinking, why cross-border? Well, unlike us, mosquitoes don't see borders. Therefore, it is more beneficial to collaborate between both countries. In order to do this, a workshop will take place where both veterinary and public health officers from Ethiopia and Kenya are invited to engage and train to collect mosquitoes in order for them to dissect and analyze the viruses, the species, and the blood meal profile. By integrating these different systems, so in this case, human health, animal health, and environmental health, as well as collaborating between these both countries, we hope to reduce the time of detection and accelerate cross-border disease control responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha. And last but not least, we have Umakant Haveri from the RNS Institute of Technology here in India.
Hello everyone. Myself Umakant, and I am here to proudly present One Health Village, which is based on an AI/ML application to the rural part of India. This approach, it's basically based on the prediction of the future to get the outbreaks which is going to happen in future, may it be water resources, with respect to the stray dogs, the rabies spread, and we also have an approach to minimize the population, the ways to conduct, to tackle these issues. It is an approach to tackle these issues holistically, which not only makes the rural development effective, but also very sustainable by going through the root causes rather than the symptoms. This is basically, we have an approach to combine animal health, human health, and environmental health, which together can thrive to a greater sustainable living in this earth. We are trying to create a model village, which is basically ideal, having all these forecasting beforehand to have the proper measures to the future, which can be implemented to spread across the various rural other villages in India. And yes, with this, I will end my presentation and looking forward to explain you more in detail. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Another round of applause to our young minds. Now we're going to change the slides to the QR code so that you can all grab your phones and start voting. We have it already up. There you go. All right, time to scan and vote. Feel the tension. Suspense is killing us. Can I make it bigger? You got bigger. Is it big enough? Cuilla. Clearly our Western European vocabulary needs to create a word for it as well. Okay, has everybody been able to scan the QR code? Raise your hand if you haven't been able to scan it. Okay, no hands, so I can go back into present mode. And I will hide the QR code up here. Are we ready for the results? Ooh, we have a tie. Now, if that means 5 minutes each or 2 times 10 minutes, we will think about it during the next session, which I believe Lena will come introduce, or am I calling the chair immediately? But here we go, session number 7. Are we starting to feel full? There's 4 more courses.
You can't find a better session after lunch than AMR, can you? A short story. Over lunch this afternoon, having a meal, then one member on the removed their foot from the table, and the table rocked at the opposite end of the table. And I remarked to my colleagues, what a model for planetary health. An action at one point that has a consequence at another point. Great. It's my pleasure to welcome you to, I think, what might be a test case that challenges our commitment to One Health, and that is antimicrobial resistance. A former CDC director, Tom Frieden, some of you might know, once said, AMR is like a ticking time bomb, and the question is not if, but when. I honestly hope he's wrong. I hope we can, as part of the global community, including the discussions we have here, somehow diffuse the bomb, even if gradually. So we have a panel of actors in the AMR space. Before they come, I just want to make 2 observations. There's a saying by activists, think global, act local. And I think AMR epitomizes that we have to think planetary, but in the end, we have to really act local. And this is because the AMR drivers are different in different contexts and different geographies. Also, AMR, even though it's a planetary issue, really there are real inequalities. And it's not a homogeneous issue. So it's an issue that really should teach us to dialogue and to trialogue. And so this is really an ideal moment for us to listen to each other, get out of our comfort zones, and I think, as you will hear from our panelists who come from very diverse disciplines, that indeed we have to get out of our comfort zones. So to kick us off, we have a colleague from the University of Zurich, an appointment, I understand, under the new One Health Institute at the university, Professor von Buckel. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for... Oh, just a moment. Good Good afternoon, everyone, and yeah, thank you very much for having me. And I'd like to extend some special thanks to Swissnex for finding a picture of me that was old enough that I still had hair. Really made me feel better. So, thanks for having me to open this session. Today I'll be focusing on the animals that we raise for food, and I hope that I can convince you that we are far from ideal position to address this challenge when it comes to the availability of data and the global governance around this issue. So first, to bring everyone on the same page, I'd like to come back to what's the problem with resistance. So after Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin, it was widely distributed first to US soldiers during the first half of the 20th century, and many classes of antibiotics were discovered. And that has helped considerably reduce the burden associated with common infectious disease, and access to these drugs remain a major challenge across low and middle income countries. But soon after the drugs were introduced, we realized that resistance started to emerge, and this has made some infections virtually untreatable, like gonorrhea, that are resistant to multiple drugs, but also puts in danger common medical procedures such as C-section or keeping patients on chemo in a safe situation. And recently, some colleagues at the University of Washington tried to put a number on the number of people who die each year from drug-resistant infection. And they came with a number that's associated with a wide confidence interval, but somewhere between 1 million and 4 million people die each year of drug-resistant infection. Let's put this in context. That is more than HIV, breast cancer, and malaria combined. So AMI is a serious killer. Now, it turns out that humans are not the largest consumers of these precious drugs. And in fact, according to our estimates from 2017, the vast majority of antibiotics are used in animals that we raise for food. So some of it is used for the treatment of sick animals, but a lot of it is also used for the prevention of disease. So in this context, antibiotics would be used by farmers as an insurance policy to prevent infection and the risk of losing their livelihood. They are also used in some parts of the world as growth promoters, because feeding antibiotics in low doses over extended periods of time helps increasing the feed conversion ratio, which means that the farmers ultimately can save money on the feed while producing the same amount of meat. Now, the exact fraction of the drug-resistant infection that we find in the clinic that are attributable to the use of antibiotic in animals is something very difficult to quantify, and there is contradicting evidence about that. Nevertheless, given the amount of antibiotics that are used in farming, this has raised a lot of concern and call for action, like for other common good problems like climate change. And so I was asked by Elena when preparing this talk, what's your biggest frustration in the field, and please talk about that. So here's my biggest frustration. As a global health scientist, I'm passionate about using data to try to make the situation better. So this is very much like a climate scientist who likes to harvest data to inform about the consequence of climate change. Now, if you're a climate scientist, you have something called the IPCC. So it's an official UN body that has for responsibility to assess the science around climate change and predict about the outcome. And the IPCC people combine the best scientific evidence, such as these high-resolution images from NASA, which are based on fine-scale satellite images, and millions of data points about measurements of temperature around the world from weather stations. And thanks to this, we have robust evidence about the impact of climate change on health, on biodiversity, and a range of other issues, and we can inform decision makers with that. Now, welcome to my world. Currently, we do not have an IPCC for antibiotic resistance. We have 2 official international agencies in charge of antibiotic resistance in animals. So for antibiotic use, there's the World Organization for Animal Health that collects data in each country on the sales of antibiotic, but only in 74 countries out of about 200 countries in the world. But of greater importance here is that all of that data that is collected is aggregated at the continental level as a condition to make it available to the public, including the scientists like myself. So that's my world. We try to make predictions about the future climate with 4 thermometers, 1 on each continent, and that's what we have to try to do with antibiotic resistance with the publicly available data currently assembled by the international organization in charge of that matter. There's a second organization in charge of collection of data on resistance, they do not currently report any data. It's called the in-farm system from the Food and Agriculture Organization. And so it's been in the pipeline for almost a decade now, and the future availability of the data to the scientists is based on the same model as well. So the member states will be at discretion not to make their data available for their individual country. Everything will be pooled again in a super region. So to summarize my analogy with climate change, yes, it is a tragedy of the common, but in comparison, we are terribly ill-equipped to try to inform policymakers about what to do about that in the future. It's like as if most countries were not allowed to measure temperature and asked about what to do about climate change. So that's the institutional setting that we work in. So the next question is, well, this setting is inadequate for the public, so the legitimate question is, well, to whom does this setting benefit? And there I think there are quite a few different interests that somehow converge to keep the setting as it is so far. So countries with significant export market, of course, they're reluctant to reveal their resistance status because they fear losing export markets. There are countries that just don't want to be labeled as a source of drug resistance infection because they could face reputational damage for agriculture, but also for tourism or medical tourism. And I have to say that those fears do not come from nowhere, because there have been some major missteps in the past, not least naming NDM1 after the capital of this country. And then there are international organizations. So although they generate little data that is useful for epidemiological analysis, by having these systems reporting information in a super aggregated form, they are perceived as doing something about the issue by their member states, while not bothering them too much by revealing national individual data, because they are also the donors to these organizations. So it enables them to keep functioning without bothering the people who hold the money. And so what can we do from here? So what I've been doing for the last 10 years or so is some kind of militant data mining. So we pull together data on resistance in animals from point prevalence surveys. So these would be individual little surveys that are conducted exactly in places like the One Health Village that we visited on Sunday. So these surveys are not meant for monitoring public health. That's not the reason why they're created, but nevertheless, in the absence of systematic surveillance like we have in Europe, they can be useful to inform the public. And so by mapping resistance, our goal is to assemble enough evidence to make inaction untenable. And it's precisely because institutions tasked with doing that sort of job face political or financial pressure that we try to make these maps to create a situation for data to be released in order to refute whatever evidence we put forward. And we really think that with antibiotic resistance, the stakes are too high, especially for future generations. So we want to try to shift this institutional setting in favor of greater data transparency on AMR. I'm sure you've faced comparable challenges in your respective field, and I really hope I can learn from you on how you may have resolved or not these things in the past. And with that, thank you very much.
Very thought-provoking. How do you measure the globe with 4 thermometers? So let's keep that in mind as I invite the next speaker, my colleague at the Institute, but also a member of our scientific advisory board and who has been closely associated with the dialogue and now the trialogue, Dr. Christine Sakaja. Welcome.
Thank you, Andrew, and good afternoon, everybody. Please stay awake. We'll try to keep you awake. So that's our task. So I'm going to present something of a mixed clinical and climate change perspective of AMR. Again, I'm out of my comfort zone because climate change is not exactly my thing, but today it has to be. But as Jan said, today is to shake us out of our comfort zone and stop us from thinking just the way we were thinking before and help us broaden our thinking. So I asked Andrew, does this sound better? Where climate meets resistance, or is it where resistance meets climate? I was not too sure, but maybe after all this talk, we can see what is it that's resisting the other? Is it AMR that is causing the problem with climate change? Is it climate change is causing AMR, and which one is causing which side is resisting less, so that we can, which angle can we adjust from? Or can we adjust both? So maybe we can answer that later. So for the people who may not know, familiar with TB, so I do a lot of research in TB, and I do particularly research in drugs. So MDR-TB is defined as multi-drug resistant TB, and XDR-TB is just extremely resistant. So when we talk about drug resistance TB, you're usually mentioning, these are the ones we fear, because there's also people who are resistant to just one drug, but then there are people who are just resistant to more than one drug. So these two drugs for MDR-TB, rifampicin and isoniazid, are the cornerstone drugs in TB treatment, these two here. Without those, you need a whole batch of other drugs. Now, when you get XDR treatment, you're resistant to even other classes. And why it's important is when we're treating for TB, unlike other diseases, we're not using 1 or 2 antibiotics, as you'll see soon. So when we're treating with TB, we use 4 to 8 antibiotics, depending on if you have drug-sensitive or drug-resistant TB. And these are usually put in a pack all together, if you're lucky. But then if you have resistant TB, you might have several packs. So now imagine a patient who has multi-drug resistant TB and has to take several packs of different medicines, maybe 4 to 8 different drugs. Some of them may be injectable. We are moving away from these now. But surprisingly, when we did research one time, some patients seem to like injectable drugs because they don't want to swallow tablets every day. So while we're saying we need to make treatment better for patients and move away from injections, some of them still want to have injections, but this injection was quite painful. The TB care for MDR-TB, multi-drug resistant TB, is centralized. So that means you pick up your drugs from one centralized point in the region, and then you go there periodically to be observed as you take your medicine. And so that is quite inconveniencing, right? Imagine if you have to go to the hospital every day to get your drugs, or to be seen to take your drugs, or for a clinician to come to you to watch you being taking your drugs. And the treatment can be for 6 to over 12 months. So the old regimens used to go up to 18 to 20 months of swallowing drugs, all these medicines plus other packs, for up to 18 months until you turn negative. And even after that, there are no guarantees that you'll be negative. So when we look at the scope or the treatment, the pathway for drug development for TB drugs, we see that the earliest drugs were the streptomycin, this painfully injectable drug, in the 1940s. But over time, not many drugs have come up. For drug-resistant TB and drug-sensitive TB, we're still using the same drugs we've been using for so many years. For drug-sensitive TB, they're the same 4 drugs. So the pathway has been kind of slow compared to many diseases. But now suddenly in the recent past, we have this boom of so many other drugs that are suddenly coming up. We have many clinical trials that are taking place, but the complexity about that is we're doing single drug replacement. So imagine you're supposed to take 4 drugs, and then they say, okay, we're taking off this one drug and replacing it with this other drug, just one. What does that tell you about resistance? What does that say to the other drugs? Does it protect the other drugs, or does it expose the new drug to resistance? So this is the kind of pathway we're seeing. Because the drug discovery is so slow, we're replacing one drug at a time in a place where we need combination therapy. So this is now, I'm now coming out of my comfort zone to where I'm quite uncomfortable, but let's try. How is climate change related to TB? Well, a primary or nursery school student might be able to get a few answers, right? If it gets warmer, the environment is moist, the bugs grow, right? So humidity will increase your transmission. Air pollution and malnutrition, like Shamim said, malnutrition makes you vulnerable. It decreases your immunity. So if you have air pollution, your lungs become vulnerable. If you have extreme climates, you're displaced, you're now all squashed up in one place, you don't have space, like Dr. Zahra was saying. So all these create and breed an environment for TB. And now imagine when it's multi-drug resistant TB. So to contextualize it, everybody has talked about the landslides in Uganda. That's kind of the hot news now, the landslides. And it's because a lot of times we are told that the people are informed that this might happen, the heavy rains come, people don't move, and then the landslides happen. But maybe they don't move because they don't have anywhere to go. So how do we tackle that? So we're just saying that climate change can aid transmission through when you have landslides, you have overcrowding because people are migrating, internally displaced people. And when you have increased humidity, you have increased better environment for transmission. A colleague of ours, who's a pediatric TB specialist, looked at TB transmission by season. So he did find that there was some correlation with the rains. So the dotted line is the rains, and then the solid line is TB transmission spiking. So there seemed to be some correlation, but it wasn't as clear in Uganda because we kind of already have a burden of about 250 to 300 people per 100,000 infected with TB. So we have a high burden already. So maybe we can't see this as clearly as countries which might be lower burden. But in some countries, they have demonstrated some seasonality that matches the rains with TB transmission. So when we're here as a clinician, sitting in a room behind a patient, and like I said yesterday, we need to contextualize the people we're talking to, yeah? So we tell our patients to come for their treatment every day, or we want to observe them taking their drugs every day because it's resistant TB. But look at what happens when there are floods and the roads are destroyed and they need to come to the clinic every day. This is real life. This is something that actually happened. I think it might have been about 2 months ago when the road in northern Uganda was flooded and we had to, cars had to be diverted. But of course with people, they try to find the shortest route, the path of least resistance. I'm not sure if that was the least, but they try to find the path of least resistance. So when we're contextualizing our patients and we're telling them that they have a resistant bug, but they need to come to the facility, or when they don't come to the facility anymore because they can't get to you, and that drives up our resistance. Or when they don't take their medication because back home it's believed that for all drugs, if I don't have food, I can't swallow my medicine. So that again will drive non-adherence to medication and drive your resistance. And where does it come from? Drought, no food. So TB was declared a national emergency in Uganda because of the high case fatality and the low treatment completion rates. Our prevalence of TB, like I said, is about 200, 250 per 100,000, but our prevalence of drug-resistant TB is still among the lowest. We're a high TB, HIV burden country, but our MDR, multi-drug-resistant TB, is still a little low, about 1% for those who come new with TB, but for those who are coming, who have already been receiving TB treatment, it's about 12% who come back with MDR treatment. But I'd like to just put some of the TB that we see in context. This region here, again, I think this is the region that Shamim presented, is the Karamoja region. It's a dry region, a lot of malnutrition, they're cattle keepers, they move with their cattle. There are a lot of internally displaced people's camps here, and they have a lot of alcohol use disorder. They live in these beautiful huts, which are quite beautiful, but they have very poor ventilation. They're called manyatas. Very small, very poorly ventilated, and they actually do stay with their animals because that's their gold. You can't blame them. They sleep with their gold. So this context drives up the TB here to a prevalence of almost 60% of the people in this area have had TB at any one time. Initially, the thought was it's related to the animals, the bovine TB. But it seems from studies it's not. It's not just bovine TB. Then we have down here where most of us come from, the central region, Kampala, where IDI is, Makerere. That's where we have our urbanization. That's where we have our slums. That's where we have our overcrowding and also a high driver of the TB numbers. So understanding the context of our drug resistance and how it's moving in communities and what's driving it leads us to the next question. Our prevention strategies are largely focused on case detection, early diagnosis, early treatment, get better diagnostic tools, get better drugs. But how about dealing with those root causes? So what prevention strategies can we think about that can prevent even the development of drug-resistant TB and the driving of the drivers of the drug-resistant TB that is beyond the things we're dealing with now? And that comes down to what we're dealing with now, that's climate change. So I leave that question there because I'm not a climate change expert, so I have no answers for you, but you can tell us. We're going to discuss that now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen. I think you've made a strong case for us to always consider the context for any drug resistance. I think that photograph of people crossing a road, possibly at the risk of their life, is very instructive. Our next presenter is from the University of Zurich and who I've had the opportunity to host in Kampala, Dr. Michael Bani. Let's welcome him as he gives his talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, Jan, and Utpal for the invitation to this really inspiring conference. And also thank you, Christine, for introducing TB so well. I actually can skip some of my slides now. The biggest monster. This was actually a headline in the New York Times 2020, and I tend to agree with it. The biggest monster is still TB. Every year, 1.5 million people. Last year, it was 1.3 million people die from TB. So we have to work on it. And I will give you a researcher's perspective today about the fight against multi-drug resistant TB. And so I'm a basic scientist. I run 2 TB labs, one in New York at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine and one at the University of Zurich. And what we do is planetary health in a petri dish. So what do we actually think? What do TB researchers think all day? You might not want to know. But so what we think a lot about is the next magic bullet. And the next magic bullet drug against TB should be highly potent. So at very low concentrations, you can kill the bugs. It should have a large therapeutic window, which means at high concentrations, it will not be toxic to humans. And it will have a unique mechanism of action. So in 2005, there was a paper published in Science that actually presented such a drug. It's called bedaquiline. It also coincided with me just finishing my PhD and moving to New Zealand to work on bioenergetics in mycobacterium tuberculosis. This drug has really high potency, large therapeutic window, unique mechanism of action. And the target is the ATP synthase of mycobacterium tuberculosis, which is a ATP-generating micromachine. And actually, it also keeps all of us going right now in here. You probably know that. And so in 2012, 6 or 7 years after publishing this work, the FDA approved this drug for MDR and XDR TB cases. And it actually worked. So it really decreased mortality in a lot of cases, especially multi-drug resistant and extensively drug resistant cases here in South Africa. But a very recent study that was just published showed that we have a rise, a really rapid rise, of resistance against bedaquiline, this magic bullet that we had. And so this is really worrying. This is really new data, and it worries everyone. The same is also happening in South Africa. So what happened? What went wrong? Well, when bedaquiline was introduced, no new companion drugs were actually available at first. So this means this first new drug in 40 years had to be added to the current regimens. And only now, for the past few years, we actually have a regimen, it's called BPAL, that has 3 new drugs in it. Another problem is that it has a uniquely long bioavailability, which means it's very stable, and it accumulates in host tissues. So basically, after a while, you might have monotherapy of bedaquiline because all the other drugs have catabolized. And that leads to drug resistance. And we know what the drug resistance is. It actually has to do with increased drug efflux of the drug. The pump is called MMPL5. It's not necessarily important here, but this is now a big problem, obviously. And the other problem is that we have very basic diagnostics still to find bedaquiline resistance. And that's because there are hundreds of mutations in this gene. Some of them really are inhibiting or are causing resistance, and the other ones are not. So that really complicates things. But, and this is an answer to the question that I got, right, or the homework I got, what really keeps me up at night is this. Some of the new drugs that are in the pipeline are actually dead on arrival. For example, PBTC has just recently been shown that it's also pumped out by this pump. Telastobex, SQ109, clofazimine, all are also pumped out. So what actually is going to happen that the stuff in the pipeline is maybe dead on arrival. And, well, what are the solutions now? We cannot just stop here. Well, we can find drug efflux pump inhibitors. Obviously, we're going to work on this. We just started a project on this. But we also need new drugs with new mechanisms of action. And this time we should do it right. We should actually try to get 3 new drugs and put them all together and then release them together. I know there are a lot of complications and we can talk about this, but that would be the ideal case. And then we also need better and faster diagnostics of drug resistance. And this would actually allow us then also to use personalized regimens so that we don't always have to use the same regimen for all the people. Okay, so now I would like to move a little bit to what we are doing in my group to solve some of these problems. And so we actually, first of all, and I think we do this all together at the moment here, we try to understand what we do. And then we also, actually we have some approaches where we kill TB by starvation and suffocation. That sounds like a horror story, I know. And then in the end, I will talk quickly about how we use metabolic fingerprinting to really improve drug discovery. So recently, we published a paper where we found that for the past 50 years, all of us in TB research, we used the wrong growth medium for tuberculosis. So the growth medium that we are using is basically making the bug avirulent. It takes out this pedum layer. And this is a lipid layer that is basically outside of the bacterium. And what it does, it's there for virulence, but it's also there as a permeability barrier. So when you take this away, drugs are entering much more easily. So we are overestimating in drug discovery. And we could show this, for example, here with rifampicin. So rifampicin has a 50-fold higher MIC in a PDM negative strain, in a strain that cannot make this PDM. Luckily, we actually solved this problem. We just add one ingredient to the medium and we solved the whole problem. But this took 50 years to solve. Now, death by starvation, death by suffocation. Just one example, we have a new combination therapy where we actually inhibit two of the components of the respiratory chain of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, and that leads to rapid death under all conditions. And so we have great hopes for this. And out of this, we also have now developed new compounds that seem to have a different mechanism of action and are even more potent. So our medicinal chemists are really magicians. And then I come to the last point. We are using metabolic fingerprinting as a means to very early on understand how our drugs work. Because our drug screens are really simple. They're actually too simple at the moment. We just use large libraries of drugs or of inhibitors, of compounds, and we just expose cells to them, and then we have a readout. But what we are missing is all the information that is going on in the bacterium. In the bacterium, we're actually perturbing the whole metabolism. Everything is perturbed, and we can measure this. And nowadays, you can measure this rapidly with mass spec. And we have a collaboration with the ETH and University of Basel where we can rapidly measure these metabolic fingerprints of bacteria that are exposed to drugs. So what this actually does now is that we can screen large libraries of compounds, and we can actually see the mode of action next to the potency, and then we can triage those drugs much better than before. And this prevents the rediscovery of all drugs. And this is actually currently a growing initiative that grows to an international level. We are very excited about this. So at last, another homework from Andrew, priority action areas, and I now take a really large step back and above. So what do we need to do? Well, innovate, of course, new antibiotics, vaccines. We also need much better diagnostic tools, much faster diagnostic tools. We also need better stewardship programs and follow evidence-based guidelines. And then we need better access to medicines. I think Christine also alluded to this before. And in the end, we also need the policies to be integrated, for example, with the Sustainable Development Goals, national plans, and so on. And so with this, I want to thank the teams in the US and Switzerland, my collaborators, and the funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Banet. There are some phrases that are very difficult to give a positive spin, and I think Michael has relayed one of those, dead on arrival. Thankfully, Michael has given us some solutions to make sure that does not happen. Our next speaker is from our host institution here at IIS, and that's none other than Dr. Same Pandey. I had the opportunity to get a preview of his work as we walked to lunch, and I hope you'll be as intrigued as I was listening to what he's doing with this group.
Thank you. The first one.
Yeah, great. Thank you for introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and a special thanks to the conveners and the organizers for pulling this meeting off. It clearly is already a very great success. So what I've decided to do today is to sort of provide another spin on the problem of AMR, and you'll realize what I mean by that. And to understand that, the Jurassic Park is an important component of the story, so we'll get to it. But before we go to Jurassic Park, I want to just highlight few numbers to sort of put a perspective on what I want to say. So our planet is primarily home to microbes, right? So when we look at oceans, we know that there are more bacteria or more unicellular organisms in our oceans than the total number of stars in the known universe. When we go to the terrestrial side of the story, we know that 1 kilogram of soil will probably contain more microbes than the total number of humans ever lived on our planet, all combined together. So again, what I want to say is, we need to understand biology of microbes better to simply understand biology, right? And as you, all of you might realize, that AMR is sort of problem of biology. Now, what kind of biology am I talking about? And this is where Jurassic Park comes in. There are two reasons that Jurassic Park features here. I'm a huge fan of these movies. Before you judge my movie choices, the first two movies, right, and the science fiction novel on which it is based on. And what the movie sort of makes you think about is this very efficient predator, right? It has evolved mechanisms to hunt very efficiently, and this can be having a stronger jaws or longer claws, etc., etc. In response, you see how different organisms might have lived in the presence of this predator, that is by developing a thicker shell or just ability to run away faster. So essentially an evolutionary arms race between predator and prey. Now, microbes on our planet also engage in these kind of interactions. And what I wanted to tell you is that these kind of arms race between predator and prey might also be a key component about the AMR in pristine environment. So when Tom gave his nice presentation, like Christine talked about some amazing stuff. We talked about wars, we talked about penicillin discovery, etc., etc., etc. We were continuously talking about antibiotics as a selection pressure. What we are forgetting is microbes interact with one another. Microbes were the first discoverers of antibiotics, and in response to that in nature, microbes were expressing antimicrobial strategies. So you can have antibiotic resistance and antibiotics in the pristine environment. And now to drive that point home, I'll show you one key sort of example from our lab, which will hopefully convince you that what I'm trying to say actually makes sense. And for that, I want to introduce you to this very fascinating bug, and it's a bacteria which has a very, very fascinating life cycle for a prokaryote. It's called Myxococcus. We can call Myxo for the purpose of this talk, right? I can guarantee you, wherever you live, you might be coming from Switzerland, Uganda, or somewhere here in ISC campus or Bangalore, every second soil sample that you take will have this bug. So it's a very, very common bacteria. Now what this bacteria can do is it can hunt other microbes. It's a predatory microbe. So it can hunt other bacteria and use these dead cells as its food. And here's a picture of a swarm of this bacteria, and it can invade this circular colony of E. coli, lyse them, use them as their food. It's a bacterial predator, right? One of the mechanisms you kill other bacteria is by producing antibiotics. So our sort of key model organism here is an antibiotic producer. That's what you need to remember at this stage. The second important aspect of this bug is that it forms these structures we call fruiting bodies. So if you stress them, they don't die at all. They just become bacterial seeds, so they will never die, which also means you're not going to kill them. So now you have every second soil sample that you're looking at, a tiny microbial factory which makes antibiotic, and that factory cannot be shut down because whenever you try to destroy it, it just goes in hibernation and comes back to life. Now put these two things together and sort of the question becomes very obvious, right? Do these bacteria sort of influence AMR in nature, where you don't dump antibiotics wherever you want? And for that, we actually sampled across ISC campus. Of course, we sampled everywhere around Bangalore, but I thought since you all sort of talked about how pristine the campus is, how peaceful it is, I just wanted to show you some data which is just localized about the campus itself. So we sampled across ISC campus, and we say, hey, we have enough samples that are either mixopositive or negative, and then let's ask in those samples, do we see differences in the abundance of antibiotic resistant bacteria? Simple plating based experiment. Of course, we sort of followed it up with metagenome and etc. type of analysis. But to cut sort of long story short, what we observed is that yes, whenever you have Myxococcus xanthus in a soil sample, that sample would generally contain higher abundance or higher frequency of antibiotic resistant bacteria than a sample that does not have Myxococcus xanthus, right? And you went with this notion that campus is fairly pristine, right? As in, of course it's disturbed, but it's not a place where people are dumping antibiotics, for God's sake. Now, at this stage, one would say that, hey, this is a correlation, right? Myxo is there, resistance is there. It's like me coming here and saying, global warming is because number of pirates are declining. That's not the real reason, it's just a correlation. Do we associate causality, right? So I'll not go into the data here, but we could demonstrate very conclusively that it is this bug, this Myxococcus xanthus, is indeed responsible for enrichment of resistance. And I'll just tell you the story what exactly is happening. So you have this environment where you have sensitive bugs that can easily die of antibiotics. You'll always have some bacteria that are resistant to antibiotics, right? Mutations are random, they'll anyways appear. And you have the Myxococcus xanthus in yellow color. What happens is at some stage, these M. xanthus populations die and die a lot. So when I said that these bacteria become these bacterial seeds, only 1% of them become bacterial seeds. They like to die, right? So death is way of life, and they die because they want to kill any other competitor around them. And when they die, they end up releasing lots of toxins, stress signals, molecules that resemble antibiotics. And if you have that environment enriched with antibiotics, you basically are enriching bacteria that are resistant for antibiotics. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is, in a pristine environment where you're not dumping antibiotics, it's not the war, it's not the pharma industry, it's not the hospital setting, you might have antibiotic resistance being maintained simply by interactions between bacteria. And in this case, we are saying enrichment of pre-existing resistance. This extends to another question: what about a scenario where there was no resistance in an environment, right? You have pristine environment, everything is hunky-dory, no resistance, we can sort of rest very peacefully because, there's no problem with our primary sort of medical ammunition that we have against infectious diseases. So can this bug that we are talking about affect evolution of resistance as such? And we answered these kind of questions using these simple experiments we call evolution experiments. And in this case, the example is basically you propagate, let's say, your E. coli and rifampicin, you keep on passaging them, allow them to accumulate mutation, and say, hey, over time you'll become more and more resistant to rifampicin. And as a test case, you say, okay, if the same E. coli has to evolve rifampicin in presence of the test bug that we have, what kind of resistance would evolve? So without going into detail, this is what I want to tell you, and this is fairly rudimentary, all of us would agree, at least those of you study biology and microbiology, this is sort of a textbook 101 knowledge. What we know is that if a bug is resistant to a particular antibiotic, it can grow in that antibiotic, but it usually grows less better in the presence of that antibiotic than in the absence of it. So yes, you are resistant, you can grow, but does not mean that you grow as well as in the antibiotic-free environment. So yes, you are resistant to toxin, but that toxin doesn't make you sort of outgrow or grow as well. So if you look at growth of a bacterium in the presence or absence of an antibiotic, and if that bacterium is resistant to antibiotic, the growth would look something like that. So either it's close to 1, that means you grow better both in the presence or absence of antibiotic, or generally it would be lesser than 1, that means you still grow better in the absence of antibiotic. That's how it looks like. But when you evolve resistance in the presence of this predator, what happens is generally they grow better in the presence of antibiotic. So once again, I want to repeat it. It's like, having a T-Rex. It can hunt more or less any other prey that it can think of, but if a bird flies away, it flies away, it can't fly, right? T-Rex can't fly after it. But we are saying that it's possible to escape that trade-off if the resistance is evolving in presence of bacteria like Myxococcus xanthus. And you take my word for it, Myxococcus xanthus is not the only bacterial predator, right? As in, we are literally talking about 1 million bacterial species. I'm just showing you one example here. So with this, I'll basically summarize and stop talking. This is one of the data from Tom's paper. And we've sort of grown used to these pictures of resistance being spread everywhere on this planet. What I'm trying to say is that yes, problem of resistance is anthropogenic. We have made it worse, right? Resistance is everywhere. One of the answers that we generally suggest, hey, let's stop using antibiotics. Hopefully, the problem will sort of dilute itself away. So let's take a step back, let's remove antibiotics from environment. What I'm trying to say is that if the resistance is already present in the environment, then microbial interactions would determine how long it is to be persistent. You can't simply remove antibiotics and now say everything will become sort of hunky-dory, Microbes will determine when the things should go normal, and primarily interactions between bacteria would sort of determine that. The second important aspect is that if we are dumping and creating an environment full of antibiotics and resistance is evolving in the presence of bugs like Myxococcus xanthus, we are evolving bacteria that tend to grow better in presence of antibiotic. Imagine this bacteria happens to be a pathogen and infects a patient. And you, as a first sort of solution to the problem, you give an antibiotic to that patient. What you're doing is essentially accelerating growth of your pathogen and not reducing it, right? So this is basically sort of a doomsday story that I wanted to talk about. I really don't have an answer, right? As in, what I came here to talk about is a different perspective on antibiotic resistance, trying to tell you that ecology and interactions between microbes sort of drive this process in the nature. And at some point, we need to start thinking beyond hospital settings, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, so since I didn't have a solution for you, I've come up with a very generic slide, which all of us would agree with. So in a warfare, evolutionary warfare between microbes and a eukaryotic host, microbes are always destined to win, right? Because they have larger population size, they mutate faster, et cetera, et cetera. We need to find ways to sort of bring helpful microbes on our side of the table to sort of make up that balance. I don't have a specific solution, but I have at least a philosophy by which we can discuss this solution a bit more. Yeah, with this I'll stop, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Same. If you look at the topic for our conference, it's planetary health from different perspectives. And so this session is really looking at AMR from different perspectives. And I think Same has challenged us about not just restricting ourselves to the usual hospital settings, ICUs, and challenging us to think. So I can't wait for the discussion, especially within the panel. But before we do the panel, usually we think we learn from history. So I was very delighted to know that we have a historian on this panel. Please welcome Professor Florin Kondro from the University of Zurich, who's also going to share a historical perspective, I think. We'll see. Welcome.
First of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be amongst people who don't share my training, my style of education, because history is quite different to the natural sciences and to medicine. And at home, I joke with the students that I often feel alone amongst the aliens. And here it's a kind of a similar experience. Because I forgot my name tag this morning, I thought I'd give you twice my picture. And the real reason for this slide is to just state the question, what can history of medicine contribute? At the start of the organization, Jan and then Lena spoke to me about the plans for the meeting and all sorts of things, and I was critical, I was skeptical that history can contribute something, and this is now testing this. It's a real test, and let me know afterwards what you think. I want to jump right in. I cut back all the detail, all the narrative. I could go on about this for hours, but I won't. I will focus. I start with Paul Ehrlich. Paul Ehrlich was a disciple of Robert Koch in the 1880s and then later turned into a specialist in the analysis and laboratory handling of dyes. And amongst his research was the search for a cure for syphilis, and he found it with the 606th compound that he studied. Compound 606 was later marketed under the name of Salvarsan as an effective drug against syphilis from 1911. But the key why Paul Ehrlich is important is this quotation here in bold letters. We must learn to use magic bullets which only target the disease agent in 1907. I think, personally, this is a very problematic statement. And it's a statement that is responsible for much of the schism in medicine, the schism between the clinic and prevention. And I think overcoming this schism is one of the primary objectives of any move forward in the realm of antimicrobial resistance. So keep in mind Ehrlich's miracle drugs. I jump to the era immediately after the Second World War, which I label the gold digger era for antibiotics. In that time,
pharmaceutical firms were convinced that they could earn a lot of money by producing antibiotics. Somebody showed a slide with the development cycle, and it's clear that in the first couple of years there were quite a few developments in the antibiotic realm, and that well later seemed to be drying up. In particular, interesting is the commodification of antibiotics into pill form. That takes about 10 years after clinical introduction until pills are manufacturable by the industry. And we see a sea change in antibiotic distribution once the pill form is available. So the commodity itself is worth having a look too. It's not just the biological substance, it's also the commodity. The effectiveness, as you probably all know, the effectiveness of antibiotics was demonstrated for the first time in TB streptomycin randomized clinical control trials in 1946. After that, penicillin sales exploded, 450 tons in the US alone by the mid-50s and 17,000 tons globally in 1980, and of course that has only gone on. The main place for this initial wave of the miracle drug in practice were hospitals, because at the time it was thought that antibiotics needed to be applied in hospitals rather than let the patients do the application themselves. The poster, interestingly, the first speaker has already used this image. Thanks to penicillin, he will come home. That's the sign of a miracle drug in marketing. So for marketing of drug products, the miracle drug concept is really effective because it reaches customers, it reaches consumers and patients, and it's been an effective way of selling drugs, and the modern speak for this is blockbuster drugs, and I think it goes in the same direction. It's about marketing and commercial success. Resistance, one of the big questions historically is, when does resistance actually start? Does it start when we start to notice it, maybe in the 1980s or 1990s, or did it start earlier? And interestingly, there is enough evidence to suggest that resistance basically started with antibiotics. The resistance problem was first observed with sulfonamides, sort of a pre-modern antibiotic drug class in clinical practice before 1939. Penicillin was tested in the laboratory first with sulfur-resistant streptococci. Penicillin-resistant staphylococci were observed in 1942 for the first time, and resistance, most interestingly, after the Jurassic Park reference, I'm very pleased to have this slide here, with the reference to the third man. The bad guy in the third man is a counterfeit penicillin merchant on the black market, and resistance is already appearing in the third man in a popular format at the end of the 1940s. A clinician in the Lancet from the UK argued in 1956, resistant staphylococci is seen as most disquieting feature of present-day hospital practice. Interestingly, there is an early story that links me and my research to this place here. I didn't know when I was interested in these TB studies in India in 1955 to 61. A collaborative undertaking between the Indian Council for Medical Research, the WHO, and the UK-based MRC, Medical Research Council, which led to the foundation of the National TB Institute, which is still operational here in Bangalore. Main issue of the study in the 1950s was, does it take institutions in order for antibiotics to be successful, and what happens to resistance? The results, very simply summarized, are institutions can be closed, they are not necessary. Resistance, yes, it does appear, but it's not that problematic that it keeps us from pushing out the drugs. So the result of this study is that TB started to turn into a disease that is a treatable infectious condition rather than an expression of poverty. And with that replacement of an expression of poverty, the focus shifted into the clinic, and it shifted to the miracle drug rather than to emphasize preventive structures and preventive infrastructures. So the disappearance of the social component of health and illness in the 1950s, paired together with a miracle drug, results in an interesting cocktail, and we might have a competition for naming this particular cocktail. I would call it clinical medicine. 1957 is the era of the so-called gold staff crisis. The gold staff crisis is related to the Asian flu pandemic. In 1957, there was an influenza pandemic. It wasn't particularly felt that strongly around the world, but certainly in several parts in Asia, it was a pretty heavy-hitting influenza pandemic. It coincided, however, with the emergence of Staph 8081, so-called gold staph. Gold staph was resistant against all available antibiotics at the time. Experts built a network. It's interesting to note that this is one of the first spaces in biomedical sciences where the network was purely female. Mary Barber in London, Phyllis Roundtree in Sydney, and Valerie Hurst in Berkeley operated together to start to understand better how Staph 8081 was able to spread around the world. And this is also the end of resistance as understood as a local outbreak. It is from now on seen as a global problem because it was understood by Barber, Roundtree and Hurst as an interdependent problem that couldn't be isolated in one place from the other. This brings me to my second last slide, methicillin. Methicillin was developed specifically to address resistance problems. Again, big hopes for a miracle drug that would end the problem of resistance in the late 1950s. The Lancet wrote in 1960, it seems unlikely that proliferation of resistant strains will take place rapidly, if at all. Well, 1961, resistance observed in the lab. 1963, first local outbreak of MRSA in Queen Mary's Hospital for Children in London. One guy involved in the research, Dr. Norman Simmons, a microbiologist at Guy's and St. Thomas's, argued later on, when looking back, methicillin actually suppressed our memory banks. That's what that's what miracle drugs do. They suppress memory banks. They pretend that life has now changed when it hasn't, and the lessons are then for us to learn. I point to the illustration on the right-hand side. It's a really interesting resource. Welcome witness seminars on 20th century medicine. This volume here, Superbugs and Superdrugs, A History of MRSA, and it's all available on the internet. Fantastic resource of about 130 volumes on the biomedical sciences, seen from witnesses from the past. This brings me to my last slide. Some people are concerned with trying to predict where the future of medicine lies. I have an idea for them. Why not talk to people who are concerned with medicine over time, historians? We are the specialists who consider what happens to medicine over time. We can't predict the future either, but we can look at past futures. We can look at actors in the past who voiced future utopias, as it were, and see what they said, see why they said it, and see what happened to those utopias. One of that is Nobel Prize winner Sir Macfarlane Burnet, an immunologist and also antibiotic researcher and microbiologist. He spoke in the early 1950s of the virtual elimination of infectious disease as a significant factor in social life. And perhaps if you take one lesson from the historian, then be cautious with your predictions of the future. Thank you very much.
I thought that Prof. Florin would add, be cautious of predictions even from Nobel Prize laureates. I think that's what he really meant. As I reflect on these talks, I really think they encapsulate the theme of the meeting, which is to look at an issue from different perspectives. We started with Thomas alerting us about the limitations we have in measurements, and then we had two speakers on TB giving us perspectives of this monster. And then we had a challenge from Same about how we're looking at this issue and forgetting an important constituent, which is the environment. And then lessons from history. I think, as with my previous panel, I'm very curious if I can stimulate some conversation within the panel. Are there some questions you'd like to ask your fellow panelists to begin with, before we go to the audience? I am the chair. Unless there's a coup that I'm not aware of. Okay, so let's have our colleague from the back. We can. Please just shout, just shout. Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for an important and interesting discussion that I think can't be underestimated or undermined at all. So my first question will be, who else should be having sleepless nights? Because we keep hearing that this is an issue, we should be paying attention, and I think we hear it all the time, but we see very little action. So I think maybe this audience should not be the ones having sleepless nights or what should keep us up, but obviously somebody else should, and that's not really happening. That's one question. I think it was you, who said about, Mike talked about the sleepless nights. The other question I have is to the last speaker, Florian, and I think I couldn't agree with you more, but why do people not look at the past? So, and what can be done to change that particular mindset? Thank you.
So I hope the panel is happy because it looks like your talks were thought-provoking. Okay.
Yes. Money is we need more money, of course, to actually do the research. And that, at the moment, most of that money comes from NIH and Gates Foundation for TB research. Other diseases I don't know so much about. And I think, globally, we could actually, hopefully, we could convince other governments and other funding bodies to also actually heavily invest in this, because we can't really do the research, we can't really come up with so many drugs that we can put together a new regimen unless we have the money to do it. Otherwise, we will always just have one new drug and we will add it to the old regimen.
Florian.
The late colonial government of India commissioned the report, the Bohr report, on the future of healthcare in India. And it was wise enough to invite the Swiss historian of medicine to join its expert body. And I think they had a point. They knew why they invited Henry Sigerist. Henry Sigerist is also well known for the WHO definition of health as the absence, not as the absence of disease, but as the complete physical, social, and psychological well-being. Sigerist argued that the history of medicine is necessary because medicine is so specialized and therefore fragmented that it needs a voice that narrates a complete picture of medicine. I think he had a point. The point, however, is that this is a really hard sell because medicine has turned into such a technical affair where the social sciences and the humanities have been pushed to the boundaries in order to foreground the technical ability and expertise of medical personnel. That, I think, is the main reason. And it's hard to sell to colleagues, but it's harder even to sell to the students unless you get the time to really nurture this kind of interest.
Thank you. I think we should all have sleepless nights. And I just wanted to make Thomas aware on the data issue that there's an effort to generate open source data. I belong to a network funded by Wellcome Trust, bringing together 5 countries, UK, Uganda, India, to really generate, first of all, credible data. I agree we have problems with data. I just wanted to make you aware that there's some efforts, at least on the human health. But I wonder whether there are similar initiatives in the animal health before we take other questions.
So to the best of my knowledge, what Fleming is doing also concerns animal health in certain cases, but the very fact that Fleming is doing that, in a way, speaks to the fact that others haven't been there to do it. Yeah. And I think that's where we have a problem with the institution. There's discussions at the moment following the high-level meeting on antibiotic resistance that happened at the UN General Assembly in September, whether if we set up an IPCC for resistance, whether it should be an intergovernmental panel or whether it should be an independent panel. Because clearly with trade interest of certain countries, there's a fear that an intergovernmental panel is not going to push the issue much further than where it is now.
Yeah. There are many interests. Who's helping me with the mic? Yes, let's have our colleagues from Uganda in that order, Charles and George.
Yes, mine goes to Dr. Christine. Do you foresee a situation where we'll get rapid diagnostic kits for TB to make the screening easier and take it down to the rural areas? Thank you.
George, do you want to ask the question so that we take them in a bunch?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm going to ask something quite clinical, and I'm going to take you to sexually transmitted infections and this is open to anybody on the panel, because one of the infections we have is gonorrhea, and there's a lot of resistance to gonorrhea. And one of the biggest challenges is we've seen with some of the studies we've done, some of the patients are asymptomatic, especially the ones who have HIV. You don't know that they have this infection. And most of the antibiotics we have now, there's a lot of resistance to them. So any of you working on gonorrhea, and what are the strategies? Because as far as I know, the antibiotics we have now are resistant. So we don't have any of you who's doing some work, or Andrew, you can answer that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, in fact, since I have access to George, we can have an evening talk. I have a colleague at IDI, did a doctoral thesis on gonorrhea, looked at quinolones, 95%. But George will catch up and discuss those results. But if any person on the panel or in the audience would like, let's get a short comment. Oh, is it on that issue? Okay, let's have a microphone, and then I'll come to the panel to address
We do some limited work on STIs, in particular in co-infection on chlamydia and Neisseria. And I think what is very important to look at if you have a PCR positive results, if the bugs are really viable or not, because you only have to treat them if they are viable, because they can then induce new infections. And I think we have to be a bit more cautious with treating or with the screening programs ongoing on chlamydia in several countries, and then just treating asymptomatic patients for chlamydia, because this is also leading then to resistance in Neisseria. But there is an ongoing debate about continuing screening on chlamydia, yes or no, and I think this has also a direct impact on gonorrhea.
Thank you. Michael?
And on gonorrhea, I have a colleague in New Zealand, and she's heavily invested in actually getting solutions for gonorrhea. But it's very fundamental science at the moment still. But there is research going on, yes.
So Christine, short response, then we'll come to Simon.
Yeah, so there are efforts in developing rapid tests that can be used in the communities. The WHO has come up with guidance on target product profile for TB diagnostics. So there are things like you shouldn't use electricity, they should be rapid, they should be easy technologies to use. So there are many diagnostics that are, in many companies that are trying to come up with diagnostics, but right now all we have is our LAMP, the NAT, the GeneXpert, which has disseminated. I think GeneXpert is most widely used, but we know that it's a big machine, it still has a high cost. So the guidance is there, but the technology is not yet.
I am compelled to just mention briefly that there are companies here in Bangalore, especially on the radiology end, that are really doing things, including artificial intelligence for diagnostics. Simon?
Yes, thanks a lot for those very highly varied talks, and I'm trying to synthesize what I learned from you, and it brings me to the reflection that if I listen to Florine, Christine, and Thomas, if Thomas says we are lacking data, it seems somehow we can't act unless we know more, while Florine says we actually are knowing the conditions under which TB is propagated, and Christine has outlined what those conditions are. So if I understand this right, couldn't we just act now?
Yes.
I think it's slightly more nuanced. We don't have data collected in an official capacity by the agencies you would expect to do that job. I think that's the point I was trying to make, and so we have to find some hacks on the sides, like I do. But it's precisely because I feel compelled to act now, to put pressure now, that I try to do that. I don't know if
one thing that comes out of the history of medicine is quite a number of studies now that look at the moment antibiotics got introduced into the clinical practice. And previous regimes of infection control were dropped almost instantaneously. And I think therein lies a real answer, because the medications were pushed for clinical, but also for economic and for managerial interests. Managerial in terms of the hospital. You can run many more surgeries if you have antibiotics, because you can post-operatively prevent infection to become much of a problem. So the surgery ward becomes profitable. Somebody said a hospital ward doesn't always have to turn a profit, but I think that thinking that hospital wards do indeed operate on a per profit basis is an important factor in advocating immediate use of things that allow the profit to actually be yielded. Preventive measures, preventive regimes take a lot more time, they take a lot more investment, and it's hard to price. And something that I've said in the Swiss context is we need to find ways to economize public health, because once there is profitability in public health, you will see other actors jump on the bandwagon. As long as it's mainly a cost issue, the bandwagon remains rather empty.
So thank you. Let's hear from one of our hosts on that. I think
Thank
it's
you.
on the diagnostic aspect or
Thank you very
resistance.
much. Yeah. So yes, this has been a fascinating session, just as the others have been. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to be here all the time, but each and every discussion is so invigorating. So I'm going to ask, since we have two specialists, both clinician and a researcher here, and TB is a big burden in India also. Do you see extrapulmonary TB as as another frontier of challenge? Because in India, I know that we do have pulmonary, we have spinal, you have intestinal, you have brain, and so on. Is that something that we need to worry about? And are these drugs, which are targeting, let's say, the pulmonary TB, are they just as effective in all other niches?
The clinicians are spoiled for choice.
So extrapulmonary TB is a big problem, right from diagnosis. So our diagnostics are largely sputum-based, at least for confirmatory. The others are imaging that are really highly suggestive. So we, in Uganda, and I'm sure in India as well, you have this big bunch of people who are diagnosed as pulmonary, clinically diagnosed TB. So these are the people who, some of them eventually, depending on the center, will either get TB treatment and die after because it wasn't TB, or halfway through treatment, they say this is not TB, it's a malignancy, it's a lymphoma, let's switch, send to, for cancer treatment. So there's that, there's a large, so we're in an era where we're about scaling up diagnosis, scaling up screening and treatment, but I get the feeling that we're very zealous, which is good because then we don't miss cases, but we also, I feel, misdiagnose a lot of cases that are not TB, and we say they're extrapulmonary TB. I work on a unit where I receive all of those who are diagnosed as TB. So I know Andrew want to cut me short, but I think it's a big
Yes.
problem, and until our diagnostics improve, it will remain a big problem.
And you also asked about the drugs. As far as I know, they also work against TB, extrapulmonary TB. In fact, if I had to speculate, I would say they might actually work even better because in the lungs you have the granulomas, and it's very hard to penetrate for the drugs. And extrapulmonary disease, depending where it is, it probably is easier to treat.
So the last opportunity.
There in the planet. So it's and fighting each other for billions of years, which we haven't discovered. So yes, it's a bit scary to listen to Samir, but I think we need researchers in this very big spectrum.
Sure. As in, just to add to that, right? As in, we ourselves are finding solution to this. As I said, this is an evolutionary arms race, right? What I talked about is the problem aspect of that arms race. In fact, in the lab, we are actually working on the solution aspect of that arms race, where we are asking, if the mutations are supposed to be coming in the predators, the model organisms that we are using, then what are the solutions they come out with, right? Because if they were using these mechanisms, and resistance was not problem for their sustenance, because if resistance comes, they don't have any food. So we are in fact figuring out those mechanisms, and it is very close to what Christine talked about combination therapy, but we are looking at combination therapy using multiple approaches and not just antibiotics. It can be combination therapy of antibiotics plus phage, antibiotics plus some antimicrobial peptides, etc., etc. So, yeah.
So I think we can accommodate one final comment, or no, maybe two. Okay. So Dr. Prasad and a colleague in the back.
To the fascinating panel. So we saw a supra system. You showed us the climate, the heating of the entire globe. I think what was fascinating was the schism that you spoke about. Are there any examples from history where the world has taken on a complex, multidimensional problem like this and not productized it into a magic pill and a guild, and are there any examples that we can learn from? Thank you.
Can I come back next year and think about this? It's a really hard question. I mean, the problem is the world isn't stable. The world has changed. The history teaches us humility, if you like, towards the world, because it has been changing. The world in the 1950s is unlike the world we have now. So that explains where the difficulties are. But I do think there are relative success stories. I mean, if you look at, for instance, the malaria campaigns of the WHO after the Second World War, yes, I can problematize the use of insect repellents all day long, but to a certain extent they brought together the world in a public health endeavor unlike anything beforehand. The smallpox vaccination campaign, again supported by the WHO, was an incredibly influential affair. So there are good examples for this. Most of the time, those examples are preventive public health related examples rather than clinical examples, and that is where I would look for solutions.
All right. Adrian, do you want to take the last?
No, please, Valerie. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, maybe I can pick up.
I take both.
Yeah, maybe I can pick up the idea of the magic bullet, because I very much like that. So the perspective in this situation was mainly on therapies, but is there a magic bullet for diagnostics? Because what I observe with clinicians nowadays is that they trust a lot AI tools, diagnostic, metagenomic sequencing, basically sequencing everything, and you get all the answers you wished for or you don't wish for. So can you comment a bit on that? What is your perspective? Should we invest? That's actually a question to you, Florian.
Oh, Michael. How can the...
I love it. Now I'm the expert for therapeutic diagnostics and all the rest of it. I mean, it's interesting that you raised this sort of difference between therapy and diagnostics, because that has been a fundamental element of the story of the modern medical profession. When the profession starts in the 19th century to distance itself from other suppliers on the healthcare market, diagnostics is their main region. That's where they are competent. So I would think that the magic bullet concept, this sort of idea of finding a solution that picks up everything at one point in time, is going to be an incredibly influential idea of thinking about diagnostics. The problem with the diagnostics is that diagnostics often create the problems that we then pretend to be solving in the clinic. So there is always this sort of catching up element in the diagnostic process that is difficult.
And if I may just add to this, with the example of bedaquiline, we all talk about sequencing all the time, which is great, and it actually does work for a lot of drugs. But in this particular case, it might not work. We might actually need another
diagnostic test, because if we get 400 different mutations in the same gene, and some of them are actually causing resistance and others are not, it will be very hard to create a diagnostic test. So there we might actually have to go and measure the pump, like actually the presence of this efflux pump. So there is not one solution to diagnostics there either.
Is it a burning comment?
I have a magic bullet, and that's equity.
Wow.
That's equity. The huge question is, why does it take so long to develop all these new drugs? When we get a new drug, it becomes unaffordable. So MSF had to do all sorts of litigation to get bedaquiline affordable, right? So I think the biggest thing for me is why, if we start to think, there's been a huge drive, I think, not to bother about diseases that are happening elsewhere. So we need equity in terms of recognition that all diseases are important. Every person has a right to a therapy, an affordable therapy, an accessible therapy, etc. So I think if we have that as our core, because I think here what we're missing is also industry. You know, industry is, I think they have to have I feel they should have an ethical responsibility the same way that clinicians have. So I feel equity is the magic bullet.
So why don't we continue this conversation over coffee? How about that? Well, this session has not disappointed. Panelists, thank you so much for educating us. And hopefully we will be kept awake at night by this.
Hold on, hold your horses. It's not yet time to go for the coffee break. Surprise! We have two young minds that we have to hear from. So, with two winners, we get to hear two short talks. And we request that Rabina and Shamim try to keep your presentations to 5 minutes, and we'll get started right away with Rabina.
Good afternoon again, everyone. So thank you for the opportunity to present my extended talk on React application. So I'm very excited to talk about this app that we have piloted in Uganda in 4 districts. So this will be the overview of the presentation, and I will conclude with some interesting numbers. So just a bit of context that rabies is endemic in Uganda, with about 90% of the people living at the communities at a risk of canine rabies transmission. But on a positive note, Uganda has validated a national strategy on rabies elimination in March 2022 with the help of OWA, and also there has already existing National One Health platform and Uganda One Health strategic plan. Just to mention that this study is under the E-Rabies project, and it aligns well with the work packages 1 and 5 to strengthen the integrated surveillance system in Uganda. Aligning with this, we have conducted workshops to engage stakeholders to take on electronic rabies surveillance that I mentioned before. And the main outputs from the workshop was stakeholders coming together to identify the key elements that are required for integrated rabies surveillance. And then on the basis of this, we later compared the existing surveillance system from different ministries such as AMI from the Livestock Services, the IDI Forum from Infectious Disease Institute, and AIDSR, which is used by the MOH with React app. And as we can see, that React app, being specifically designed for rabies, was had the access to all the information that were supposed to be captured. So it was determined as the effective tool for digital rabies surveillance. Following up, we had a workshop which was conducted with the coordination with the Zeek team in Germany for strengthening the intersectoral cooperation and management of rabies, and it informed the SWOT analysis of the National Rabies Elimination Strategy with the help of all the experts, and the experts also identified different objectives and activities for this 4 thematic areas, and to focus on field and lab surveillance and data management. One of the major objectives was to establish and operationalize the IBCM at national and subnational levels, and to pilot them and create guidelines and trainings. And we'd also like to mention a big thank you to Andrew, because he has been supporting us with these ventures in Uganda. So the activities were to pilot IBCM, but what exactly is IBCM? So IBCM stands for Integrated Bite Case Management, and it is a One Health approach to manage the rabies bite cases effectively by addressing the animal cases and subsequent human exposures. So it is a One Health approach to rabies bite management. So to employ the IBCM, it was decided that React app is a great digital tool. So React stands for Rabies Exposure Assessment and Contact Tracing app, which is developed by the Mission Rabies and CDC, and it collects the comprehensive information regarding the notification, assessment, quarantine, and follow-up of all the suspected cases, and it allows for real-time data monitoring. So in line with the activities that were mentioned in the SWOT analysis, we also conducted a workshop training in Arua to provide hands-on training for the potential React app users from the 4 districts, Arua, Masaka, Chikeke, and Soroti, like I mentioned before. And so I'll talk about what has been going with the implementation. So after the workshop and training, we have selected at least 2 React officers from each district, one from animal health and one from human health sector, who feed onto the React app regularly. Also, to make the process of implementation easy, we have come up with a manual for the React app users that they can go to whenever needed. Also, regular monitoring is conducted, and there was also a sample collection and testing training for the veterinarians to be able to process the React app. And yes, we are 6 months into the pilot already. So this is the data from the back end of the React app from one of the districts, that is Soroti. And as we can see, the total cases, there has been active users of the React app, and the total cases here are integrated from the human and animal exposures already. And following up on the testing and sample collection training, there has always also been some positive changes, like the sample collection. Among few of them, 2 have become positive with the rapid test, and they have also sent these samples to the national laboratory for confirmation with IFAT. So quarantine has also been practiced now, which is already great progress for rabies management. But every implementation comes up with its own challenges, I guess. So as we follow up with the React app users and stakeholders on a regular basis, we have come up with some challenges that were mentioned by them. And the main challenges is hiding or killing of the animals by the community members after the dog bite that complicates the case reporting and dog handling. There are also logistical challenges like lack of vaccination and personal protective equipment for the dog handlers, as well as PEP shortages for the dog bite victims. Poor internet connectivity, inactive users, and time management issues. Priority shift to other diseases. For example, now with the Mpox and also with FMD has been hindering the case tracking and updates. So to conclude my presentation, React app is an effective digital tool for IBCM, and it offers a potential to strengthen rabies One Health surveillance. Implementation of this app has helped us to identify some practical and logistical challenges, and there are always challenges in terms of sustainability or resources as we move forward with the app. But despite of these challenges, we are also optimistic that as we move forward with the implementation of this app, we'll be able to mitigate these challenges, and we'll be able to keep contributing to strengthen the rabies surveillance system in Uganda. So by acknowledging all my supervisor and my research team, I thank you all for listening, and I'm happy to answer questions from you.
Thank you, Rabina. Next up, we have Shamim, and we know that tomorrow we're going to try to coordinate across the room so that we have a tie among all the young minds, so we get to hear from all of them.
Thank you so much for an additional opportunity to make my presentation more elaborate and to make people understand more and better. So you can tell a starving person to get on a diet because there's no food anyway, there are no choices. So at the end of the day, a place like that, as I've said, that comes as a result of extremes of drought due to climate change, it's harder for communities to cultivate food, which contributes to food insecurity, starvation, and undernutrition, which is a major driver of tuberculosis. And tuberculosis is preventable. And what are we doing about this? We're trying to, we are having a plan of starting an irrigation scheme. And with this irrigation scheme, we are planning to address 3 problems. With the starvation, whereby we're planning to make sure that the lands are favorable for the communities to plant food, so they'll have access to adequate, nutritious meals, boost their immunities, and reduce their risk of tuberculosis. But also, we're looking at addressing the issue of climate change crisis by ensuring that we encourage these farmers to plant trees alongside to promote planter health. But also importantly, with the nutritious meals that they'll be able to plant, they'll have adequate food, boost their immunity, and reduce the risk. And just to make it very clear, in the year of 2022, exactly during the mortality audit in that region, we had 600 TB cases reported in Moroto Regional Referral Hospital alone. And we believe that empowering these communities by making their communities, the land more favorable to cultivate food, we are going to address a lot of issues, mostly ensuring they have sustainable sources of food, but also to ensure the community is aware about conserving the environment, and that's where the issue of planting trees comes in. And all these, we are looking at addressing 4 SDGs, that is zero hunger, SDG 2, good health and well-being, and mostly that's why most of us are here. Sustainable cities and communities, we've talked about policies and everything, but also importantly climate change, which is a very big issue across the world. And yes, we look at it in a way that there are a lot of other risk factors that could contribute to tuberculosis. But surprisingly, during this mortality audit, with the prevalence of TB being that 600 TB cases reported in 2022 alone, we only had 26 patients who were co-infected with HIV. And children, adults affected equally. And then at the end of the day, looking at all this, the question is, shall we keep putting a lot of money in diagnosing tuberculosis? Shall we keep seeking out to give communities food rations? It's not sustainable. So at the end of the day, in our project that we look to forward to starting, we want to focus on empowering these communities. And with the empowerment comes with sustainability, especially of food production, where the major issue is starvation. And unfortunately, some slides went out, I want to say, but we're also looking at starting this irrigation scheme, and we have quite a number of partners we're looking at, and these include the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, because we believe it's important that the policymakers, the parliamentarians, and our minister is here, that it's not always looking at addressing the problem. You can't treat a headache without knowing where it's coming from. Yes, we are having TB, but should we keep spending money on treating tuberculosis, yet we are well aware of where it's coming from? How about we change the strategies by focusing on empowering communities, making the land sustainable, which is coming as a result of climate crisis, and making it hard for them to cultivate food. And eventually what we do is spend a lot of money buying drugs, and averagely a patient being treated for susceptible TB, that's 6 months, it's 1 million, that is $250 US. And just I'm looking at these 600 people, how much money goes to treat that? Yet, we could have prevented it. So I believe it's not about addressing the problem, but rather where the problem is coming from. And yes, the science is out there. We know where the problem is coming from, but why are we focusing on the problem, but not the cause? So with the irrigation scheme that we plan to start, we'll focus on empowering communities to ensure that they have sustainable sources of food, adequate and nutritious, without having to depend on external sources, so as to boost their immunities, reduce their risk of tuberculosis, and reduce the overall prevalence of tuberculosis in the country, and specifically in that region. And I believe from the previous picture that we saw, this is possible. At the end of the day, we shall be contributing to improving and conserving the environment by planting trees, which will give us such a setting, and availability of food, where there's this woman in her sorghum plantation, one of the major foods grown in that region, and also being a pastoralistic kind of culture or people, they will be able to have their animals, because many times we also lose livestock to drought. That's also contributing further to economic incapacitation. So from my side, I feel it's important for us as a country and as a people to focus on where the problem is coming from, specifically the cause, because we are really well aware, than focusing on addressing the problem. Because many times you don't have control. And there's so many we put in addressing the problem, we can as well as put it in addressing the cause, which is cheaper than actually addressing the problem. Because $250 on treating one TB patient, that's a lot to a country like mine. So if we put a focus on averting undernutrition, starvation, we shall reduce the prevalence of tuberculosis. And perhaps we shall have a healthier, more economically empowered, and a very happy environment. Thank you so much.
All right, so hello again. We're quite late, as we all know. Just quickly doing an introduction as fast as possible to the game session that will happen right now. You all should have received an email, personal email, where you're grouped, and I sent the grouping in the WhatsApp chat. Now, Laura has helped very much with the organization of the gaming session, as well as Simon. Simon will come later on the further slides. So, as a description, the city game, this will be just 24 people. Everybody's like, the whole group of attendees is grouped in 24 people per game. 24 people, you build a city, you interact with each other, which is the overall goal in this game session, basically, that you guys communicate and interact and actually achieve a goal together. So this is something that will also be necessary in the city game. You build a city of your dreams in collaboration. Then the next one is energetic. The theme there is basically you want to reach the Paris Agreement at the example of New York City. Also very collaborative, gonna have 3 groups. Then end action, here Simon also comes into play. We have the tipping point game, where it's actually, you have an island, you have limited resources, you have four groups, everybody wants to win, but at what cost? So if you're too egoistic, you will ruin the game for everybody. Everybody will lose. So we'll see how that plays out. Exactly, that's the last slide. The tipping point game will be right here in this pre-hall here, and the both other games will be in the break room. You will see a sign. So in the interest of time, I really hope that you guys can just take the coffee and go directly to the game session, because the game facilitators, they only have time until 6 p.m. So if you don't want coffee, go straight to the games. Juan, who's in the back there, and I, and all of you, I know Emma, you can ask us if something is unclear. Exactly. So thank you very much.
And last not but least, lots of surprises. Most of the things work, some didn't work, so we won't be able to screen the film tonight. We're sorry about that. Enjoy the games and then enjoy the evening.